drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Semyonovsky Parade Ground, St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles. That metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square. The rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment. A lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades. He'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now. About the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices. The one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic. The first 3 men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Elsa's certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what? We really are biological machines pretending to have souls. or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life, between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes, while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood. But when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He's simply accepted what the rest of us deny that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are 2 types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs, who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing a dying bird back to health. He witnesses men who've abandoned all hope still creating art on the walls with charcoal, still composing songs, still telling stories. This is where the idea of voluntary suffering crystallizes. These men didn't just endure suffering, they sought it out. Some committed crimes specifically to be sent to prison. Not because they were insane, but because extreme suffering was the only thing that made them feel real in a world that increasingly felt like an illusion. Dostoevsky starts to understand. Modern life, with its comfort and predictability, is actually a kind of prison. We're all inmates, but our walls are invisible social conventions, moral rules, the tyranny of other people's opinions. The criminals in Omsk at least know they're in prison. We're in denial about our own imprisonment. There's a scene he witnesses that haunts him forever. A young prisoner, maybe 20, is about to receive a brutal flogging. The night before, he's completely calm. Dostoevsky asks him how he can be so peaceful. The young man says, "Tomorrow, for 10 minutes, I'll be completely honest. No pretending. No lies, no performance, just pure pain." Do you know how rare that is? To be completely honest for even 10 minutes. This becomes the underground man's philosophy. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But the sickness isn't what we think. It's the disease of consciousness itself, the curse of being aware that we're aware. The prisoners in Omsk have found a cure for this disease crime punishment. Suffering anything that breaks through the numbness of normal existence. As his sentence ends, Dostoevsky realizes he's learned something in prison that no university could teach. He's seen the basement of human consciousness, the foundation everything else is built on. And that foundation isn't reason or morality or love. It's something much more primitive and much more sophisticated. the need to feel that we exist, even if that feeling comes through pain. The other prisoners are released and disappear back into their lives. But Dostoevsky can't leave, not really. He carries the prison with him. Every character he creates will be, in some sense, a prisoner. Every novel will be an escape attempt, and every reader will become, without realizing it, an inmate in Dostoevsky's psychological laboratory, because here's what those 4 years taught him: we're all in prison. The only difference is that some of us know it and some don't. And the ones who know it, the criminals, the underground men, the addicts, the madmen, they're not the sick ones. They're the diagnoses, the house of the dead. It's not a prison. In Siberia, it's the world we wake up to every morning, pretending we're alive while secretly knowing we're just rehearsing for our own funerals. The criminals Dostoevsky lived with for 4 years weren't different from us. They were us with the mask off. Picture this scene. It's 1867 in the German spa town of Wiesbaden. A man sits at a roulette table at 4 in the morning, his hands shaking not from fear, but from something closer to religious ecstasy. He's just lost everything again. His wife's wedding ring is in the pawn shop. The advance from his publisher, meant to last 3 months, survived exactly 3 days. This man wrote Crime and Punishment, one of the most psychologically complex novels ever created. He understands human nature better than almost anyone alive. And yet here he is, destroyed by a spinning wheel and a rolling ball. But wait before you judge him. Before you dismiss this as simple addiction, let me tell you what Dostoevsky discovered at that roulette table. He wasn't losing his money. He was conducting an experiment. The same experiment we all conduct every day, just without the honesty to admit it. See? Everyone who knew Dostoevsky tried to cure him of his gambling. His wife Anna, God bless her, she tried everything. She controlled his money, she reasoned with him, she cried, she threatened to leave. His friends staged interventions. His publishers refused to give him advances, but they all misunderstood what was happening. They thought he was trying to win money. He wasn't. He was trying to prove something much more important, that he existed. Let me explain through his own words. In a letter to Anna from Baden, after losing literally everything, including the money for his hotel room, he writes something extraordinary. You might think I'm in despair. I'm not. I'm more alive right now than I've been in months. Every nerve is firing. Every thought is crystal clear. I can feel my blood moving through my veins. This is what resurrection feels like. Now, any addiction counselor reading that would say it's the dopamine talking, the gambler's high. But Dostoevsky is describing something deeper. At the roulette table, all the comfortable lies we tell ourselves evaporate. You can't pretend you're a good person when you're gambling your families. Food, money. You can't maintain the fiction that you're rational when you're betting on red after it's come up. Black 17 times in a row. You're stripped down to what you really are. A collection of impulses and desires with no coherent center. And here's the terrifying part: Dostoevsky found this state liberating. Finally, for once, he didn't have to pretend to be Fyodor Dostoevsky, the great writer, the Orthodox Christian, the husband, the father. He could just be a body in space, making insane decisions for no reason. You know that voice in your head that constantly judges everything you do. At the roulette table, it finally shuts up. This becomes the core of his novel, The Gambler. But the character Alexei isn't really addicted to gambling. He's addicted to the moment right before the ball drops into a slot. That suspended second, where anything is possible, where he might win everything or lose everything, where he exists in pure potential. The actual result, win or lose, is always disappointing because it collapses possibility into actuality. Think about your own life for a moment. When do you feel most alive? It's not during the comfortable, predictable moments. It's during the risks, the uncertainties, the moments when everything could go wrong. That first kiss, that job interview, that moment when you say what you really think despite the consequences. We're all gambling all the time, we just use different tables. But Dostoevsky discovered something even more disturbing at the casino. He watched other gamblers, studied them with the same intensity he'd studied criminals in prison, and he noticed a pattern that nobody else had identified. The winners were miserable, not just unhappy, existentially disturbed, because winning meant the game was over. It meant returning to regular life. It meant becoming themselves again. There was one woman he observed for weeks, a Russian countess who'd won a fortune. She kept playing, but joylessly, mechanically. She told him, "I'm trying to lose it all so I can feel something again." This becomes Granny in The Gambler, who destroys her entire fortune, not from stupidity, but from a kind of wisdom. She understands that having money is a prison, but losing money is freedom. Now here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. He realizes that his gambling addiction is the same impulse that makes him write. Both are attempts to escape the prison of the self. When he's writing, he becomes Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov. When he's gambling, he becomes nobody pure. Consciousness without identity. Both states are ecstatic. Both are unsustainable. Both are more real than normal life. Consider this letter to his friend Strakov. They say, "I'm destroying myself at the tables." But where is this self they speak of? Show it to me. Is it my body that changes every 7 years? Is it my thoughts? They contradict each other hourly. Is it my soul? I don't even know if I have one. At the roulette table, at least, I know exactly what I am. A fool making foolish choices. There's something honest in that. This is the gambler's paradox. We destroy ourselves to prove we exist. It's not masochistic. It's the opposite. It's the most life-affirming thing possible. Every loss is proof that we're free. Every stupid bet is a declaration of independence. From cause and effect, from logic, from the tyranny of consequences. But here's what makes Dostoevsky different from other gambling addicts. He's conscious of what he's doing while he's doing it. He watches himself lose everything and takes notes. He's simultaneously the experimenter and the experiment. This is why his description of gambling psychology remains unmatched. He's not remembering it afterward. He's documenting it in real time. One night in Wiesbaden, he wins 10,000 francs, enough to pay all debts, secure his family's future for years. He knows, absolutely knows, that he should leave. He writes in his notebook, "The rational thing is to cash out now." Then he writes, "But the rational thing is death." He loses everything in 3 hours. But here's what's remarkable. He's elated. He writes to Anna, "I have proved once again that I am not a machine. A machine would have kept the money." This connects to something deeper in all his work. Remember the underground man's formula. 2 plus 2 equals 4 is the beginning of death. If everything is predictable, if we always do what's rational, if we always act in our best interest, then we're not human, we're algorithms. The ability to consciously destroy ourselves is proof of free will. It's horrible, it's stupid, it's tragic, and it's the only thing that separates us from computers. Modern neuroscience has actually confirmed something Dostoevsky intuited. The brain's reward system responds more strongly to uncertain rewards than certain ones. A guaranteed win releases less dopamine than a possible win. We're literally wired to prefer gambling to guarantee. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's the feature that drove us to explore, to innovate, to evolve. The same instinct that puts us at the roulette table put us on the moon. But Dostoevsky saw the dark side of this wiring. In modern, comfortable society, where real risks are minimized, where everything is insured and predicted and controlled, the gambling instinct doesn't disappear. It finds new outlets. We gamble with relationships, with our health, with our sanity. We create drama because peace is unbearable. We sabotage success because success is a kind of death. It means the game is over. Listen to how he describes the moment of placing a bet. Time stops. The past ceases to exist, all those mistakes, all that guilt, gone. The future hasn't arrived yet. All those consequences, all those responsibilities, suspended. There is only this moment, this choice, this spin of the wheel. It's the closest thing to eternity we ever experience. This is why he couldn't stop, even when he wanted to. It wasn't weakness of will. It was strength of will directed towards something other than self-preservation. He was choosing transcendence over survival. He was choosing one moment of genuine existence over a lifetime of comfortable sleepwalking. The tragedy isn't that he gambled. The tragedy is that he needed to gamble to feel alive. But that's not his personal tragedy, it's the human tragedy. We all need our versions of the roulette table. Some people use extreme sports, some use love affairs, some use creative work, some use actual roulette tables. But we all need something that makes us forget we're going to die, while simultaneously reminding us we're going to die. When Dostoevsky finally stopped gambling, and he did stop, suddenly, completely, in 1871, it wasn't because he found willpower, or God, or therapy. It was because he found something else that gave him the same feeling. Writing the brothers Karamazov, a bigger gamble, a higher stakes table, betting not money but his soul on every page. The gambler's paradox isn't really a paradox at all. It's the human condition stripped of its disguises. We destroy what we love because destruction is the only creative act available to creatures who know they're temporary. Every loss is a little death, and every little death is practice for the big one. But also, and this is what Dostoevsky understood, every loss is a little birth. The person who walks away from the table with empty pockets is never the same person who sat down. That's why he thanked God for his gambling addiction, the same way he thanked God for his mock execution. Both showed him what we really are, not rational animals or spiritual beings, but something suspended between the two. Forever gambling on which one will become. Let me tell you something that will disturb you. In 1966, a 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman climbed to the top of a clock tower at the University of Texas and opened fire, killing 14 people in his suicide. Note, he wrote, I do not quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. Those words could have been written by Raskolnikov. The same hyper-rational tone analyzing its own irrationality, the same distance from his own actions, the same bewilderment at his own choices. In 2011, Anders Breivik massacred 77 people in Norway. His manifesto quoted crime and punishment extensively. He identified completely with Raskolnikov's theory of the extraordinary man who stands above conventional morality. These aren't coincidences or misreadings. These killers recognized something in Dostoevsky's character that most readers prefer to ignore. Raskolnikov isn't a warning. He's a diagnosis. And the disease he represents isn't rare, it's epidemic. But here's what everyone gets wrong about crime and punishment. They think it's about a man who commits murder and then feels guilty. That's not what happens at all. Raskolnikov feels guilty before the murder, indifferent during it, and confused after it. The guilt isn't about what he did, it's about what he is. And what he is, Dostoevsky suggests, is what we all are when we're honest with ourselves. Let's trace the actual psychology, not the simplified version they teach in literature class. Raskolnikov doesn't wake up one day and decide to kill someone. The murder grows in his mind like a tumor, starting with an abstract thought experiment. If Napoleon had needed to kill an old pawnbroker to fund his rise to power, would that have been wrong? History says no, we celebrate Napoleon despite the millions who died in his wars. So why is killing one useless old woman worse than killing millions of useful young men? This isn't sociopathic thinking. It's actually rigorously logical. Every society honors its successful killers. We call them heroes, generals, founding fathers. We build statues to men who killed thousands. But kill one person for personal gain, and you're a monster. Raskolnikov sees this hypocrisy and can't unsee it. The crime isn't killing, the crime is killing without historical justification. Now watch how Dostoevsky constructs the psychology. Raskolnikov doesn't proceed from theory to action. He oscillates. One moment he's convinced he's Napoleon, the next he's disgusted with himself. He plans the murder meticulously, then tries to forget about it. He's not a cold killer, he's a fever dream of contradiction. And this is exactly right, psychologically. Real killers aren't emotionless. They're experiencing all emotions simultaneously, which looks like no emotion from the outside. The actual murder scene is the most psychologically accurate depiction of violence ever written. Raskolnikov doesn't feel powerful or evil or righteous. He feels nothing. His body commits the murder while his consciousness floats somewhere near the ceiling, watching. He notes irrelevant details, the pattern on the wallpaper, a fly buzzing, the way the blood pools in a perfect circle. This dissociation isn't dramatic invention. Every soldier, every police officer who's killed someone describes the same phenomenon. The mind can't process the enormity of ending another consciousness, so it focuses on trivia. But here's where Dostoevsky's genius reveals itself. After the murder, Raskolnikov doesn't run or celebrate or collapse. He becomes obsessed with weather. He remembered to close the door. That's it. The most important question in the universe becomes, did I close the door? Because the human mind, faced with the infinite implications of murder, retreats to the finite, manageable question of a door, the cat and mouse. Game with the investigator Porfiry isn't really about solving the crime. Porfiry knows Raskolnikov is guilty almost immediately. What he's doing is far more sophisticated. He's trying to make Raskolnikov understand what he's actually done. Not killed an old woman. That's just the physical fact. What he's done is attempt to step outside the human community, to become a pure individual, responsible to no one but himself. And that, Dostoevsky shows, is impossible. Not immoral-impossible. Asterisk, asterisk. Watch Raskolnikov's disintegration. He doesn't feel guilty about the murder. He feels guilty about not feeling guilty. He's broken the ultimate taboo and discovered that nothing happened. No lightning bolt from God, no transformation into a Superman, no fundamental change in his being. He's exactly the same person, except now he knows what he's capable of. And that knowledge is unbearable. This is the murder we all commit, metaphorically, every day. Every time we treat another person as an object, as a means to an end, as less than fully human, we're following Raskolnikov's logic, the businessman who destroys competitors, the politician, who sacrifices constituents for power, the lover who uses another's feelings for their own satisfaction. They're all committing little murders, killing the humanity of others to elevate themselves. But Dostoevsky goes deeper. The real crime isn't treating others as objects, it's treating yourself as a subject while everyone else is an object. This is the fundamental narcissism of consciousness. I know I have an inner life, thoughts, feelings, dreams, but you, I can only assume you do. I can never really know. So at some level, everyone else is theoretical while I'm real. This is why we can scroll past news of thousands dying while crying over a fictional character in a movie. The fictional character feels more real because we have access to their inner life. The thousands of real dead people are just statistics. Raskolnikov's theory about ordinary and extraordinary people isn't wrong, it's incomplete. He thinks extraordinary people are rare, but Dostoevsky shows they're everywhere. Everyone thinks they're extraordinary. Everyone believes they're the exception to the rules they apply to others. The only difference is most of us don't act on it. We commit our murders in imagination, in small cruelties, in the thousand ways we deny the full humanity of others while insisting on our own. The confession scene destroys the conventional reading of the novel. Raskolnikov doesn't confess because he realizes murder is wrong. He confesses because the weight of being separate from humanity becomes unbearable. He doesn't return to morality, he collapses back into the human community from sheer exhaustion. The confession isn't moral awakening, it's psychological necessity. No one can sustain the position of being truly individual, truly separate, truly extraordinary. We need others to confirm we exist, even if that confirmation comes in the form of punishment. Look at the online communities that worship Raskolnikov. Today, young men, usually isolated, usually intelligent, who read the novel and think, he's literally me. They missed the point catastrophically. Raskolnikov isn't a hero or an anti-hero. He's a warning about what happens when intelligence curves back on itself, when thinking replaces feeling, when theory replaces reality. He's what happens when you mistake understanding life for living it. But here's the truly disturbing part. These young men aren't wrong to identify with him. They're recognizing something real. The conditions that created Raskolnikov, alienation, intellectual isolation, the collapse of traditional meaning systems, the reduction of everything to economic transaction. These aren't 19th century Russian problems. They're the default state of modern existence. We're all living in Raskolnikov's shabby apartment, lying on his sofa, thinking his thoughts. The difference is, we've normalized it. We've made alienation comfortable. We've gamified isolation. We've made thinking ourselves special into a consumer product. Every social media profile is a little announcement of extraordinary status. Every post is a small murder of others' reality in favor of our own. We're all Raskolnikov, but with better apartments and more sophisticated rationalizations. Dostoevsky predicted this with terrifying accuracy. In his notes for the novel, he wrote, "The disease of isolation will spread until it becomes the norm. Then murder, physical or spiritual, will become as common as breathing. Look around. Mass shootings by isolated young men who've convinced themselves they're extraordinary. Suicide rates that climb even as material comfort increases. The casual cruelty of online interaction where others aren't fully human. Just text on a screen." But Dostoevsky doesn't leave us in despair. The epilogue, which most readers find unconvincing, actually contains the real message. Raskolnikov's redemption doesn't come through understanding or accepting that murder is wrong. It comes through Sonia, the prostitute who represents degraded humanity. She doesn't argue with his theories or appeal to his morality. She simply insists on his humanity despite everything. She treats him as human when he can't treat himself as human. This is the antidote to the murder we all commit. Recognizing that others are as real as we are, not through logic or morality, but through love. Not romantic love, but something more difficult. The decision to treat others as fully real, despite knowing we can never fully access their reality. It's an act of faith, not in God, but in the realness of other consciousness. The murder everyone commits isn't physical. It's the daily assassination of empathy, the casual denial of others' inner lives, the comfortable assumption that we're the protagonist while everyone else is supporting cast. Raskolnikov shows us where this thinking leads when taken to its logical conclusion, but we don't need to take it that far. We're already there, just distributed across millions of small murders instead of one large one. The genius of crime and punishment isn't that it shows us a killer. It's that it shows us ourselves with the volume turned up. Every thought Raskolnikov has, we've had. Every rationalization he uses, we use. The only difference is he acts on them and we don't. Or rather, we don't think we do. But every ignored suffering, every dismissed person, every moment we choose our comfort over another's humanity, that's our confession. We're all guilty. The question is whether we'll admit it before or after the murder. I want you to try something right now. Think about the last major decision you made. Not what you decided, but the voices that argued inside your head before you decided. There was probably a logical voice listing pros and cons, an emotional voice pulling you toward what felt right, maybe a cautious voice warning about consequences, and underneath all of them, a darker voice suggesting things you'd never admit out loud. Now here's what Dostoevsky understood that nobody before him had articulated. Those aren't different perspectives from one unified self. Those are different selves. And the thing you call I is just the temporary winner of their eternal war. The Brothers Karamazov isn't really a novel about four brothers. It's a map of the human psyche, and the brothers aren't characters. They're the forces that exist inside every human mind. When readers say they identify with Ivan or Alyosha, they're missing the point spectacularly. You don't identify with one brother. You are all four brothers, simultaneously, right now, as you're reading this. And the tension between them isn't something to be resolved. It is what you are. Let's start with Ivan, because he's the voice modern people hear most clearly. Ivan isn't just an intellectual, he's the part of every human consciousness that demands the world make sense. When a child dies of cancer, when innocent people suffer, when chaos destroys good people while evil ones prosper, that rage you feel, that's Ivan. He's not wrong to be angry. His famous rebellion against God isn't about atheism. It's about the incompatibility between consciousness and reality. We evolved brains capable of imagining perfect justice in a universe that delivers random horror. Ivan is that incompatibility given voice. His Grand Inquisitor chapter is probably the most misunderstood text in literature. People read it as either an argument for or against Christianity. But look closer. The Inquisitor isn't talking about religion, he's talking about human nature. His argument is devastatingly simple. Humans say they want freedom, but what they really want is to be told what to do. They want someone else to carry the burden of choice. Every time you follow a trend, obey an authority, accept conventional wisdom without thinking, you're proving the Inquisitor right. We crucified Christ for offering freedom and would do it again, because freedom is terrifying. But here's what's brilliant about Dostoevsky's construction. Ivan creates the Grand Inquisitor. It's his story, his projection. The Inquisitor is Ivan's shadow, the part of him that wants to surrender the very intelligence he's so proud of. Every intellectual secretly dreams of not having to think anymore. Every skeptic secretly envies believers. Every Ivan contains his own Inquisitor, wanting to burn the very freedom he claims to champion. Now Dmitri, he seems simple at first. The sensualist, the man of passion, the body opposed to Ivan's mind. But Dostoevsky is showing us something profound through Dmitri. He represents not just physical desire, but the body's rebellion against the tyranny of thought. You know that moment when you do exactly what you told yourself not to do. Eat the food you're avoiding, text the person you should forget, buy the thing you can't afford. That's Dmitri asserting his sovereignty. He's not weak, he's refusing to be enslaved by Ivan's logic. Dmitri's relationship with his father and Grushenka isn't really about sex or money. It's about the war between what we think we should want and what we actually want. Every addiction, every compulsion, every moment of I don't know why I did that comes from Dmitri. But also every moment of spontaneous joy, every act of irrational generosity, every time we choose life over logic. When Dmitri says, beauty is a terrible and awful thing, he's recognizing that what draws us most powerfully often destroys us, and we choose it anyway. The trial of Dmitri is really the trial of the human body itself. Is he guilty of patricide? In fact, no. In essence, absolutely. He wanted his father dead, imagined it, would have done it if someone else hadn't. This is the guilty innocence we all carry condemned, not for what we've done, but for what we're capable of doing. Every human walking free is a Dmitri who simply hasn't encountered the right circumstances yet. Alyosha seems like the good brother, the spiritual one, the one we're supposed to emulate. But that's completely wrong. Alyosha is the most radical brother because he's chosen to believe, despite having heard all of Ivan's arguments. He can't refute Ivan, intellectually nobody can. Instead, he does something more profound. He kisses him, not as argument but as answer. Alyosha represents the will to meaning despite meaninglessness, the choice to love despite evidence that love is just chemistry, the decision to act as if life matters despite knowing it doesn't. When Alyosha has his crisis of faith after Father Zozima's body corrupts and stinks, proving he was just flesh. Not a saint, this isn't weakness, it's honesty. Even our Alyosha voice doubts itself. Faith isn't the absence of doubt, it's the presence of doubt and choosing faith anyway. Every time you hope despite evidence, trust despite betrayal, try again despite failure. That's Alyosha refusing to let Ivan win. But now we come to the hidden brother, the one nobody wants to claim, Smerdikov, the bastard. The servant, the epileptic. He's disgusting, fawning, resentful. Nobody identifies with Smerichikov. But he's the most important brother because he's the one who actually acts. Ivan provides the theory that everything is permitted. Dmitri provides the passion and motive. But Smerdikov commits the murder. He's not the shadow, he's what happens when the shadow takes control. Here's what's terrifying about Smerdikov. He's the logical conclusion of Ivan's philosophy. If there's no God, no inherent meaning, no absolute morality, then why not kill the old man and take his money? Smerdikov is an evil, he's perfectly rational. He's Ivan's thoughts without Ivan's inhibitions. Every time we act on our worst impulses while telling ourselves we're justified, that's Smerdikov. He's not outside the family, he's the family. Secret, the truth, none of the legitimate brothers want to acknowledge. The father, Fyodor Pavlovich, is crucial to understanding the whole structure. He's not just a bad father, he's the absence that creates the brothers. His grotesque vitality, his shameless appetites, his mockery of everything sacred. This is what happens when all four brothers' voices are silenced. Pure ID without ego, or superego, is what we would become without our internal conflicts. Not evil, just empty. A human stripped of humanity. The murder of the father isn't really about him at all. Each brother kills him in their own way. Ivan kills him intellectually by removing the moral framework that would prevent murder. Dmitri kills him emotionally through pure hatred. Alyosha kills him spiritually by failing to prevent what he senses coming. And Smerdikov kills him physically, but only as the final expression of what the others have already done. The murder is collective, even though only one hand holds the weapon. This is why the question, who killed Fyodor Pavlovich, is the wrong question. They all did. We all do. Every generation kills its fathers, their values, their world, their good, and then has to live with the corpse. The brother's guilt isn't about the specific murder, but about the universal patricide that every consciousness commits by becoming itself. But here's Dostoevsky's most profound insight. The brothers need each other. Ivan without Dmitri becomes paralyzed by thought. Dmitri without Ivan becomes enslaved by impulse. Alyosha without Smerdikov becomes naive about evil. Smerdikov without the others becomes mechanical, inhuman. The conflict between them isn't a problem to be solved, it's what creates consciousness itself. Modern psychology wants to integrate these voices to achieve some kind of internal harmony. Dostoevsky says that's impossible and undesirable. The tension is the point. We are the I. argument between Ivan and Alyosha, the fight between Dmitri and Smedekov. Mental health isn't choosing one voice, it's accepting the permanent civil war and learning to live productively within it. When you next face a major decision, listen to the argument in your head. You'll hear Ivan analyzing, Dmitri wanting, Alyosha hoping, and yes, Smerdikov calculating what you could get away with. They're all you. The decision isn't really about what to do, it's about which brother wins this round. But remember, even the winner is still you. The brother who loses is also still you. You are the entire family, the entire argument, the entire impossibility of being human. This is why people who say they've found inner peace are either lying or dead inside. Peace would mean one brother has murdered the others. What we call maturity is just learning to manage the family dysfunction, to let each brother speak without letting any of them dominate completely. We are not individuals, we are individuals, divided within ourselves. And that division is what makes us human rather than machines. The brothers Karamazov isn't asking which brother you identify with or which one is right. It's showing you that you are the question itself, the eternal conflict between irreconcilable truths. You are Ivan's logic and Alyosha's faith, Dmitri's passion and Smerdyakov's shadow. You are the murder and the investigation, the guilt and the innocence, the family and its destruction. We are all for Karamazovs, and we always will be. The only choice is whether we acknowledge it or spend our lives pretending we're only one. But the pretense is exhausting, and eventually, usually at 3 a.m, when all the masks are off, we hear all 4 voices clearly, and in that moment of terrible clarity, we understand what Dostoevsky understood. We are not troubled because we're divided. We're human because we're divided. In 1878, Dostoevsky stood before a crowd in St. Petersburg and said something that made people think he'd gone mad. He said that within 50 years, Russia would be consumed by a revolution that would kill millions. That ideology would replace religion, that children would turn in their parents for wrong thinking, that the state would become God. The audience laughed. 50 years seemed impossibly far away, and besides, progress was inevitable. Humanity was getting better, more rational, more civilized. Everyone knew this. 39 years later, the Bolsheviks took power. Everything Dostoevsky predicted came true with such specific accuracy that Soviet scholars spent decades trying to explain it away. But here's what's really unsettling. That wasn't his final prophecy. He saw something bigger coming. He saw the 21st century. He saw us. Let me show you something extraordinary. In The Devil, sometimes translated as the possessed or demons, written in 1872, Dostoevsky describes a character named Stavrogin. Stavrogin is handsome, charismatic, influential. Everyone is obsessed with him. But here's the thing, he feels nothing. He's completely empty inside. He commits horrible acts, not from evil, but from boredom. He influences thousands while believing in nothing. Sound familiar? He's not a 19th century Russian nobleman. He's a 21st century influencer. He is the beautiful void at the center of social media culture, performing authenticity while being absolutely hollow. But it goes deeper. The demons in the novel aren't supernatural entities. They're ideas that possess people, spread from person to person, creating movements that destroy everything they touch. Dostoevsky is describing viral ideology how a tweet becomes a movement, becomes a mob, becomes a massacre. He's showing how ideas don't need to be true or even coherent to possess millions. They just need to fill the void where meaning used to be. The character Pyotr Vensky is even more prophetic. He's not a traditional revolutionary. He doesn't believe in the cause he promotes. He's a chaos agent, someone who destroys for the pleasure of watching things burn. He understands that in a meaningless world, destruction feels like creation. Every internet troll, every mass shooter manifesto, every person who spreads conspiracy theories they don't even believe there, all Verkovensky's children. He predicted the weaponization of nihilism, but here's what Dostoevsky saw that we're only beginning to understand. The specific type of nihilism that emerges not from suffering but from comfort. The underground man isn't poor or oppressed. He has enough money, education, freedom. His problem is precisely that he has no real problems. He creates suffering because comfort is intolerable to conscious beings. We're living in the most comfortable era in human history, yet anxiety and depression are epidemic. We're all becoming underground people, burrowing into our comfortable caves, raging at existence itself. Listen to how the underground man describes his condition. I am a sick man. I am a wicked man. But then he immediately contradicts himself. He's not really sick or wicked. He's hyperconscious. He can't stop thinking about thinking. He can't just live. He has to analyze living while he's living it. This is the curse of modern existence. We're all simultaneously living and watching ourselves live, performing and critiquing our performance, being and observing our being. Social media didn't create this condition, it just made it visible, and Monet is able. The crystal palace that the underground man rails against Dostoevsky's symbol for utopias. Silicon Valley's promise realized. A world where all problems are solved by technology, where algorithms predict our needs before we know them, where efficiency and comfort reach perfection. But Dostoevsky saw the horror of this paradise. Humans will destroy it, not despite it being perfect, but because it's perfect. We'll choose suffering over comfort, chaos over order, meaning over happiness, simply to prove we're not machines. Look at what's happening right now. We have access to all human knowledge in our pockets, yet we choose to believe obvious lies. We can connect with anyone on earth, yet we're lonelier than ever. We've eliminated most physical dangers, yet we're paralyzed by anxiety about theoretical threats. We've created the crystal palace, and we're smashing it from the inside, just like Dostoevsky predicted we would. But the most terrifying prophecy is in his notes about the coming ant heap, a society where everyone's needs are met. Everything is organized rationally, all problems are solved, but nobody knows why they're alive. He writes, they will have everything except the one thing necessary a reason to exist. And in their desperation, they will create artificial problems, imaginary enemies, fictional catastrophes, anything to feel that life has stakes, that choices matter, that existence has weight. Isn't this exactly what we're doing? We've largely solved the problems of survival, so we've created new problems. We're outraged about things that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. We've turned politics into entertainment, identity into brand, trauma into currency. We're so desperate for meaning that we'll accept any narrative, however absurd. That makes us feel like protagonists in a story rather than extras in a simulation. Dostoevsky's solution isn't what anyone wants to hear. He doesn't say we should return to tradition or embrace progress or find balance. He says something much more difficult. Accept suffering as intrinsic to consciousness. Stop trying to eliminate it. Stop seeing it as a problem to solve. The attempt to create heaven on earth inevitably creates hell, because heaven would be a place where nothing matters. And humans can't tolerate a world where nothing matters. This is why every utopian project becomes dystopian. The Soviet Union tried to create the perfect society and created the Gulag. Silicon Valley tried to connect humanity and created the attention economy. Every attempt to eliminate suffering multiplies it, because suffering isn't a bug in human. Consciousness, it's a feature. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms. In his final notebook, written while dying, Dostoevsky wrote, "They will organize everything so perfectly that there will be no more questions." And that is when the real questions will begin. We've reached that point. All the old questions, how to survive, how to eat, how to shelter, have been answered for much of the developed world. And now the real questions that were always there, underneath, have emerged. Why exist? What's the point? Who am I when I could be anything? These aren't questions that can be answered by technology or politics or even philosophy. They're questions that can only be lived, suffered through, endured. And the suffering isn't meaningless, it's the meaning. The struggle with the question is the answer. The disease of consciousness isn't something to be cured, but something to be experienced fully, consciously, without anesthesia. His deathbed words were, "Do not let the candle go out." People assume he meant faith or hope, but reading his work, it's clear he meant something else. Consciousness itself. The terrible burden of being aware. In our age, the temptation isn't death, but unconsciousness, addiction to drugs, screens, ideologies, anything that turns off the painful awareness of being aware. We're all trying to extinguish the candle because its light shows us things we don't want to see. But here's Dostoevsky's final message. The candle is all we have. The consciousness that makes us suffer is also the only thing that makes us real. We can drug it, distract it, deny it, but we can't eliminate it without eliminating ourselves. The pain of being human isn't a problem to be solved, but the price of existing as something more than meat or machine. He saw us coming. He saw our comfortable despair, our connected isolation, our informed ignorance. He saw that we would create paradise and then destroy it, not from wickedness, but from the simple inability to tolerate perfection. He saw that we would have everything and feel nothing, know everything and understand nothing, be able to do everything and choose nothing. But he also saw something else. He saw that we would survive this, not by overcoming our nature, but by accepting it. We are the impossible creatures, suspended between animal and angel, matter and spirit, determinism and freedom. We are the glitch in the universe, the things that shouldn't exist but do. And our suffering isn't evidence that something's wrong. It's evidence that we're awake. The prophecy isn't that things will get better or worse. It's that things will become exactly what they are: intolerable and necessary, meaningless and significant, impossible and actual. We're living in Dostoevsky's prophecy right now. The only question is whether we'll live it consciously or spend our lives trying to sleep through it. But even our sleep will be troubled, because the candle can't really be extinguished. It can only be covered, and the shadows that creates are worse than the light. We've come full circle now, but like all true circles, we're not arriving at the same place we started. Let's return to that December morning in 1849, to the Semyonovsky parade ground, to the snow and the rifles and the white burial shrouds. But this time, we're going to look at it from a different angle, entirely not through Dostoevsky's eyes as he faced the firing squad, but through our own eyes, right now, as we face something remarkably similar. You see, after everything we've explored, the prison years, where he discovered the criminal within every saint, the roulette tables where he proved free will through self-destruction, the novels where he mapped the impossible geography of human consciousness. For all of this, we need to understand that the mock execution never really ended. Not for Dostoevsky, and not for us. We're all standing on that scaffold all the time, in every moment of our conscious lives. Think about what Dostoevsky actually saw in those final seconds before the drums announced his reprieve. He didn't see death approaching that would have been too simple, too clean. What he saw was life itself, but life as it actually is, rather than as we pretend it to be. Life stripped of all the comfortable illusions we use to make existence bearable. And what is life without illusions? It's standing on a scaffold with a rifle pointed at your heart, knowing you have 60 seconds left, except the 60 seconds never end and the rifle never fires, but also never lowers. This is what consciousness actually is, not thought, not awareness, but the permanent state of being about to cease existing while simultaneously being unable to stop existing. Every human being who has ever lived has stood on this scaffold. Most of them, mercifully, didn't know it. They lived in what Dostoevsky called the dream, the blessed unconsciousness of daily routine. Small pleasures, manageable problems, the 1,000 distractions we use to avoid looking directly at what we are. But Dostoevsky couldn't return to the dream. The mock execution had awakened something in him that couldn't be put back to sleep. Every character he created afterward was, in essence, someone who had been kicked out of the dream and was trying to understand what had happened. To them, Raskolnikov murders to prove he's awake. The underground man rants from his hole because he can't bear the weight of consciousness. The Karamazov brothers tear rich, other apart because they each represent different ways of being unbearably aware. And here's what makes Dostoevsky's work feel so contemporary, so immediate, even though he's been dead for over a century. We're all being kicked out of the dream now. The comfortable unconsciousness that previous generations could maintain has become impossible. We know too much. We see too much. Every time you pick up your phone, you're confronted with the full horror and beauty of human existence, wars and weddings, tragedies and memes, the sublime and the ridiculous, all flattened into the same screen, all demanding the same response. Keep scrolling. We're living in a state of permanent mock execution, where the rifles are always raised but never fire, where we're always about to die but never do, where every moment could be our last but probably isn't. And just like Dostoevsky on that scaffold, we're noting absurd details, the number of likes on a post about genocide, the advertisement that plays before a video of someone's last moments, the way we can order dinner while reading about famine. This isn't callousness, it's the kind of hypersensitivity that comes from seeing too much reality at once. But here's what Dostoevsky understood that we're still struggling to grasp. This terrible state of permanent consciousness, this inability to Return to the dream. Is standing forever on the scaffold. It's not a curse to be lifted. It's what makes us human rather than algorithms pretending to be human. The burden of awareness is the price of being real in a universe that doesn't require our reality. Every character Dostoevsky created was attempting to solve the problem of consciousness. Raskolnikov thought he could think his way out of it. Prince Mishkin tried to love his way out. Ivan Karamazov tried to argue his way out. Dmitri tried to feel his way out. The underground man tried to spite his way out. But none of them succeeded because the problem has no solution. The problem is there. Solution. The disease is the cure. The question is the answer. This is why reading Dostoevsky feels like looking in a mirror that shows not your face but your skull. Not who you pretend to be but what you actually are. And what you are is impossible. Your matter that knows it's matter, a temporary arrangement of atoms that can contemplate eternity. A biological machine that insists it has a soul despite having no evidence for souls. You shouldn't exist, but you do. Your existence is an error in the code of the universe. And that error is the most magnificent thing that has ever happened. The question Dostoevsky leaves us with isn't whether God exists, whether morality is real, whether life has meaning. These are all variations of the same fundamental error. The belief that there's an answer that would make consciousness bearable. The real question, the one he spent 30 years after his mock execution trying to articulate, is this: knowing what you now know about human nature, about your own nature, about the impossible contradiction of being a conscious being in an unconscious universe, how will you live? And notice not, how should you live? That would imply there's a correct answer. But how will you live? Because you will live, despite everything, despite knowing what you know. You'll wake up tomorrow and pretend you're not on the scaffold. You'll make plans as if you're not about to die. You'll love people who are also about to die and pretend together that you're not. You'll create meaning in a meaningless universe. Not because meaning exists, but because creating it is what conscious beings do. Dostoevsky already knew how you'll live because he knew how he lived after his mock execution. You'll live exactly as you always have, but now with a terrible addition: consciousness of what you're doing. You'll see yourself living, watch yourself choosing, observe yourself pretending. You'll be simultaneously the performer and the audience, the experiment and the experimenter, the prisoner and the guard, and in rare moments maybe at 3 in the morning when you can't sleep, maybe during a profound loss, maybe in inexplicable joy you'll feel what Dostoevsky felt on that scaffold. The membrane between you and reality will dissolve. You'll see existence without filters, without narratives, without the comfort of meaning, and it will be unbearable, and it will be the most real moment of your life. This is Dostoevsky's final gift to us, though gift seems like the wrong word. For something so terrible, he showed us that we're all standing at the threshold between animal and angel, between matter and spirit, between meaning and meaninglessness. We can't cross the threshold because there's nothing on the other side. We can't step back because consciousness only moves forward. So we stand there, forever at the threshold, forever about to become something we'll never become, forever almost arriving at a destination that doesn't exist. The screen fades not to black, but to grey, that uncertain color between all absolutes, where human life actually happens. Not in the pure white of perfect goodness, or the pure black of total evil, but in the grey zone where every choice is compromised. Every truth is partial. Every love is tainted with selfishness. Every sacrifice is mixed with pride. This is where we live, have always lived, will always live in Dostoevsky's underground, which isn't below the earth but inside consciousness itself. His message isn't hope or despair. It's something more difficult: acceptance without resignation, struggle without victory, question without answer. We are the impossible beings, and our impossibility is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be lived. The candle, he told us not to let go out. It's not faith or hope or love. It's the terrible, beautiful burden of knowing that we know that we know. It's consciousness itself, the disease that makes us human. The gift that feels like a curse. The curse that might be a gift. We're all standing where Dostoevsky stood in 1849, waiting for the rifles to fire, knowing they never will, knowing will. Stand here forever, noting the way the snow falls, the way the light hits the church dome, the way our heart beats its futile rhythm against the approaching silence that never quite arrives. This is what it means to be human in the shadow of Dostoevsky's vision. Not to have answers, but to be the question. Not to solve the mystery, but to embody it. Not to escape the scaffold, but to recognize that the scaffold is everywhere. Always has been, always will be, and that standing on it with full awareness of what we're doing is the closest thing to meaning we'll ever find. Dear friends, thank you for being with me tonight. Please like and subscribe for the next episode. Until next time, good night. Good evening and welcome back. At this moment, take a deep breath. As you exhale, unwind your body and let go of all the air within and prepare. In today's journey, we'll delve into the paradoxes of ancient Buddhist philosophy. We'll transform how you understand rest, peace, and letting go. Welcome to this exploration of ancient wisdom, a journey into what the Buddha understood about suffering, and how this understanding holds the key to the deep, restorative rest you seek. Tonight, we shall travel together through teachings that have brought peace to countless minds across 25 centuries. These are not mere words to help you sleep. They are truths that transform how you relate to your own mind, your own experience, and ultimately, how you find rest. You see, the Buddha made a remarkable discovery. He found that our inability to rest, our racing thoughts at night, our anxious minds that refuse to settle, these are not random afflictions. They arise from a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of existence itself. Most sleep guiders tells you to quiet your mind, to push away thoughts, to force relaxation. But the Buddha taught something far more profound. He taught that true rest comes not from suppressing the mind, but from understanding it so deeply that it naturally settles, like mud gradually clearing. From disturbed water, the connection between suffering and sleeplessness is not metaphorical. It is direct, it is causal. And once you understand this connection, once you truly see it, the quality of your rest transforms forever in the hours ahead. We shall explore 3 profound insights from the Buddha's teachings. First, we will examine the first noble truth, the truth of suffering, or, as the Buddha called it in Pali, dukkha. But this is not merely about pain or sadness. It is about the fundamental unsatisfactoriness that pervades human existence when we do not see clearly. We will understand why the unexamined mind cannot rest, why it churns endlessly through the night replaying the past and rehearsing the future. Second, we will explore the origin of this suffering, what the Buddha called tanha, craving or thirst. We will see how our constant reaching, our endless wanting, our desperate clinging to what we desire, and our fierce rejection of what we fear, creates the very turbulence that prevents sleep. The mind that grasps cannot settle. The mind that pushes away cannot rest. And third, we will discover the cessation of suffering, the path of letting go. We will understand anicca, impermanence, and how truly seeing the flowing, changing nature of all things allows the mind to release its grip. This is not philosophical theory. This is the direct path to the peace you seek. Throughout this journey, we shall draw upon the Buddha's own words from the ancient Pali Canon, the earliest recorded teachings. We shall explore stories and parables that have guided seekers for millennia, and we shall see how these ancient insights speak directly to the modern mind, struggling to find rest in our turbulent world. So settle yourself comfortably now. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do. Simply listen and allow these teachings to work upon your understanding. The Buddha taught that right view, correct understanding, is the foundation of all transformation. Tonight, we cultivate that view together. Let us begin with the first great truth that the Buddha proclaimed upon his awakening, the truth that opens the door to all liberation, the recognition of suffering itself. The Buddha's first teaching after his enlightenment was delivered in the deer park at Sarnath to 5 ascetics who had been his former companions. This teaching, known as the Dhammacappapo Sutta, the discourse on the turning of the wheel of Dharma, begins with a statement so simple yet so profound that it has echoed through the centuries. Birth is suffering, aging is suffering, illness is suffering, death is suffering, union with what is displeasing is suffering, separation from what is pleasing is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. This is the first noble truth, the truth of dukkha now. The word dukkha is often translated as suffering, but this translation, while convenient, does not capture the full depth of what the Buddha meant. Dukkha is not merely pain or obvious distress. It is something far more subtle, far more pervasive. Dukkha means unsatisfactoriness. It means the inherent instability and unreliability of all conditioned phenomena. It means the deep, often unnoticed stress that comes from living in a state of fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality. The Pali word dukkha is actually composed of 2 parts. Du means bad or difficult, and ka originally referred to the axle hole of a wheel. A wheel with a poor axle hole, one that is off-center or misaligned, creates a rough, uncomfortable ride. This is dukkha, the journey of life when we do not understand its nature correctly, when we are out of alignment with reality, becomes unnecessarily difficult and uncomfortable. Consider your own experience as you lie here tonight. Perhaps your body is comfortable, perhaps you are safe, perhaps there is no immediate crisis, yet the mind churns, it worries, it replays conversations from the day, it rehearses scenarios for tomorrow, it judges itself for not sleeping, it fears the consequences of tiredness. This churning, this inability to rest even when all external conditions are favorable. This is dukkha. The Buddha made a radical observation. He saw that even in moments of pleasure, even in experiences we call happiness, there is an undercurrent of dukkha. Why? Because all pleasant experiences are impermanent. They arise and they pass away. And in their passing, there is disappointment, there is loss, there is the subtle ache of wanting them to continue. We cannot hold on to pleasure. We cannot make happiness permanent. And this very fact, this inability to secure lasting satisfaction, creates a background tension in the mind. This tension prevents sleep. The mind that believes it can secure permanent happiness, that believes it can arrange all conditions perfectly, that believes it can control outcomes, this mind can never truly rest. It is always vigilant, always planning, always defending, always reaching. The Buddha identified 3 forms of dukkha, 3 layers of this unsatisfactoriness that we must understand if we are to find peace. The first is dukkha, the suffering of suffering. This is the obvious pain, physical discomfort, emotional distress, grief, fear, anger. This is what we commonly recognize as suffering. When the body aches, when loss strikes, when fear grips the heart, we know we are suffering. This form is unmistakable. The second is viparinamadukkha, the suffering of change. This is more subtle. This is the suffering inherent in the fact that all pleasant experiences must end. The wonderful meal finishes, the holiday concludes, the moment of joy fades. Even as we experience pleasure, if we are attentive, we can feel the shadow of its ending. We tighten around the experience, trying to hold it, trying to make it last. This tightening is itself a form of suffering. Think of a beautiful sunset you once witnessed. In the moment of watching, there was perhaps a sense of awe, of peace, of connection to something larger. But even as you experienced this beauty, was there not also a subtle sadness, a knowing that this moment would pass, a wish that it could last? Perhaps you took a photograph, trying to capture the moment, to make it permanent. But the photograph is not the sunset. It is a memory, a representation, already one step removed from the living experience. This is viparinamadukkha, the suffering that comes from the changing nature of all pleasant experiences. And the third, the most profound, is sankhara dukkha, the suffering of conditioned existence itself. This is the deepest teaching. The Buddha saw that the very nature of conditioned phenomena, the nature of all things that arise dependent on causes and conditions, is inherently unsatisfactory. Why? Because everything conditioned is impermanent, unreliable, and beyond our ultimate control. We build our sense of self, our sense of security, our sense of meaning upon things that are by nature unstable. This is like building a house upon sand. The structure may stand for a time, but its foundation is unreliable. Your sleeplessness tonight is rooted in this third form of dukkha. The mind is trying to secure itself, trying to establish control, trying to create permanence in a world where everything is flowing and changing. The mind lies awake, reviewing, planning, worrying, because it believes that through mental activity, it can secure what cannot be secured. It believes that through thinking, it can make the impermanent permanent, the unreliable reliable, the uncontrollable controllable. This is the fundamental delusion that the Buddha awakened from. And it is this delusion that keeps you awake. Now, let us be clear about what the Buddha was not saying. He was not saying that life is only suffering, that there is no joy, no beauty, no love, no wonder. This would be a nihilistic misunderstanding of his teaching. The Buddha himself experienced deep peace, profound joy, genuine happiness. What he was pointing to is that if we do not understand the nature of experience correctly, if we cling to pleasure and push away pain, if we try to make permanent what is by nature impermanent, then we create suffering for ourselves. The recognition of dukkha is not meant to make us pessimistic or depressed. Quite the opposite. It is meant to awaken us to reality as it actually is, so that we stop fighting against the nature of things. When we stop fighting, when we stop resisting, when we stop demanding that reality be other than it is, a profound peace becomes possible. In the Majjhima Nikaya, the middle-length discourses, the Buddha uses a powerful simile to illustrate this point. He compares our usual relationship to experience to being shot by two arrows. The first arrow is the actual experience, the pain, the loss, the difficulty. This arrow is unavoidable. It is part of the nature of conditioned existence. But the second arrow, the Buddha says, we shoot at ourselves. This second arrow is our reaction to the first, our resistance, our anger, our fear, our story about what. The pain means our judgment of ourselves for experiencing it. The first arrow is dukkha in the sense of the inevitable challenges of existence. The second arrow is dukkha in the sense of the suffering we create through our misunderstanding and reactivity. The Buddha's teaching is aimed at helping us avoid shooting that second arrow. We cannot always prevent the first arrow. Life brings pain, loss, change, uncertainty. But we can learn not to compound that pain with our reactivity. As you lie here tonight, unable to sleep, consider this teaching. Perhaps there is a genuine difficulty in your life right now, a challenge at work, a strain in a relationship, a concern about health or finances. This is the first arrow. It is real. It requires your attention and skillful response. But notice how the mind multiplies this difficulty. It worries not just about the actual situation, but about all the terrible things that might happen. It judges you for having the problem. It compares you to others who seem to have it easier. It tells stories about inadequacy or unfairness. This proliferation, this multiplication of the original difficulty, this is the second arrow. And this is where most of our suffering actually lies. Let us examine more deeply how this dukkha manifests in the specific context of sleep and rest. The Buddha taught about the 5 aggregates of clinging, the 5 bundles of grasping that constitute what we call the self. These are form, feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. It is through clinging to these aggregates as me and mine that dukkha arises. Consider the aggregate of form, the physical body. As you lie here, perhaps you notice discomfort, a tension in the shoulders, an ache in the back, the body's temperature, feeling not quite right. The mind immediately identifies with this discomfort. This is my pain. My body is not comfortable. I need it to be different. This identification, this claiming of the body's sensations as mine, as something I must fix or control, creates agitation. The body simply has sensations arising and passing. It is the mind's relationship to these sensations, the claiming of them, the resistance to them, that creates suffering. The Buddha taught a practice of observing the body with what he called kyanupassana, contemplation of the body. Not thinking about the body, but directly observing it. Feeling the sensations as they actually are, without the overlay of judgment or story. When you observe the body in this way, you begin to notice something remarkable. The sensations are constantly changing. That ache in the back is not a solid, unchanging thing. It is a flow of sensations, appearing and disappearing, intensifying and softening, moving and shifting. When you stop trying to make it go away, when you simply observe it with clear awareness, often it changes on its own, not because you controlled it, but because change is its nature, or considered the aggregate of feeling, the pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral tone that accompanies every experience. A thought arises about tomorrow's responsibilities. An unpleasant feeling accompanies it. Immediately, the mind contracts around this unpleasantness. It tries to push the thought away. It judges itself for having the thought. It worries about the worry. Layer upon layer of reactivity builds upon a simple, unpleasant feeling tone. The original feeling may have lasted only a moment, but the mental proliferation around it continues for hours, preventing sleep. The Buddha taught Vedananupassana, contemplation of feelings. This means observing the feeling tone of experience directly, pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. That is all. Not the story about the feeling, not the judgment of the feeling, not the reactivity to the feeling, simply the bare feeling tone itself. When you observe feelings in this way, you notice that they too are impermanent. A pleasant feeling arises and passes. An unpleasant feeling arises and passes. Even what seems like a continuous, unpleasant feeling, when observed closely, is actually a series of moments, each slightly different, appearing and disappearing in rapid succession. And here is the liberating insight. If you do not grasp at pleasant feelings, trying to make them last, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of clinging. If you do not push away unpleasant feelings, resisting their presence, they arise and pass naturally without creating the suffering of aversion. The feelings themselves are not the problem. Your relationship to them, your grasping and pushing, this is where dukkha is created. The aggregate of perception labels and categorizes experience. This is good, this is bad. This thought means I am anxious. This sensation means something is wrong. These perceptions, these labels, are not reality itself. They are the mind's interpretation of reality, but we take them as absolute truth. We believe our perceptions completely, and this belief keeps us trapped in reactivity. The Buddha taught sana, the understanding that perceptions are constructed, not given. They arise based on past conditioning, past experience, learned patterns. A sound in the night is perceived as threatening or benign based on past association, not on the sound itself. A bodily sensation is perceived as dangerous or harmless based on learned interpretation. These perceptions happen so quickly, so automatically, that we rarely recognize them as perceptions. We think we are perceiving reality directly, but we are always perceiving through the filter of past conditioning. When you recognize this, when you see that your perceptions are interpretations rather than direct reality, something loosens. You can question your perceptions. You can hold them more lightly. You can recognize that the story your mind is telling about a situation may not be accurate. This creates space between stimulus and response, space where wisdom can operate rather than automatic reactivity, mental formations. The fourth aggregate include all our habits of mind, our conditioning, our patterns of response. Perhaps you have a habit of reviewing the day before sleep, analyzing what went wrong, planning how to do better. This habit feels productive, feels necessary, but it is simply a conditioned pattern, repeated so many times it has become automatic. The Buddha taught that we can observe these patterns without being controlled by them. We can see them as sankhara-conditioned formations, arising due to past causes, not as essential aspects of who we are. This aggregate is vast. It includes all our volitional activities, all our intentions, all our habitual responses. It includes our tendencies toward anger or fear, our patterns of self-judgment, our default ways of interpreting situations. All of this is conditioned. All of this has been learned. And crucially, all of this can be unlearned, or rather, seen through. When you recognize a mental formation as a mental formation, when you see a habitual pattern as just a pattern, not as truth, not as self, you are no longer completely controlled by it. And consciousness, the fifth aggregate, is awareness itself, the knowing of experience. Even this, the Buddha taught, is impermanent and conditioned. Consciousness arises dependent on contacts between sense organ and sense object. It is not a permanent self, not an unchanging witness. It too comes and goes, appears and disappears. Eye consciousness arises when the eye contacts a visible form. Ear consciousness arises when the ear contacts a sound. Mind consciousness arises when the mind contacts a mental object, a thought or memory. This teaching is subtle and can be difficult to grasp. We tend to think of consciousness as the stable background, the unchanging observer of changing experience. But the Buddha pointed to something more radical. Consciousness itself is part of the flow. It arises and ceases, moment by moment. There is no eternal witness standing apart from experience. There is simply the arising and passing of knowing. Different types of consciousness appearing and disappearing based on conditions. When we cling to any of these aggregates as me or mine, when we identify with them, when we try to control them, dukkha arises. The body, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are flowing, changing, unreliable. To grasp at them for security is to grasp at water. To demand that they be other than they are is to fight against the fundamental nature of conditioned existence. This is why ordinary approaches to sleep so often fail. They treat the symptoms without addressing the root cause. They try to manipulate the aggregates, to force the body to relax, to suppress thoughts, to create pleasant feelings, to control consciousness. But these aggregates cannot ultimately be controlled. They operate according to their own nature, arising and passing based on conditions, not on our will. The Buddha's approach is radically different. Rather than trying to control experience, he taught us to understand it. Rather than fighting against the aggregates, he taught us to see them clearly, to recognize their impermanent, unsatisfactory, and selfless nature. And in that recognition, clinging naturally releases. When clinging releases, dukkha ceases. When dukkha ceases, the mind settles into its natural state of peace. In the Anattalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the not self-characteristic, the Buddha questions his 5 companions systematically about each aggregate. Is form permanent or impermanent? He asks. Impermanent, venerable sir, they reply. Is what is impermanent satisfactory or unsatisfactory? Unsatisfactory, venerable sir. Is it fitting to regard what is impermanent, unsatisfactory, and subject to change as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, venerable sir. He asks the same questions about feeling, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. Each time the answer is the same. These aggregates are impermanent, unsatisfactory when clung to, and not fit to be regarded as self. This systematic questioning is not meant to be merely intellectual. It is meant to be investigated directly in one's own experience. The Buddha is inviting us to look closely at what we take to be ourselves and see if it holds up under examination. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the discourse on the foundations of mindfulness, the Buddha provides detailed instructions for observing these aggregates. He teaches us to observe the body in the body, feelings in feelings, mind in mind, mental phenomena in mental phenomena, not observing from outside, but observing directly, intimately, within experience itself. When observing the body, he says, know the in-breath as the in-breath, know the out-breath as the out-breath, know the body walking, standing, sitting, lying, down, know all positions and movements of the body, and in this knowing, understand, this is simply body, not my body, not I am the body, simply body, a collection of elements temporarily configured, arising and passing according to conditions. He teaches contemplation of the body's elements. This body is composed of the earth element, the solidity and resistance in bones and flesh. It is composed of the water element, the fluidity in blood and lymph. It is composed of the fire element, the temperature and metabolism that maintain life. It is composed of the air element, the movement in breath and circulation. These four elements come together temporarily to form what we call a body. They will separate again at death, returning to the greater field of elements from which they came. This is not morbid contemplation. It is realistic understanding. It is seeing the body as it actually is, not as we wish it to be. When observing feelings, know a pleasant feeling as pleasant, an unpleasant feeling as unpleasant, a neutral feeling as neutral, and understand these feelings are impermanent. They arise and pass. They are not to be grasped or rejected. They are simply the natural response of organism to conditions. In this understanding, the reactivity to feelings lessens. The mind does not chase after pleasant feelings or run from unpleasant ones. It simply observes the feeling tone, recognizes its impermanent nature, and remains equanimous. The Buddha further distinguishes between worldly and unworldly feelings. A worldly pleasant feeling is one based on sensual experience. An unworldly pleasant feeling is one based on renunciation or on meditative joy. A worldly unpleasant feeling is one based on attachment to sensual experience. An unworldly, unpleasant feeling is one based on the sincere wish for liberation, the healthy discontent with the unsatisfactory nature of conditioned existence. These distinctions help us understand our feelings more subtly, more accurately, when observing the mind. Know a mind with desire as a mind with desire, a mind with aversion as a mind with aversion, a mind with delusion as a mind with delusion. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, a scattered mind as scattered, Know a great mind as great, a small mind as small. Know a surpassable mind as surpassable, an unsurpassable mind as unsurpassable. Know a concentrated mind as concentrated, an unconcentrated mind as unconcentrated. Know a liberated mind as liberated, an unliberated mind as unliberated. This is not judgment, it is recognition. The mind has many states, constantly changing. By knowing each state as it arises, by recognizing its characteristics, we stop identifying with the state. We see that these are visitors, temporary conditions of mind, not who we are. The mind that is scattered now may be concentrated later. The mind with desire now may be free of desire later. None of these states are permanent. None define us absolutely. And when observing mental phenomena, understand the hindrances when they arise. No sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, doubt. Understand how they arise, how they are sustained, how they cease. These hindrances are what prevent meditation, what prevent concentration, what prevent clear seeing. And significantly for our purposes tonight, these hindrances are what prevent sleep. Restlessness and worry, uthaka kukuka, is particularly relevant. The mind that cannot settle, that jumps from thought to thought, that worries about past and future, this is the restless mind. The Buddha taught specific antidotes to this hindrance. One is concentration practice, gathering the mind to a single object. Another is calming the bodily formation, relaxing the body to help calm the mind. Another is reflecting on the teachings, bringing wise attention to bear on the worried thoughts to see their impermanent, insubstantial nature. Observe also the factors of awakening when they arise. Know mindfulness, investigation, energy, joy, tranquility, concentration, equanimity. Understand their conditions, their development, their maturation. These 7 factors, when cultivated, lead to awakening, to the direct realization of the truth the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is the foundation. Investigation examines experience closely. Energy sustains the practice. Joy arises from skillful practice. Tranquility is the calming of body and mind. Concentration is the collected, unified mind. Equanimity is the balanced, non-reactive awareness that sees all phenomena with the same clear gaze. This is the Buddha's medicine for dukkha. Not positive thinking, not distraction, not suppression, but clear, direct, unflinching observation of experience as it actually is. And in this observation, wisdom arises, the wisdom that sees impermanence directly, the wisdom that recognizes the unsatisfactory nature of clinging, the wisdom that understands there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found in these flowing aggregates. This wisdom does not come from belief. It does not come from faith. It comes from direct observation. The Buddha famously said in the Kalama Sutta, "Do not believe something simply because it has been passed down through tradition, or because it has been said many times, or because it is written in scriptures, or because it accords with your beliefs, or because it seems logical, or because it accords with your philosophy, or because it appears true after consideration, or because the speaker appears trustworthy, or out of respect for a teacher. When you know for yourselves that these things are wholesome, blameless, praised by the wise, and when undertaken and observed led to benefit and happiness, then you should enter and dwell in them. This is an extraordinary statement for a religious teacher. The Buddha is telling us not to believe him on authority, but to test his teachings in our own direct experience. If you find them to be true, leading to benefit, to welfare, to happiness, then accept them and live by them. If not, abandon them. So even now, as you listen, you can test this teaching. Observe your own experience. Notice the thoughts that arise and pass. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice the sensations in the body constantly changing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Notice feelings appearing and disappearing. Are they permanent or impermanent? Is there anything in your experience right now that is truly permanent? Is there anything that is completely satisfactory when grasped? Is there anything that is truly under your absolute control? If you observe carefully, honestly, you will see that the Buddha's teaching is not philosophy or theory. It is description. It is pointing to what is already true, what has always been true, but what we have not clearly seen. We have been so busy trying to control experience, trying to make it conform to our desires, that we have not stopped to observe what it actually is. There is a story from the Pali Canon that illustrates this teaching beautifully. It is the story of Patakara, a woman who experienced devastating loss and, through that loss, came to profound awakening. Patakara was born into a wealthy merchant family in Savatthi. As a young woman, she fell in love with a servant in her household. Her parents, disapproving of this relationship, planned to marry her to a man of suitable status. In desperation, she fled with her lover to a distant village where they lived. As simple farmers, years passed, and Patakara became pregnant. As the time of birth approached, she wished to return to her parents' home for the delivery, as was the custom. Her husband refused, fearing her parents' anger. But when he was away, Patakara set out on the journey alone, driven by her longing for her family. Her husband, discovering she had left, rushed after her. But on the road, far from any village, her labor began. She gave birth beside the path. That night, as they huddled with their newborn, a terrible storm arose. Her husband went to gather materials to build a shelter. In the darkness, he disturbed a nest of vipers and was bitten. He died there, alone, trying to protect his family. Patakara, not knowing what had happened, waited through the night with her infant and her toddler son. At dawn, she found her husband's body, grief-stricken, but, needing to survive, she continued toward her family home, carrying her infant and leading her toddler by the hand. They came to a river, swollen by the storm. She could not carry both children across at once. She left her toddler on the bank and waded across with her infant. She placed the baby on the far shore and returned for her older son. But as she reached the middle of the river, a hawk, seeing the infant alone, swooped down and seized it. Patakara screamed and waved her arms, but the hawk flew away. The toddler, hearing his mother's cry and thinking she was calling to him, stepped into the river. The current swept him away before her eyes. Mad with grief, she continued to her parents' home. On the outskirts of the city, she met a man coming from town. She asked about her family. The man, not recognizing her, told her that in the storm, a wealthy merchant's house had collapsed, killing the merchant, his wife, and their son. He pointed to the smoke rising from their funeral pyre. In one day, Patakara had lost her husband, both her children and her entire family. Her mind shattered. She tore off her clothes and wandered the streets, insane with grief, crying out her losses to anyone who would listen. She wandered thus until she came to the Jetavana monastery where the Buddha was teaching. The monks tried to prevent her from entering, but the Buddha, seeing her, said, "Let her come. Bring her to mindfulness." As Patakara approached, the Buddha spoke to her with great compassion. "Sister, recover your mindfulness." At his words, something shifted in her. A small portion of clarity returned. Someone gave her a robe to cover herself. She bowed before the Buddha and told him her story, weeping. The Buddha listened, and then he spoke. "Patakara, do not think you are alone in your grief. Throughout countless lifetimes, the tears you have shed for lost loved ones are greater than the waters of the 4 great oceans. In the long journey of birth and death, you have experienced this loss not once, but thousands upon thousands of times. You have lost children, parents, husbands, friends, beyond counting. This is the nature of conditioned existence. All that arises passeth away. All that meets must part. This is not punishment. This is not personal. This is simply the nature of all conditioned things." He continued, "Searching for your loved ones in birth and death is like seeking someone in a dream. Where have they gone? They have gone where all conditioned things go. They have dissolved back into the elements, the earth, water, fire, and air from which they were temporarily composed. To cling to them, to demand that they remain, is to cling to the impossible. It is this clinging, this resistance to the truth of impermanence, that creates your suffering." Then the Buddha taught her about dukkha, about the unsatisfactory nature of all conditioned existence when we do not see it clearly. He taught her about the arising and passing of all phenomena. He taught her to observe her own mind, to see grief as a conditioned response arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood. But Akara listened deeply, and as she listened, understanding arose in her. She saw that her resistance to what had happened, her desperate wish that things could be different, her clinging to what was already gone, this was the source of her torment. The events themselves were already past. They could not be changed. But her relationship to those events, her understanding of them, this could transform. The Buddha taught her in stages. First, he established her in moral conduct, in sila. She took the precepts, the ethical guidelines that create a stable foundation for practice. Then he taught her about generosity, about dana, the practice of giving that loosens the grip of selfishness. Then he taught her about the heavenly realms, about the fruits of good action. And then, seeing that her mind was ready, pliant, without hindrances, elevated and clear, he taught her the 4 noble truths. Patakara became a nun and devoted herself to practice. Later, after she had developed concentration and insight, she was washing her feet one evening. She poured water from a vessel and watched it flow down the slope. Some water traveled only a short distance before being absorbed into the earth. Some water flowed farther before disappearing. Some water flowed all the way to the bottom of the hill. As she watched this simple phenomenon, sudden, complete understanding arose. She saw that lives are like this water. Some beings live only briefly. Some live longer. Some live to old age. But all, without exception, flow toward death. None escape. This is not tragedy. This is simply the nature of conditioned existence. All formations are impermanent. All formations are unsatisfactory when clung to. All phenomena are not self. In that moment, Patakara awakened fully. She became an arahant, one who has realized complete liberation. Her grief did not disappear entirely. The memory remained, but her suffering ended. She could remember her loved ones with tenderness, but without the tearing pain of resistance. She had stopped fighting against reality. She had stopped demanding that impermanent things be permanent. And in that stopping, she found unshakable peace. The Buddha later spoke a verse about her realization. Though one should live 100 years without seeing the arising and passing of things, yet better is a single day lived seeing their arising and passing. Patakara became a great teacher herself. Many women came to her to be ordained, drawn by her wisdom and compassion. She understood suffering intimately, and she understood liberation intimately. She could guide others with the authority of direct experience. The verses attributed to her in the Theragatha, the verses of the elder nuns, speak of her complete freedom, her utter release from all bondage. This story teaches us the essence of the first noble truth. Dukkha is not the pain itself. Patakara experienced genuine, devastating loss. The dukkha, the unnecessary suffering, was her resistance to the impermanent nature of all things. When she saw clearly that all conditioned phenomena arise and pass, when she stopped demanding that reality be different from what it is, her suffering ceased even though the memory of loss remained. This is the understanding that allows the mind to rest, the mind that accepts impermanence, that does not cling to the past or grasp at the future, that sees clearly the flowing nature of all experience. This mind can settle. It has nothing to defend. It has nothing to secure. It can simply be, moment by moment, with what is now. Patakara's realization was complete and sudden, the fruit of intense practice and the perfect ripening of conditions. For most of us, understanding develops more gradually, but even a partial glimpse of this truth, even a momentary recognition of impermanence, can bring relief. When we see, even for a moment, that our thoughts are just thoughts, that our feelings are just feelings, that this moment of discomfort or anxiety is simply a passing condition, not a permanent state, something loosens in the mind. The Buddha compared the untrained mind to a monkey, swinging from branch to branch, never still, always grasping the next thing. This monkey mind lies awake at night, swinging from thought to thought, worry to worry, memory to planning to judgment, never resting. Why? Because it believes that through this constant movement it can secure itself. It believes that if it just thinks enough, plans enough, reviews enough, it can make things safe, make things permanent, make things controllable. But the trained mind, the mind that understands dukkha, sees the futility of this endless grasping. It sees that safety cannot be found through control, because the nature of conditioned existence is beyond our ultimate control. It sees that permanence cannot be achieved, because the nature of all things is impermanence. And in seeing this clearly, deeply, repeatedly, the grasping begins to release. This releasing is not resignation. It is not giving up or becoming passive. It is something far more profound. It is the recognition of what is actually possible and what is not. We cannot make impermanent things permanent. We cannot control all conditions. We cannot prevent loss and change. These are simply not possible. To exhaust ourselves trying to achieve the impossible is suffering. But what is possible? It is possible to understand our experience clearly. It is possible to observe our reactions without being controlled by them. It is possible to meet each moment with awareness rather than with automatic reactivity. It is possible to recognize impermanence directly and to live in harmony with it rather than in opposition to it. And it is possible to find peace, deep and unshakable peace, not through controlling conditions, but through understanding their nature. This understanding is what the Buddha called right view, samadhi, the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. It is the foundation of all transformation. Without right view, we are lost in the forest of confusion, mistaking the impermanent for permanent, the unsatisfactory for satisfactory, the not self for self. With right view, the path becomes clear. We see where we are, where we need to go, and how to get there. Right view has two aspects. There is mundane right view and supramundane right view. Mundane right view is the understanding of karma, of cause and effect in the moral realm. It is the understanding that wholesome actions lead to happiness and unwholesome actions lead to suffering. This view motivates ethical conduct and creates the conditions for deeper practice. Supramundane right view is the direct penetration of the Four Noble Truths, the seeing of things as they actually are. This is the view that liberates, the view that cuts through delusion at its root. This is the view that Patakara realized as she watched the water flowing down the hill. This is the view that ends suffering completely and finally. But even before full liberation, even in the development of practice, right view transforms our experience. When we understand, even intellectually at first, that clinging causes suffering, we begin to notice our clinging. We catch ourselves grasping at pleasant experience, pushing away unpleasant experience. And in that noticing, in that awareness, the grip loosens slightly. We are no longer completely identified with the craving or aversion. We see it happening, and what can be seen can eventually be released. As you lie here tonight, perhaps you can begin to sense this truth in your own experience. Notice the thoughts that prevent sleep. Are they not thoughts of resistance? Resistance to how the day went. Resistance to how you feel. Resistance to the uncertainty of tomorrow. The mind churns because it is fighting against what is, or what might be. What if, just for this moment, you stopped fighting? Not giving up, not becoming passive, but simply ceasing the internal war against reality. What if you allowed this moment to be exactly as it is, with all its uncertainty, all its incompleteness, all its imperfection? What if you recognized that your sleeplessness itself is an impermanent condition, arising due to causes, and capable of ceasing when those causes are understood? This is the beginning of wisdom. This is the first noble truth. Not a pessimistic declaration that life is suffering, but a realistic recognition that when we misunderstand the nature of existence, when we cling to what cannot be held, when we resist what cannot be prevented, we create suffering for ourselves. The good news, the profoundly liberating news, is that this suffering is not necessary. It arises from ignorance, and therefore it can cease through understanding. This understanding is what we are cultivating together tonight. The Buddha did not merely diagnose the disease. He provided the complete cure. But to understand the cure, we must first understand more deeply the cause of the disease. The first noble truth shows us that dukkha exists. That unsatisfactoriness pervades conditioned existence when we relate to it incorrectly. But why? What is the root cause? What is the mechanism by which this suffering arises? This is what we must explore next. We must investigate what the Buddha called the second noble truth, the origin of suffering. We must examine tanha, the thirst, the craving, the endless wanting, that drives the mind's restless pursuit and prevents its peace. For it is not enough to recognize suffering, we must understand its source. A physician does not merely identify symptoms, he traces them to their cause, their origin. Only then can effective treatment be prescribed. The Buddha was often called the great physician, and his teaching follows this medical model precisely. First, the diagnosis. Dukkha exists. Second, the etiology. This is its cause. Third, the prognosis. It can be cured. Fourth, the treatment. This is the path to its ending. We have examined the diagnosis thoroughly. Now we turn to the cause. What is it that keeps the mind turning, churning, unable to rest? What is the engine that drives this endless becoming? This constant dissatisfaction, this perpetual seeking that finds no lasting fulfillment. The Buddha pointed to something both simple and profound. He pointed to craving, to tanha, to the mind's constant thirst for something other than what is. Let us turn now to this exploration, to the second noble truth, to understanding the very root of our restlessness. The second noble truth, samudaya, speaks to the origin of suffering. In the Dhammacappavan Sutta, the Buddha states it clearly and directly. This is the noble truth of the origin of suffering. It is this craving tanha which leads to repeated existence, accompanied by delight and lust, seeking delight here and there. That is, craving for sensual pleasures, craving for existence, craving for extermination. Tanha. This single word in Pali encompasses the entire mechanism by which suffering arises. It is usually translated as craving or thirst, and both translations point to something essential. Thirst implies an urgent need, a driving compulsion, a state of lack that demands to be filled. Craving suggests a reaching toward, a grasping at, an inability to rest content with what is. Consider actual physical thirst. When the body needs water, everything else becomes secondary. The mind focuses on the need, on finding water, on satisfying the thirst. There is a tension, an incompleteness, a state of non-rest. And even after drinking, after the immediate thirst is quenched, thirst will arise again. It is never permanently satisfied. This is the nature of tanha. It is an endless cycle of wanting, temporary satisfaction, and wanting again. But the Buddha was not speaking merely of physical thirst or even of obvious desires. He was pointing to something far more subtle and pervasive. He was pointing to the fundamental orientation of the unawakened mind, the mind that has not understood the nature of reality. This mind is always in a state of reaching, always seeking, always dissatisfied with what is, always believing that fulfillment lies just ahead. In the next experience, the next achievement, the next moment. This is why you cannot sleep. The mind is thirsty. It is reaching. It is wanting. It wants tomorrow to go well. It wants yesterday to have been different. It wants this moment of wakefulness to end. It wants sleep, and in wanting sleep, it creates the very agitation that prevents sleep. This is the paradox of tanha. The more we crave, the more we suffer. The more we grasp, the more we create the conditions for dissatisfaction. The Buddha identified 3 types of tanha, 3 forms of craving that keep us bound to suffering. The first is kama-tanha, craving for sensual pleasures. This is the most obvious form. The craving for pleasant sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touch, sensations. The desire for wealth, for status, for the pleasures of the senses. This craving drives much of human activity. We organize our lives around the pursuit of pleasant experiences and the avoidance of unpleasant ones. We work to earn money to buy things that will bring pleasure. We seek relationships that will provide emotional satisfaction. We consume entertainment to stimulate pleasant feelings. None of this is inherently wrong. The Buddha was not an ascetic who rejected all pleasure. He himself had experimented with extreme asceticism before his enlightenment and found it unhelpful. He taught the middle way, neither indulgence nor denial. But he saw clearly that when we are driven by craving for sensual pleasure, when we believe that happiness lies in acquiring and consuming pleasant experiences, we create suffering for ourselves. Why? Because sensual pleasures are impermanent. They arise and they cease. The delicious meal ends. The pleasant sensation fades. The exciting experience becomes ordinary through repetition. And in their ending, in their fading, there is disappointment. There is loss. There is the immediate arising of craving for the next pleasant experience. We are on a treadmill, constantly running, never arriving. The second type is bhavatanha, craving for existence or becoming. This is more subtle. This is the craving to be someone, to become something, to establish ourselves as a particular identity. It is the craving for recognition, for achievement, for the building up of self. We want to be seen as successful, as intelligent, as attractive, as spiritual, as good. We create a self-image, and then we crave experiences that confirm and enhance this image. This craving for becoming is intimately tied to our sense of self. We have an idea of who we are and who we want to be, and we organize our lives around becoming that person. We pursue goals, we develop skills, we cultivate relationships, all in service of this project of becoming. But this too is ultimately unsatisfactory. The self we are trying to establish is itself impermanent, unreliable, constantly changing. The achievements we grasp fade. The recognition we receive is temporary. The identity we build is always under threat, always needing defense, always requiring maintenance. As you lie here tonight, notice this craving for becoming. Perhaps your mind is planning how you will be tomorrow, what you will achieve, how you will handle challenges, how you will present yourself. This is bhavatanha, the mind trying to construct a self, trying to become someone, trying to secure itself through future becoming. And this very activity prevents rest. The mind that is always becoming cannot simply be. It cannot rest in the present moment as it is. The third type is vibhavatanha, craving for non-existence or annihilation. This may seem contradictory. How? Can craving for non-existence be a form of craving? But the Buddha saw this clearly. This is the craving to escape, to avoid, to make unpleasant experiences disappear. It is the wish for difficult emotions to end, for challenging situations to vanish, for aspects of ourselves we dislike to be eliminated. In its extreme form, it is the desire for complete annihilation, for the self to cease to exist. But this too is craving. It is still the mind reaching, still the mind in a state of resistance and dissatisfaction. Instead of grasping toward pleasant experience, it is pushing away unpleasant experience. But the mechanism is the same. It is tanha. It is the inability to rest with what is. It is the constant movement of attraction and repulsion, reaching and rejecting. Notice in your own experience tonight. The mind that cannot sleep is engaged in all three forms of craving. It craves pleasant experiences, perhaps remembering pleasant moments from the past or imagining pleasant scenarios in the future. It craves to become someone who handles things well, who is productive tomorrow, who overcomes current difficulties. And it craves for unpleasant experiences to end, for worries to disappear, for this state of wakefulness itself to be annihilated and replaced with sleep. All three forms of craving create agitation. They prevent the mind from settling. They keep it in constant motion, constantly seeking, constantly dissatisfied. The Buddha saw this pattern with perfect clarity, and he saw that this pattern is not personal, not unique to any individual. It is the default operation of the unawakened mind. It is what the mind does when it does not understand the nature of reality. Now, why does craving arise? What is its source? The Buddha traced it back to feeling, to Vedana. When a pleasant feeling arises, craving to prolong it arises. When an unpleasant feeling arises, craving to end it arises. When a neutral feeling arises, often ignorance about its nature arises, and then craving for something more interesting, more stimulating. This is the sequence. Contact between sense organ and sense object gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness and contact give rise to feeling. Feeling gives rise to craving. Craving gives rise to clinging. And from clinging arises all suffering. This is called paticca samuppada, dependent origination. It is the Buddha's most profound teaching on causality, on how suffering arises through a chain of conditions. Each link in the chain depends on the previous link. Break any link, and the chain is broken. Suffering ceases. This is not fatalism. This is empowerment. Because if suffering arises through causes, then by removing the causes, suffering can be ended. The crucial link, the one where intervention is most effective, is the link between feeling and craving. Feeling arises automatically. It is part of the nature of consciousness. When the eye sees a pleasant form, a pleasant feeling arises. We cannot prevent this. It happens naturally. But what happens next is not automatic. Between feeling and craving, there is a space, a moment where wisdom can operate, a moment where we can observe the feeling without immediately reacting to it with craving. This is the practice. This is where freedom lies. Not in preventing feelings from arising, which is impossible, but in observing feelings clearly, understanding their impermanent nature, and not reacting to them with craving. When we can do this, when we can feel a pleasant feeling without grasping at it, feel an unpleasant feeling without pushing it away, then craving does not arise. And when craving does not arise, clinging does not arise. And when clinging does not arise, suffering does not arise. This is the promise of the Buddha's teaching. Complete freedom from suffering is possible. not by arranging external conditions perfectly, not by achieving all our goals, not by acquiring everything we desire, but by understanding the mechanism of suffering and ceasing to perpetuate it. Let us examine more closely how craving operates in the mind. The Pali texts describe it with the term perupa saturupa, that which is agreeable and pleasing. The mind surveys experience looking for what is agreeable, what is pleasing. When it finds it, it grasps. When it finds what is disagreeable, it rejects. This is happening constantly, mostly below the threshold of conscious awareness. The mind is evaluating, judging, categorizing, reaching, rejecting, all in a continuous stream. This evaluating mind, this judging mind, this craving mind prevents rest. To rest, to truly rest, the mind must stop this constant activity. It must cease. The endless project of seeking pleasure and avoiding pain. It must come to a state of non-craving, of non-reaching, of acceptance of what is. But how? Simply telling the mind to stop craving does not work. Craving is deeply conditioned. It has operated for so long, through so many lifetimes, according to the Buddhist view that it feels like our nature. It feels like who we are. We identify with our desires. We think we are what we want, what we fear, what we hope for. To stop craving feels like ceasing to exist. And here we encounter a profound teaching. The Buddha said that craving arises from ignorance, avijja. We crave because we do not see clearly. We do not understand the nature of what we are craving. We think that acquiring the object of craving will bring lasting satisfaction. We think that avoiding what we fear will bring lasting security. We think that becoming what we want to be will bring lasting happiness. These are all mistakes. They are misunderstandings about the nature of reality. Every object of craving is impermanent. It will change and pass away. Every state we hope to avoid will arise again under the right conditions. Every identity we try to establish is unreliable and constantly shifting. We are craving after things that cannot deliver what we hope they will deliver. This is the fundamental ignorance that drives craving. When we see this clearly, when we understand directly through our own experience that no conditioned thing can provide lasting satisfaction, then craving naturally weakens. Not through suppression, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in chasing after what it now knows to be unsatisfying. There is a famous simile in the texts. The Buddha compares craving to the taste of honey on the blade of a knife. A child, seeing the honey, licks the blade, attracted by the sweetness. But in licking the blade, the tongue is cut. There is both pleasure and pain mixed together. The pleasure is temporary, superficial. The pain is real and lasting. This is the nature of all experience driven by craving. There may be temporary satisfaction, but it is always mixed with suffering, always leading to more craving, always cutting even as it sweetens. The wise person sees this and no longer licks the blade. Not because they suppress desire, not because they grit their teeth and resist, but because they see clearly that this leads to harm. The seeing itself is the freedom. When you truly see that something leads to suffering, you naturally stop doing it. You do not need to force yourself. The clarity itself protects you. This is why the Buddha emphasized wisdom, panna, over willpower. Willpower can suppress craving temporarily, but it creates tension, creates struggle, creates a sense of deprivation. Wisdom sees through craving, understands its nature, and in that understanding, craving releases naturally. There is no struggle, no sense of giving something up. There is simply clarity and the natural response to clarity. Consider how this works in your own experience. When you were a child, perhaps you believed in certain myths or stories that you later outgrew. When did you stop believing? Not through forcing yourself, not through willpower, simply through growing in understanding, through seeing more clearly. The belief fell away naturally when it was no longer supported by your level of understanding. This is how craving falls away through wisdom, not through struggle, but through seeing. As you lie here tonight, you can begin to observe craving directly. Notice when a thought arises and there is a reaching toward it or a pushing away from it. That movement, that lean of the mind, that is tanha. Notice how the mind wants things to be different. It wants sleep when there is wakefulness. It wants tomorrow to come so today can be over. It wants certain thoughts to stop and other thoughts to continue. All of this is craving. All of this is the movement that prevents rest. And notice something else. Notice the suffering that accompanies craving, the tension, the dissatisfaction, the sense of incompleteness. Craving and suffering arise together. They are two sides of the same coin. Where there is craving, there is suffering. Where craving ceases, suffering ceases. This is not theory. This is something you can observe directly in your own mind right now. The Buddha taught about the proximate cause of craving, what conditions give rise to it. He said that craving arises dependent on feeling, but also dependent on ignorance. It is the combination. Feeling plus ignorance equals craving. Feeling plus wisdom equals equanimity. Same feeling, different response, depending on the presence or absence of understanding. So the practice becomes clear. We must develop wisdom. We must understand reality as it actually is. And specifically, we must understand three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena. These are called the tilakkhana, the three marks of existence. All conditioned things are impermanent anicca. All conditioned things are unsatisfactory when clung to dukkha. All conditioned things are not self-ownata. When these three characteristics are directly seen, deeply understood, thoroughly penetrated, craving loses its grip. The mind sees there is nothing to grasp, nothing that will provide the permanent satisfaction it seeks, nothing that can be claimed as me or mine. Let us explore a traditional story that illustrates the nature of craving and its consequences. This is the story of King Pasenadi and the lesson of the 4 horses. Found in the Samyutta Nikaya, King Pasenadi of Kosala was a devoted lay follower of the Buddha and often visited him for teachings. One day, the king came to the Buddha and asked about the different types of practitioners on the spiritual path. The Buddha responded with a simile about 4 types of excellent thoroughbred horses. The first horse, the Buddha explained, moves at the mere shadow of the whip, before any physical contact. This horse is so sensitive, so responsive, that the slightest indication is enough. It understands immediately what is required and responds with perfect compliance. The second horse moves when the hairs of its body are touched by the whip. The third horse moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth horse moves only when the whip strikes to the bone. The Buddha then explained the meaning. The first type of practitioner hears about the suffering in someone else's experience, perhaps in another village, perhaps even in another land. Someone has fallen ill, someone has died, someone has lost everything. And hearing this practitioner reflects deeply. They understand that this same suffering could come to them. Impermanence is universal. No one is exempt. This understanding penetrates so deeply that they are moved to practice with urgency, to develop wisdom, to prepare for the inevitable changes of life. This is like the horse that moves at the shadow of the whip. The second type of practitioner needs to see suffering more directly. Someone in their own village becomes ill. Someone they know experiences loss. Now the reality of impermanence becomes more vivid, more personal, and this moves them to practice. This is like the horse that moves when its hairs are touched. The third type needs suffering to come even closer. Someone in their own family falls ill. Someone they love dies. Now suffering is at their door, and they cannot ignore it. This, finally, moves them to earnest practice. This is like the horse that moves when its flesh is touched. And the fourth type, the Buddha said with compassion, does not practice until they themselves are experiencing acute suffering, until they themselves are sick, grieving, facing death. Only then do they turn to the teachings, seeking relief. This is like the horse that moves only when struck to the bone. The Buddha did not criticize any of these types. He simply observed that people awaken at different rates, with different degrees of sensitivity to the truth of suffering. But he encouraged his listeners to be like the first horse, to learn from the universal truth of impermanence without needing to wait for her personal disaster to motivate practice. This story teaches us about craving in a subtle way. What keeps the second, third, and fourth horses from responding earlier? What keeps them from seeing the truth that is already evident? It is craving. Craving for existence to continue as it is. Craving for the pleasant illusion that we are somehow exempt from universal laws. Craving to avoid the uncomfortable truth of impermanence and suffering. We want to believe that things will stay the same, that the people we love will always be here, that our health will last, that our circumstances will not change dramatically. This wanting, this craving for stability in an unstable world blinds us to reality. It keeps us from responding to the truth that is already apparent if we would only look. King Pasenadi himself provides another teaching about craving. The texts record that he struggled with overeating. He loved food and ate to excess, which caused him discomfort and made him drowsy during the Buddha's teachings. The Buddha taught him a verse to recite while eating. When a person is constantly mindful, knowing moderation in the food they eat, their ailments decrease, they age slowly, and they preserve their life force. This simple teaching about food contains the entire teaching about craving. Craving leads to excess. Excess leads to suffering. Mindfulness and understanding of moderation lead to well-being. This applies not just to food, but to all experience. Craving leads us to excess in all things, to always wanting more, to never being satisfied with what is. And this constant wanting is exhausting. It is what keeps the mind churning, unable to rest. The king took this teaching to heart and practiced moderation. The texts say that he became healthier and more alert. He experienced directly how reducing craving reduced suffering. This is not asceticism. This is not denial. This is simply understanding what is enough, what is appropriate, what leads to well-being rather than to excess and suffering. As you lie here, consider your own relationship to craving. What are you craving right now? Perhaps sleep itself has become an object of craving. You want it so badly that the wanting creates tension, and the tension prevents the very sleep you crave. This is the paradox of craving. It creates the obstacle to its own fulfillment. Or perhaps you are craving for tomorrow to go a certain way, for a problem to resolve, for a relationship to improve, for circumstances to change. All of this craving creates tension in the mind. The mind that craves cannot rest because it is always reaching toward something that is not yet present, always dissatisfied with what is. The Buddha taught a practice specifically for working with craving. It is called the contemplation of the unattractive, asubha bhava. This does not mean making things ugly or cultivating aversion. It means seeing clearly the nature of what we crave, seeing through the superficial attractiveness to the reality beneath. When we crave sensual pleasure, we see only the pleasure, not the impermanence, not the ultimate unsatisfactoriness, not the suffering of change. We are enchanted, captivated by the surface appearance. The contemplation of the unattractive breaks this enchantment, not by making things ugly, but by seeing them completely, by seeing all aspects, including the aspects we normally ignore. The beautiful flower is also dying from the moment it blooms. The delicious food will become waste matter in hours. The praised achievement will be forgotten. The comfortable circumstance will inevitably change. This is not pessimism. This is realism. This is seeing the whole truth rather than only the pleasing part. When we see the whole truth, craving naturally lessens. We are no longer chasing after illusions. We see things as they are, and this seeing brings a natural equanimity. We can enjoy beauty without clinging to it. We can experience pleasure without craving for it to last. We can accept comfort without demanding that it remain. This is the freedom that comes from understanding. Another teaching the Buddha gave about craving is found in the discourse on the simile of the snake. He taught that there are two ways of grasping things. One is like grasping a snake incorrectly, by the tail or the middle of the body. The snake, feeling threatened, will bite. The bite brings suffering. The other way is like grasping a snake correctly, with a forked stick behind its head. The snake cannot bite. It can be held safely. The same is true of the teachings and of experience itself. If we grasp the teachings or experiences incorrectly, through the lens of craving and clinging, we will suffer. If we hold them correctly, with wisdom and non-attachment, they will not cause suffering. The problem is not the teaching or the experience. The problem is how we hold it, how we relate to it. This is crucial for understanding craving. Craving is a way of relating to experience. It is not the experience itself. You can have the same experience with craving or without craving, and the result will be completely different. With craving, there is tension, dissatisfaction, suffering. Without craving, there can be peace, contentment, ease. The Buddha also taught about the gratification, danger, and escape regarding sense pleasures. The gratification is the pleasure we experience, the satisfaction, the temporary happiness. This is real. The Buddha did not deny it, but he said we must also see the danger. The danger is the impermanence, the bondage, the way pleasure binds us to the cycle of craving. And the escape is the renunciation, not of pleasure itself, but of craving for pleasure. of dependence on pleasure for our well-being. When we see all three clearly, gratification, danger, and escape, then we are no longer enslaved by sense pleasures. We can experience them without being controlled by them. We can enjoy them without needing them. This is mature renunciation, not the forced denial of the beginner, but the natural no-note attachment of one who sees clearly. Consider the relationship between craving and identity. Much of our craving is tied to our sense of self. We crave things that confirm our identity, that make us feel real, that establish us as someone. If we identify as successful, we crave recognition and achievement. If we identify as attractive, we crave admiration. If we identify as spiritual, we crave peaceful experiences and progress on the path. All of this is craving in service of self-construction. But the Buddha taught anatta, not self. He taught that there is no permanent, unchanging self to be found. In the five aggregates, this teaching directly undermines the basis of craving. If there is no self, who is doing the craving? What is being protected? What needs to be established? When this teaching is deeply understood, when it is directly seen, craving loses much of its power. There is no one to crave, no one to satisfy, no identity to establish or defend. This is not nihilism. It is not saying that nothing exists or that we don't exist. It is saying that what we take to be a solid, permanent self is actually a process, a flow, a series of conditions arising and passing. And when we see this clearly, we stop trying to solidify what is by nature fluid. We stop trying to make permanent what is by nature impermanent. And this stopping is the cessation of craving. The mind that does not crave has no need to remain awake, vigilantly seeking, constantly evaluating. It can rest. It has nowhere to go, nothing to protect, nothing to acquire, nothing to become. This is the peace the Buddha pointed to. This is the peace that makes deep rest possible. Now, the Buddha was very practical in his teachings. He did not just present lofty philosophy. He gave specific practices for working with craving in daily life. One of these is sense restraint, guarding the sense doors. This means being mindful at the moment of sense contact. When the eye sees a form, when the ear hears a sound, when the mind encounters a thought, we are present with awareness. We observe the feeling tone that arises. We observe the movement toward craving or aversion. And in that observation, we have a choice. We can follow the habitual reaction, or we can simply observe without reacting. This is not suppression. We are not trying to stop feeling from arising. We are not trying to prevent perception. We are simply bringing awareness to the process, observing how craving arises, how it operates, how it leads to further mental proliferation. And in this observation, gradually, craving loses its compulsive quality. We see it happening, and what can be seen has already lost some of its power over us. Another practice is contentment, santuthi. The Buddha praised contentment as great wealth. The contented person is rich, regardless of external circumstances. The discontented person is poor, even with abundance. Contentment is not complacency. It is not giving up on skillful effort or improvement. It is the absence of the constant craving for things to be other than they are. It is the ability to be at peace with what is, even while working skillfully to improve conditions. This contentment is especially relevant to sleep. The mind that is content can rest. The mind that constantly wants things to be different churns endlessly. Contentment does not mean you must like everything about your circumstances. It means you recognize and accept what is, even as you work to address what can be addressed. This acceptance, this lack of internal resistance, creates the conditions for rest. The Buddha also taught about the nutriment of craving, what feeds it, what sustains it. He said that inappropriate attention, ayoniso manasakara, is the nutriment of craving. Inappropriate attention means attending to things in a way that increases craving. For example, focusing on the attractive aspects of something while ignoring the unattractive aspects. Focusing on what you lack rather than what you have. Comparing yourself unfavorably to others. All of this is inappropriate attention. It feeds craving. It makes it stronger. Appropriate attention, yoniso manasakara, is attending to things in a way that decreases craving. Seeing things as they actually are, with all their aspects. Seeing impermanence, seeing unsatisfactoriness, seeing not-self. Reflecting on the danger in what you crave and the benefit in what you resist. This appropriate attention starves craving. It withdraws the nutriment that keeps it alive. You can practice this right now. Notice the thoughts that arise about tomorrow, about your current situation, about yourself. How are you attending to these thoughts? Are you feeding craving or starving it? Are you ruminating in ways that increase dissatisfaction? Or are you observing with clear comprehension that reduces reactivity? The ultimate teaching on craving. Is it cessation nirada? The Buddha taught that craving can cease completely, utterly, without remainder. This is not temporary suppression. This is the complete ending of craving. And with the ending of craving comes the ending of suffering. This is nibbana, nirvana, the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace. The cessation of craving is possible because craving is conditioned. It arises due to causes. It is sustained by conditions. When those causes and conditions are removed, it ceases. This is the great hope of the Buddha's teaching. Suffering is not inherent to existence. It is not punishment. It is not fate. It is the result of causes, and those causes can be addressed. As you lie here tonight, you are practicing. Perhaps you did not realize it, but listening to these teachings, reflecting on them, observing your own mind, this is practice. You are developing understanding. You are seeing more clearly the nature of craving, how it operates, how it creates suffering. And in this seeing, already, craving begins to loosen its grip. The path to the cessation of craving is gradual for most people. There are sudden breakthroughs, moments of profound insight, but these are built on a foundation of accumulated understanding. Each moment of seeing craving clearly, each moment of not following it, each moment of resting in awareness. Rather than reaching with desire, these moments accumulate. They change the mind. They develop new patterns, wholesome patterns that lead toward peace rather than toward suffering. You need not try to stop craving through will. Simply observe it, see it clearly, understand its nature. And as understanding grows, craving naturally weakens. This is the gentle way, the middle way, the way the Buddha taught. Not violent suppression, not forced denial, but wise understanding leading to natural release. And now, having explored the origin of suffering, having examined how craving arises and operates, we are ready to turn to the most liberating teaching of all, We are ready to explore the third noble truth, the cessation of suffering. We are ready to understand how craving can be released, how the mind can find complete peace, how liberation is possible. Let us continue this journey into the heart of the Buddha's wisdom. We come now to the third noble truth, Narada, the cessation of suffering. In the Dhammacopappavan Sutta, the Buddha proclaimed, "This is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. It is the remainderless fading away and cessation of that same craving, the giving up and relinquishing of it, freedom from it, non-reliance on it. This is the most liberating teaching in all of Buddhism. Suffering can end, not temporarily, not partially, but completely, utterly, finally. The craving that drives suffering can cease. The grasping can release. The mind can find peace so profound that no circumstance can disturb it. This is not wishful thinking. This is not religious faith. This is the direct testimony of one who achieved it, and the confirmation of countless practitioners across 25 centuries, who have followed the same path and reached the same destination. The third noble truth is the declaration that Nibbana exists. Nibbana, nirvana in Sanskrit, literally means extinguishing or blowing out. Like a flame that is extinguished when its fuel is exhausted, suffering is extinguished when its fuel, craving, is removed. This is not annihilation of existence. It is the extinguishing of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the end of suffering, not the end of being. But what does this cessation feel like? How can we understand it? The Buddha used many terms to describe it because it is beyond ordinary language. He called it the unconditioned, the deathless, the supreme peace, the secure, the refuge, the island amidst the flood, the further shore, the end of suffering, the unbinding, the letting go, the freedom, the liberation in the Udana collection. Of inspired utterances, the Buddha speaks of Nibbana directly. There is, monks, an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned. If there were not that unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, there would be no escape from the born, become, made, conditioned. But since there is an unborn, unbecome, unmade, unconditioned, therefore an escape from the born, become, made, conditioned is discerned. This is a profound statement. The Buddha is pointing to something that is not part of the conditioned realm, not subject to arising and passing, not subject to birth and death. This is what makes escape possible. If everything were conditioned, if everything was subject to arising and passing, then suffering would be inevitable and inescapable. But there is the unconditioned, there is Nibbana, and therefore liberation is possible. Now the experience of Nibbana is said to be ineffable beyond words. But the Buddha did describe its characteristics to give practitioners direction. He said it is permanent, unlike all conditioned phenomena. It is happiness, but not the happiness dependent on conditions. It is peace beyond understanding. It is the complete absence of greed, hatred, and delusion. It is the cessation of craving. It is the ending of dukkha. But how is this cessation achieved? This is what we must understand carefully. The cessation of craving is not achieved through more craving. We cannot crave our way to non-craving. We cannot force cessation through willpower alone. We cannot make it happen through effort. In the ordinary sense, this is a subtle point that many practitioners misunderstand. The Buddha taught that cessation comes through understanding. When the nature of craving is fully understood, when its origin is fully understood, when its danger is fully seen, when the benefit of its cessation is fully appreciated, then craving naturally releases, not through force, but through wisdom, not through suppression, but through seeing clearly. This is why the Buddha emphasized right view as the first factor of the Noble Eightfold Path. Right view is the understanding of the Four Noble Truths. It is seeing suffering, seeing its origin in craving, seeing that cessation is possible, and seeing the path to that cessation. This right view is what makes all other progress possible. Without it, we are lost. With it, we have direction. Let us understand more deeply what cessation means in practical terms. It means the ending of the constant reaching, the constant dissatisfaction, the constant sense of incompleteness. It means the mind no longer leans into experience with grasping or away from experience with aversion. It means perfect equanimity, perfect balance, perfect peace with whatever arises. This does not mean the mind becomes blank or unresponsive. Quite the opposite. The liberated mind is fully alive, fully aware, fully responsive, but it responds with wisdom rather than with reactivity. It meets experience with clarity rather than with confusion. It acts skillfully without being driven by compulsion. Imagine a mind that has no fear because it is not clinging to anything that can be lost. Imagine a mind that has no anxiety because it is not trying to control what cannot be controlled. Imagine a mind that has no disappointment because it is not expecting impermanent things to be permanent. This is not imagination. This is description of the liberated mind. This is what becomes possible when craving ceases. As you lie here tonight, you might wonder, how can I experience even a taste of this cessation? How can I move toward this liberation? The Buddha's answer is clear, through the Noble Eightfold Path. But even before systematic practice of the full path, there are moments when cessation can be glimpsed. Moments when craving temporarily releases and the mind touches peace. These moments often come unexpectedly. Perhaps you are in nature, standing before a vast landscape, and suddenly the constant mental chatter stops. There is simply the experience, pure and immediate, without the overlay of wanting or fearing. This is a moment of cessation, or perhaps, in deep meditation, the mind settles and all reaching ceases. There is simply awareness, resting in itself, content. This is a taste of cessation, or perhaps in a moment of profound loss. After the initial storm of grief has passed, there comes a moment of complete acceptance. Not resignation, not defeat, but a deep letting go. An understanding that this is how things are. This is the nature of existence. In that moment, while pain may remain, suffering ceases. This cessation arising through wisdom born of experience. The Buddha taught that there are two kinds of nibbana. There is nibbana with residue, esaropadisa, nibbana and nibbana without residue, and upadisasa, nibbana. The first is the experience of the living errant, the fully liberated one who still has a physical body and continues to experience the world through the senses. The body may experience pain, may experience pleasant and unpleasant sensations, but there is no craving, no suffering. The mind is completely free even while the body continues. The second is the final nibbana at the death of the Arahant. When even the five aggregates dissolve completely, This is beyond all description because there is no reference point left in the conditioned world. But the Buddha assured his disciples that this is not annihilation. It is not nothingness. It is the unconditioned which cannot be understood through conditioned concepts. For our purposes tonight, what matters is the first kind, the cessation that is possible here and now, in this very life, with this very mind. This is what the Buddha taught is achievable through dedicated practice. This is what makes the teaching practical and relevant. We need not wait for death to experience liberation. We can taste it now, develop it now, realize it now. The key to this cessation is letting go, relinquishment, vasaga in Pali. This is perhaps the most important word in the Buddha's practical teachings. Letting go. Not suppressing, not denying, not running away, but releasing, relinquishing, allowing to be. But what does it mean to let go? This is often misunderstood. Letting go does not mean not caring. It does not mean becoming passive or indifferent. It does not mean abandoning responsibility or wisdom or compassion. Letting go means releasing, clinging, releasing the grasping, releasing the identification with experience as me and mine. You can care deeply about someone without clinging to them. You can work diligently toward goals without craving results. You can enjoy pleasant experiences without grasping at them. You can learn from unpleasant experiences without pushing them away. This is the art of letting go. This is the middle way between attachment and aversion. The Buddha used the simile of a man carrying a heavy burden. Every step is effortful, exhausting. Then he sets the burden down. There is immediate relief, immediate ease. This is what letting go feels like. The burden of craving, of constant grasping and pushing is heavy. When it is released, even momentarily, there is palpable relief. The mind becomes light. The body relaxes. Peace arises naturally. You can experience this right now. Notice where you are holding tension, either in body or mind. Notice where you are resisting what is, where you are wanting things to be different. And just for this moment, experiment with letting go. Not changing anything externally, but internally releasing the clinging, releasing the resistance. Notice what happens. Notice if there is even a small sense of ease, of relief, of peace. This is not magical. This is the natural result of ceasing to create suffering. When we stop the internal war against reality, when we stop demanding that impermanent things be permanent, when we stop trying to control what cannot be controlled, suffering naturally decreases. This is cause and effect. This is the law of dependent origination operating in reverse. When craving ceases, suffering ceases. The Buddha taught specific practices for cultivating this letting go. One is the practice of impermanence contemplation, anakonapassana. This means observing directly, repeatedly, persistently, that all conditioned phenomena are impermanent. Every thought arises and passes. Every sensation appears and disappears. Every emotion comes and goes. Every experience is in constant flux. When impermanence is seen clearly, deeply, repeatedly, clinging naturally weakens. Why grasp at what is already slipping away? Why try to hold on to what is by nature flowing? The mind that truly understands impermanence learns to move with the flow rather than against it. It learns to appreciate each moment as it is, knowing it will not last, and therefore not demanding that it last. Another practice is the contemplation of not-self and natanupasana. This means observing that nowhere in experience can a permanent, unchanging self be found. The body is not self, it is changing. Feelings are not self, they come and go. Perceptions are not self, they are constructed. Mental formations are not self, they are conditioned. Consciousness is not self, it arises and ceases. When not self is understood, the question arises: who is doing the clinging? If there is no permanent self, what is being protected? What is being established? This understanding undermines the very basis of craving. Craving operates on the assumption of a self that needs protecting, satisfying, establishing. When that assumption is seen through, craving loses its foundation. A third practice is the contemplation of suffering, dukkha nupassana. This means observing clearly how suffering arises through clinging and ceases through letting go. Not just believing this intellectually, but seeing it directly in your own experience. Watch how grasping at a pleasant experience creates tension. Watch how resisting an unpleasant experience creates struggle. Watch how letting go brings ease. This direct observation is more powerful than any teaching. When you see for yourself, repeatedly, that clinging causes suffering and letting go brings peace, the mind naturally inclines toward letting go. It is not forced. It is not effortful. It is simply the natural response to clear seeing. There is a story in the Majjhima Nikaya that beautifully illustrates letting go. It is the story of the lute string told by the Buddha to the monk Sona. Sona was a young monk who was practicing with great intensity. He would walk in meditation until his feet bled. He pushed himself relentlessly, thinking that only through extreme effort could he achieve awakening. But despite his heroic efforts, he made no progress. Instead, he became exhausted and discouraged. He began to think perhaps he was not suited for the monastic life. Perhaps he should return to his family, to the wealth he had left behind, and practice as a layperson. The Buddha, through his telepathic powers, knew what Sona was thinking. He appeared to him and asked Sona, "When you were a householder, were you skilled at playing the lute?" Sona confirmed that he was. The Buddha then asked, "When the strings of your lute were too tight, was it in tune and playable?" Sona replied, "No, venerable. And when the strings were too loose, was it in tune and playable?" "No, venerable. But when the strings were neither too tight nor too loose, but adjusted to an even pitch, was your lute then in tune and playable?" "Yes, venerable sir." The Buddha then taught, in the same way, Sona, excessive energy leads to restlessness, and insufficient energy leads to laziness. Therefore, Sona, resolve on an even level of energy, find the right pitch for your faculties, and take up your task there. Sona followed this advice. He adjusted his practice, finding the middle way between extreme effort and laxity. Soon after, he achieved full liberation. He became an arahant. This story teaches us about letting go in a profound way. Letting go is not a matter of more effort, more striving, more forcing. It is a matter of balance, of finding the right adjustment, of allowing rather than demanding. When the mind is too tight with effort, there is strain. When the mind is too loose with laxity, there is no progress. But when the mind finds the middle way, when there is alert relaxation, engaged ease, then progress becomes natural. This is directly relevant to sleep. The mind that tries too hard to sleep cannot sleep. The trying creates the obstacle, but the mind that gives up all effort may simply continue churning. The middle way is alert relaxation, aware but not striving, present but not grasping. This is the quality that allows sleep to come naturally. The Buddha also taught about gradual cessation, how the mind progressively lets go of grosser attachments before it can let go of subtler ones. He compared it to the ocean, which deepens gradually, slopes away gradually, not plunging suddenly to great depths. In the same way, the practice leads gradually to deeper and deeper letting go. First, we let go of gross unwholesome behaviors. We stop harming others. We stop taking what is not given. We stop harmful speech. This is moral conduct sila, the foundation of practice. Without this foundation, the mind is too disturbed, too burdened with remorse and consequence, to progress further. Then we let go of gross hindrances. We observe the mind's tendency towards sensual desire, ill will, sloth, and torpor, restlessness, and worry, doubt. We see these arising and we practice not feeding them, not following them. This allows concentration to develop. As concentration develops, we let go of identification with thoughts. We see thoughts arising and passing like clouds in the sky. We do not take them so personally, so seriously. This is a significant letting go. Most people are completely identified with their thoughts, believing that their thoughts are truth, a reality, are who they are. When this identification releases, there is great freedom. Then we let go of identification with emotions. We see emotions as energy moving through the body-mind, arising due to conditions, passing when conditions change. We do not need to suppress them or act them out. We can simply observe them with equanimity. This letting go brings stability. Progressively, we let go of identification with all five aggregates. Form, feelings, perceptions, mental formations, consciousness, all are seen as impermanent processes, not as self. This is the deepest letting go, the letting go that leads to complete liberation. But we need not achieve complete liberation to benefit from the teaching of letting go. Every small release, every moment of non-clinging, brings a measure of peace. The practice is not all or nothing. It is gradual, progressive, cumulative. Each step taken is valuable in itself and prepares the ground for the next step. The Buddha taught that there are 4 stages of awakening, for progressively deeper realizations of truth. The stream enterer has glimpsed nibbana directly and can never again completely fall back into ignorance. The one's returner has weakened sensual desire and ill-willed significantly. The non-returner has eliminated them completely. The Arahant has eliminated all fetters, all chains that bind consciousness to suffering. But even before stream entry, even in the very beginning of practice, there are benefits. The person who practices moral conduct experiences the peace of blamelessness. The person who develops concentration experiences the peace of a settled mind. The person who cultivates wisdom experiences the peace of understanding. All of these are valuable. All of these are worth pursuing. And here is a liberating truth. You are already practicing. Right now, as you lie here listening to these teachings, contemplating them, observing your own mind, you are engaging in wise reflection. You are developing understanding. You are planting seeds of wisdom that will bear fruit. The Buddha said that there are three ways of making merit, of creating positive karma: dana, giving sila, moral conduct, and bhavana, mental development through meditation and study. You are engaging in bhavana. Right now, you are developing your mind. This is powerful. This has consequences. This is changing you in subtle but real ways. Let us explore more deeply the relationship between letting go and impermanence. The Buddha taught that truly understanding impermanence is the direct path to cessation. Why? Because when impermanence is deeply seen, directly experienced, thoroughly penetrated, clinging becomes impossible. You cannot cling to what you truly know is flowing away. You cannot grasp what you see is by nature ungrasping-able. Most of us know, intellectually, that things are impermanent. We know people die. We know circumstances change. We know our bodies age. But this knowing is superficial. It has not penetrated deeply. We live as if things are permanent. We make plans assuming continuity. We cling to relationships as if they will last forever. We identify with our body as if it is stable. This is the ignorance the Buddha pointed to. True understanding of impermanence comes through direct observation. Watch the breath. Each inhalation is unique, never to be repeated. Each exhalation dissolves into space. The breath of this moment is not the breath of the last moment. It is constantly new, constantly dying, constantly being born. This is impermanence. Not as concept, but as lived reality. Watch sensations in the body, that ache in the back. Is it constant? Look closely. Is it not a flow of sensations, sometimes sharp, sometimes dull, sometimes spreading, sometimes concentrated, appearing, disappearing, changing moment by moment? Where is the solid, unchanging ache? It cannot be found. There is only flow. Watch. Emotions. Anger arises. Seems overwhelming. Appears as if it will last forever. But watch it carefully without feeding it with thoughts. See how it changes. See how it has a peak and then begins to subside. See how it is made of components, body sensations, mental images, evaluative thoughts. See how these components themselves are changing. The anger that seems so solid reveals itself as a process, a flow, empty of permanent essence. This seeing, this direct observation, is what the Buddha called vipassana, insight. It is not thinking about impermanence. It is seeing it directly, and in seeing it, understanding arises. Not intellectual understanding, but experiential understanding. Understanding that transforms because it changes how we relate to experience. When impermanence is truly seen, three insights naturally follow. First, if all things are impermanent, they cannot provide lasting satisfaction. This is the insight into dukkha, unsatisfactoriness. Second, if all things are impermanent and unsatisfactory when clung to, they are not suitable to be regarded as me or mine. This is the insight into unicca, not self. These three characteristics, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and not self, are called the three marks of existence. To see them clearly is to see reality as it is. The Buddha taught a specific meditation for deep insight into impermanence. It is called the contemplation of death, Marananusati. This is not morbid. It is realistic. Death is certain. The time of death is uncertain. This is true for everyone, without exception. Contemplating this focuses the mind wonderfully. What becomes important when death is clearly understood? What attachments seem worth maintaining? What conflicts seem worth perpetuating? Ajahn Chah, a great Thai forest master of the 20th century, used to encourage his students to contemplate death regularly. He would say, if you are not sure whether you are practicing correctly, ask yourself, am I prepared to die right now? If the answer is no, your practice needs adjustment. This is not meant to create fear, but to create urgency, to help us use our time wisely, to encourage letting go of what is not essential. Another practice for cultivating letting go is the practice of generosity, dana. Generosity is literally the practice of letting go. You have something, and you give it away. You release your hold on it. You practice non-clinging in a very concrete way. The Buddha taught that generosity is the foundation of the path. Before people are ready for deeper teachings, they should first practice giving. Why is generosity so important? Because it directly counters greed, one of the 3 roots of suffering. When you give, you experience that letting go brings happiness. You see that your security does not depend on accumulating and hoarding. You see that there is joy in releasing rather than in grasping. This experiential understanding then carries over into other areas of practice. You can practice generosity of material things, of time, of attention, of presence, of forgiveness. All of these are forms of giving, forms of letting go. All of them create happiness for yourself and others. All of them weaken the grip of craving. The Buddha also taught metta, loving kindness, as a practice that leads toward letting go. When the heart is filled with love, with genuine care for the welfare of others, there is no room for hatred, for ill will, for resentment. Metta is a way of releasing the heart from negative states, allowing it to rest in a positive, wholesome quality. That traditional metta practice involves mentally reciting phrases of well-wishing. May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be safe. May I live with ease. Then extending these wishes to others, to loved ones, to neutral people, to difficult people, to all beings. This practice softens the heart. It reduces the sense of separation between self and other. It cultivates a quality of openness and care that naturally reduces clinging. As you lie here, you might practice metta for yourself. You might recognize that you deserve kindness, you deserve care, you deserve peace. The mind that is harsh with itself, that judges and criticizes, cannot rest. But the mind that meets itself with friendliness, with compassion, can settle. May you be at peace. May you be free from suffering. May you rest easily. These are not just nice words. They are powerful intentions that shape the quality of mind. Let us return to the central question. How does cessation actually occur? The Buddha described it as the fading away of passion, viraga. Viraga means dispassion, but not in the sense of becoming cold or unfeeling. It means the ending of feverish craving, the cooling of the burning of desire. When passion fades, when craving lessens, when grasping releases, cessation naturally occurs. This fading happens through seeing clearly. When you see the danger in what you crave, when you see the benefit in letting go, when you see the impermanent nature of all objects of craving, passion naturally fades, not through force, but through understanding. The mind that sees clearly loses interest in what it previously craved. not because it suppresses desire, but because it sees the futility of pursuing what cannot satisfy. Think of how you might have craved certain things as a child that you no longer crave as an adult. Perhaps toys, perhaps games, perhaps foods. These cravings do not end through willpower. They ended through growing in understanding, through seeing that these things no longer satisfy in the way you need. This is natural maturation. The spiritual path is the same process, but applied to all cravings, even the subtlest ones. The Buddha compared this process to the ocean gradually evaporating under the heat of the sun. Drop by drop, the ocean decreases. In the same way, moment by moment, through clear seeing, through understanding, through non-engagement with craving, the ocean of suffering gradually evaporates. There may not be a dramatic moment where everything suddenly changes, though such moments do occur for some. More commonly, there is gradual transformation, gradual lightening, gradual peace. This gradual path should encourage us. We need not achieve complete enlightenment in one night. We need only take one step, understand one thing, let go of one clinging. This is enough. This is valuable. This is progress. And each step makes the next step easier. There is a beautiful teaching in the Itavataka, a collection of short discourses. The Buddha says, there are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of household life and the happiness of renunciation. Of these two, the happiness of renunciation is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness connected to attachment and the happiness not connected to attachment. Of these two, the happiness not connected to attachment is supreme. There are these two kinds of happiness, the happiness of the senses and the happiness not of the senses. Of these two, the happiness not of the senses is supreme. This teaching points to progressive, letting go leading to progressively deeper happiness. We might think that letting go means losing happiness, but the Buddha teaches the opposite. The happiness that comes from letting go is superior to the happiness that comes from grasping. Why? Because it is not dependent on conditions. It does not fade. It does not disappoint. It is the happiness of freedom itself. You might taste this even now. Notice if there is any moment where craving has temporarily ceased, perhaps in a moment of full attention to the present, perhaps in a moment of acceptance of what is. In that moment, how does the mind feel? Is there not a quality of ease, of peace, of okayness? This is the happiness of non-clinging. This is what becomes available when we stop fighting reality. The final teaching we must understand about cessation is that it is not a distant goal, not something that exists only at the end of the path. Every moment of letting go is a moment of cessation. Every moment of non-craving is a moment of peace. The practice is not about achieving some future state. It is about this moment, this breath, this experience, met with wisdom and non-clinging. The Buddha taught about two kinds of release. Release through wisdom and release through concentration. Release through wisdom is seeing clearly the three characteristics and thereby letting go of clinging. Release through concentration is the temporary suspension of hindrances through deep meditative absorption. Both are valuable. Both bring peace. Ultimately, complete liberation requires wisdom, but concentration supports and enables the development of wisdom. As you lie here, you might experience moments of deep concentration naturally arising. The mind settles, becomes absorbed in the teachings becomes quiet. These are valuable moments. They give the mind rest. They show what is possible. They create faith that peace is achievable. Do not grasp at them. Do not try to force them to continue. Simply appreciate them when they occur and let them go when they pass. This itself is practice of letting go. We must also understand that letting go does not mean we become passive or indifferent. The Buddha was enormously active. He taught for 45 years after his enlightenment, traveling constantly, establishing the Sangha, guiding thousands of students. He was not passive, but he was free from craving. His actions came from wisdom and compassion, not from craving and aversion. This is the key difference. You can engage fully with life while letting go of clinging. You can work diligently without craving results. You can love deeply without grasping at the beloved. You can care about outcomes without being attached to. Then, this is the middle way, the balanced way, the wise way. It is not cold detachment. It is warm engagement combined with wisdom. As we come to the end of this exploration of cessation, let us reflect on what we have understood. Cessation is possible. It is the ending of craving through understanding. It comes through seeing clearly the impermanent, unsatisfactory, and not self-nature of all conditioned phenomena. It develops gradually through practice, and it brings happiness that surpasses all conditioned happiness. This is the third noble truth, the truth that gives hope, the truth that motivates practice. Because of this truth, we know that our efforts are not in vain. We know that peace is possible. We know that the suffering we experience is not necessary, not permanent, not inevitable. This knowledge gives us strength to practice, patience to persist, faith to continue. And now, having understood that cessation is possible, having glimpsed what it might mean to let go, we turn to the practical question: how? What is the actual path? What are the specific practices that lead to this? Cessation. This is the fourth noble truth, the truth of the path, the most practical and detailed teaching the Buddha gave. Let us explore this path together, the path that leads from suffering to peace, from bondage to liberation, from ignorance to wisdom. And so we come to the end of this journey through the Buddha's wisdom. We have traveled together through the landscape of suffering and its cessation, through the territory of craving and letting go, through the understanding that transforms. How we meet each moment. Let us rest now in what we have explored. There is no need to hold tightly to any of it. These teachings are not possessions to be grasped. They are signposts pointing to truth, invitations to look more deeply at your own experience. The words will fade, but the understanding they point to can continue to unfold. Remember the essence. Suffering arises from misunderstanding, from relating to experience through the lens of craving and clinging. When we see clearly the impermanent, flowing nature of all things, when we understand that grasping at what cannot be held creates pain, when we learn to meet life with wisdom rather than with compulsive reactivity, suffering naturally decreases. Peace naturally arises. This is not distant philosophy. This is immediate, practical truth. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, you can practice what we have explored. Simply notice experience as it is. The breath moving in and out. Sensations in the body appearing and disappearing. Thoughts arising and passing like clouds. All of it flowing, changing, empty of permanent essence. And notice your relationship to this flow. Are you fighting against it? Are you wanting it to be different? Or can you, just for this moment, allow it to be exactly as it is? Can you rest in the flow rather than struggling against it? This is the practice. This is the path. This is what leads from agitation to peace. The Buddha taught that we should be like the earth, like water, like fire, like wind. The earth receives all things, pleasant and unpleasant, clean and dirty, without preference, without rejection. Water flows around obstacles, adapting to conditions without resistance. Fire burns all things equally, transforming without attachment. Wind moves through space freely, unobstructed. This is the quality of the awakened mind, receptive, flowing, transforming, free. You need not achieve this perfectly. You need only incline toward it. The mind that inclines toward wisdom, toward letting go, toward understanding, this mind is already on the path, already changing, already moving toward peace. As you settle deeper into rest, know that this is not wasted time. This listening, this contemplation, this gentle observation of your own experience, all of this is practice. You are cultivating the seeds of wisdom. These seeds will grow in their own time, according to their own nature. Your task is simply to plant them, to water them with attention, to provide the conditions for growth. The growing itself happens naturally. Let go now of any effort to understand completely, to remember everything, to achieve anything. Let these teachings settle into the deeper levels of mind where they can work silently, transforming from within. Trust the process. Trust the wisdom of the Buddha who walked this path before you. Trust your own capacity for understanding, for letting go, for finding peace. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were these: all conditioned things are subject to decay. Strive with diligence. This is not a harsh command. It is a gentle encouragement. Everything changes. This moment will pass. This night will end. This life will conclude. Knowing this, use your time wisely. Practice with sincerity. Develop understanding. Cultivate peace. But strive with the right kind of effort. Remember Sona and the lute string. Not too tight, not too loose. Find the middle way. The effort that is relaxed yet alert, engaged yet peaceful, directed yet flowing. This is the effort that bears fruit. And even as you practice, remember to be gentle with yourself. The path is gradual. Progress is not always obvious. There will be difficulties, doubts, setbacks. This is natural. This is part of the journey. The Buddha himself, before his awakening, experienced 6 years of intense struggle. But he persevered, he adjusted his approach, and he found the way. You too will find the way in your own time, according to your own conditions. For now, simply rest. Let the body be at ease. Let the breath flow naturally. Let thoughts come and go without engagement. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, nothing you need to become. Just this moment, just this breath, just this awareness. Simple, natural, complete that wisdom you have touched tonight will continue to work within you. In dreams, in the space between sleeping and waking, in the quiet moments of tomorrow, insights will arise. Understandings will deepen. Peace will grow. Trust this process. It is the nature of wisdom to unfold, to reveal itself progressively, to transform the mind gradually but surely. May you rest in peace. May you awaken with clarity. May you move through your days with the wisdom of impermanence, lighting your path. May you find the freedom that comes from letting go. May you know the happiness that does not depend on conditions. May you be well. May you be at ease. May you be free from suffering. These teachings have been offered by countless awakened beings across the centuries, transmitted from teacher to student in an unbroken lineage of wisdom. You are part of this lineage now. You have received the teachings. You have contemplated them. You have begun to understand. This connects you to all who have walked this path before and to all who will walk it after. Rest now in this connection. Rest in the timeless truth that the Buddha discovered. Rest in your own capacity for awakening. Rest in the peace that is always available when we stop fighting against reality and learn to flow with it. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." This is the final teaching. What you are seeking is not far away. It is not in some future achievement or attainment. It is here, now, in the simple act of letting go, of accepting what is, of resting in awareness itself. So let go now. Release the day that has passed. Release concern for the day to come. Release even these teachings. Let everything settle. Let everything be. And in this letting go, discover what remains when all grasping ceases. Discover the peace that has always been here, waiting beneath the turbulence, waiting beneath the striving, waiting to be recognized. Sleep well, rest deeply, and may the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings bring you lasting peace, now and always.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial, and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power? And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible he believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves? Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building. "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realising the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son: intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boys showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could pass arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigor, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by travelling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also traveled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought. French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, he was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. Towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Quive, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. Not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment, or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led, to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable: the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace, despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. a way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war, his country is torn apart. A king has been executed. Everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special. We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image, rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his
conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal, we're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation, making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable, but the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone
who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, I have achieved my purpose and can now rest. Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good. Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual
perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, if desire is endless, then you can never have enough power, because you can never be certain that your current power will be sufficient for all your future needs. The person who has a lot today might face unexpected challenges tomorrow. The person who is strong now will grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it. If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you, they're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires. limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives. The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that
Political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address. So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe.
Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable: war. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment, but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? We've seen it, he said. We've watched England tear itself apart. And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbor turns against neighbor, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times. It's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future, to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them, rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone, social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it, equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself. Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason, rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of war to defend yourself. This makes perfect sense once you understand the state of nature. War is terrible, as we've seen. It makes all human achievement impossible. So if there's any way to secure peace, any possibility of escaping the state of nature's violence, reason tells us to pursue it. But reason also tells us not to be naive. If others aren't willing to pursue peace, if we're stuck in the state of nature whether we like it or not, then we need to do whatever it takes to survive. The second law of nature follows from the first. Be willing to lay down your right to all things when others are willing to do the same, to the degree necessary for peace. This is the key move, the beginning of the escape from natural liberty into civil society. In the state of nature, everyone has a right to everything. I have a right to take your food if I need it to survive. You have a right to kill me if you perceive me as a threat. These unlimited rights make peace impossible because my exercising my rights threatens you, and your exercising your rights threatens me. But what if we could make a deal? What if I agreed to give up my unlimited right to harm you, and you agreed to give up your unlimited right to harm me? Then we'd both be safer. We'd both gain security by mutually limiting our freedom. The second law of nature tells us that this trade is rational, that giving up dangerous liberties in exchange for security is the smart move, as long as, and this is crucial, others are making the same trade. Notice that qualification, when others are willing to do the same. This isn't naive pacifism. Hobbes isn't saying you should unilaterally disarm, should give up your rights while others keep theirs. That would be suicide, not wisdom. The law of nature tells you to lay down your rights only when doing so is mutual, when everyone is giving up the same dangerous freedoms together. It's a collective solution to a collective problem.
Third law of nature makes this even clearer. Keep covenants that you've made. A covenant is an agreement to do something in the future. I promise to deliver goods next week. You promise to pay when you receive them. This kind of agreement is essential for cooperation. But as we've seen, in the state of nature, covenants are just words. There's no guarantee anyone will keep their promise when the time comes. Hobbes saw this as the fundamental problem. Even if people rationally understand that mutual cooperation would benefit everyone, even if they're willing in principle to constrain their behavior for mutual advantage, they can't trust each other to actually follow through. And without trust, no cooperation is possible. Each person knows that if they keep their promise while others break theirs, they'll be exploited. So the rational thing seems to be to break promises whenever convenient. But if everyone reasons that way, no promises are credible, and we're stuck in the state of nature, despite everyone being worse off for it. This is what we now call a collective action problem, or a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone can see that cooperation would benefit all, but individual rationality pushes toward defection, toward breaking agreements. And because everyone knows everyone else is tempted to defect, no one trusts the agreements, and cooperation collapses before it begins. Hobbes's solution to this problem is both brilliant and disturbing. If the difficulty is that agreements aren't trustworthy because there's no enforcement, then create an enforcement mechanism. If the problem is that everyone is tempted to break covenants when convenient, then create a power that makes breaking covenants inconvenient. Make someone or some group strong enough to punish covenant breakers so effectively that keeping promises becomes the rational choice even for selfish people. This is where the social contract comes in, though it's important to understand that Hobbes's version is quite different from what many later philosophers would develop. The contract isn't between rulers and ruled. It's not an agreement where the sovereign promises to rule well in exchange for obedience.
That kind of mutual contract would just recreate the problem at a higher level, because who would enforce the contract between sovereign and subjects? No, Hobbes's social contract is an agreement among the people themselves. Each person, reasoning about how to escape the state of nature, comes to the same conclusion. We need a common power to enforce agreements and maintain peace. So, each person agrees with all the others to authorize some person or assembly to make decisions for all of them, to judge disputes, to command and forbid. Each person says, in effect, I authorize this person or group to act on my behalf, and I recognize their decisions as if they were my own decisions. Hobbes gave this idea vivid expression. Imagine each person saying to all the others, I authorize and give up my
right of governing myself to this man or to this assembly of men on this condition that you give up your right to him and authorize all his actions in like manner. What this creates is an artificial person, a unified entity made up of the authorizations of all the individuals who compose it. Hobbes called this artificial person the Leviathan, or the Commonwealth, or simply the Sovereign. It's artificial because it doesn't exist naturally, but is created by human agreement. It's a person because it acts as a unity, making decisions, issuing commands, enforcing rules. And it's sovereign because there is no higher authority that judges or constrains it. This sovereign power, once created, has to be absolute. And here's where Hobbes's argument becomes uncomfortable for almost everyone who reads it. He insisted that the sovereign cannot be limited, cannot be divided, cannot be held accountable by the subjects who created it. Why? Because any limitation on sovereign power recreates the state of nature at some level. Think about it this way. Suppose we say the sovereign can rule, but only within certain limits, only on certain topics, only in ways that respect certain rights. Who decides whether the sovereign has exceeded those limits? If individual subjects can decide for themselves when the sovereign has overstepped, then we're back to everyone being their own judge, which is just the state of nature again. Each person deciding what the law allows is no different from no law at all. What if we say there should be another authority that checks the sovereign, some other body that can veto or override the sovereign's decisions? Then that checking authority is the real sovereign, and the same problem arises at that level. Either authority is divided, in which case we have potential conflict between authorities and no clear answer to who wins, or authority is unified in whoever has the final say. You can't escape the logic. Either someone or some body has ultimate final authority, or you don't really have authority at all. Hobbes worked through various attempts to limit or divide sovereignty and showed why each fails. Separation of powers. Then the different powers can come into conflict with no way to resolve the dispute except by force, which is civil war. Constitutional limits. Who enforces them when the sovereign violates them? Another authority. Then that's the real sovereign. The subjects themselves. Then each subject is judge in their own case, and we're back to the state of nature. Rights that subjects retain against the sovereign. Rights without enforcement are meaningless, as we've seen. And if subjects can enforce their rights against the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really sovereign. The only right Hobbes recognized that subjects never give up is the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign commands you to kill yourself or refuses to defend you against immediate threats,
you can resist because the whole point of creating the sovereign was to secure your life. But beyond that narrow exception, the sovereign's authority must be unlimited if it's to do the job it was created to do. The implications are stark. The sovereign defines what is just and unjust, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Not because the sovereign is necessarily wise or good, but because that's what sovereignty means. Having an authority means having someone whose word on these matters is final. The sovereign can't commit injustice in the legal sense because justice is defined by the sovereign's commands. Religious authority must be subordinate to political authority. This was especially controversial in Hobbes's time, when religious disputes were tearing Europe apart. But Hobbes was adamant. The sovereign must have the power to determine religious practices, to settle religious disputes, to prevent religious disagreement from destroying civil peace. The alternative is to have multiple authorities claiming ultimate allegiance, which inevitably produces conflict. Subjects generally cannot rebel against the sovereign. This might seem to contradict everything about social contract theory, which we associate with ideas about consent of the governed and right of revolution. But Hobbes's logic is clear. If subjects could legitimately rebel whenever they thought the sovereign was governing badly, then the sovereign wouldn't really have authority. The subjects would be judging the sovereign, which makes them the real authority, which recreates the state of nature. As you rest tonight, feel the tension in Hobbes's position. On one hand, he's given us a strangely democratic foundation for politics. All authority comes from the consent of the governed. The sovereign is created by agreement among equals. There's no divine right, no natural hierarchy, no appeal to tradition. Political authority is artificial, conventional, created by human beings for human purposes. That's radically modern, even revolutionary. On the other hand, the conclusion seems authoritarian, even tyrannical. Absolute power with no accountability, no right to rebel except in extreme circumstances, no check on the sovereign beyond the sovereign's own judgment. How can these two aspects fit together? How can democratic premises lead to authoritarian conclusions? The answer lies in Hobbes's unflinching focus on the problem he's trying to solve. The problem is civil war, is breakdown of order, is the constant threat that society will slide back into the state of nature. Everything Hobbes argues for is designed to prevent that catastrophe. The sovereign must be absolute because anything less than absolute leaves room for the conflicts that destroy peace. The subjects cannot rebel because allowing rebellion recreates the very problem government was meant to solve. Whether you find this convincing likely depends on how seriously you take the threat Hobbes was addressing. If you've lived through civil war, if you've watched society collapse, if
You've experienced the breakdown of order firsthand. Hobbes's willingness to accept almost any government rather than risk returning to chaos might seem reasonable. If you've been fortunate enough to live under stable government most of your life, his arguments for absolute sovereignty might seem like the cure being worse than the disease. But either way, Hobbes has transformed the question. He's forced us to confront the foundations of political obligation, to ask why we should obey government at all, to recognize that the alternative to authority isn't freedom, but chaos. And he's done it without appealing to God or tradition or nature in any traditional sense. He's built a theory of politics on the minimal foundations of rational self-interest and mutual agreement. That achievement alone makes him one of the pivotal figures in political thought. The escape from the state of nature requires creating a leviathan,
an artificial monster of our own making, powerful enough to keep us in awe, to make us keep our covenants, to maintain the peace without which human life remains solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It's not a comfortable solution. But Hobbes never promised comfort. He promised security, order, the possibility of civilization. Whether the price he demanded was worth paying remains one of the great questions in political philosophy. In 1651, while England was still trying to figure out how to govern itself after executing its king, while Oliver Cromwell was consolidating power as Lord Protector, while royalists in exile still hoped for restoration of the monarchy, Thomas Hobbes published a book with an audacious title, Leviathan, or The Matter, Form and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil. The title itself was provocative. Leviathan appears in the Bible as a terrifying sea monster, a creature of chaos that only God can tame. In the book of Job, God describes the Leviathan to humble Job, to remind him of powers beyond human comprehension or control. It was an image of primordial danger, of forces that threaten to overwhelm human order. But Hobbes transformed the Leviathan into something else entirely. Look at the famous frontispiece of the book, the illustration that appeared on early editions. You see a giant crowned figure rising above a landscape, towering over cities and countryside. The figure holds a sword in one hand and a bishop's crozier in the other, symbolizing both civil and ecclesiastical authority. But look closer at the giant's body. It's not solid. It's composed of hundreds of tiny human figures, all facing the crowned head, all part of the larger whole. This is Hobbes's Leviathan. Not a natural monster, but an artificial one. Not chaos, but order. The multitude of individuals unified into a single corporate body through their mutual covenant. The sovereign as the authorized representative of all, wielding power not against the people, but as the people, or at least as the artificial person created by
their agreement. The monster is us, or rather, it's what we become when we successfully escape the state of nature by creating common power. The book itself was a masterpiece of systematic thinking, laying out Hobbes's entire philosophy from his materialism through human psychology, to the state of nature, to the social contract, to the powers of the sovereign, to the relationship between church and state, to the nature of Christian commonwealth. It was comprehensive, rigorous, and written in English prose that was alternately elegant and brutally direct. This last point mattered enormously. Hobbes's earlier work, Deceive, had been written in Latin for an educated European audience. Leviathan was written in English, for English readers, in language that, while sophisticated, was accessible to anyone with basic literacy. Hobbes wanted his ideas to reach not just scholars, but parliamentarians, merchants, anyone involved in the political life of his country. He was intervening in a live political crisis, not just engaging in academic philosophy. And intervene he did, though probably not in the way he intended. Leviathan offended almost everyone. Royalists were horrified by Hobbes's denial of divine right. If the king's authority comes from the people's consent rather than from God, if sovereignty is conventional rather than natural, then what makes monarchy special? Why should Charles II be restored rather than some other form of government being chosen? Hobbes had provided a rational argument for absolute sovereignty,
but he'd undermined the traditional foundations of monarchical legitimacy in the process. Republicans and parliamentarians were equally horrified, but for different reasons. Hobbes had argued for absolute, undivided sovereignty. No separation of powers, no right of resistance, no accountability of rulers to ruled beyond the narrow case of self-preservation. This seemed to justify tyranny, to leave subjects helpless before arbitrary power. Even if you accepted that some government was necessary, why this government? Why absolute monarchy rather than limited government with checks and balances? And then there were the churches. Hobbes had subordinated all religious authority to the sovereign. He'd argued that the sovereign must determine religious practices, settle theological disputes, control church offices and doctrines. This seemed to make religion merely a tool of political power, to deny any independent authority to spiritual matters. Both Anglicans and Puritans, Catholics and Protestants found things in Leviathan to offend them. Hobbes seemed to be reducing faith to a matter of civil obedience. Worse, there were passages in Leviathan that could be read as questioning fundamental Christian doctrines. Hobbes's materialism seemed to leave no room for immaterial souls or life after death in any traditional sense. His account of Scripture emphasized natural explanations and questioned supernatural claims, while Hobbes insisted he
was a Christian and argued for the compatibility of his philosophy with Christianity. Many readers suspected atheism lurking beneath his professions of faith. The book was condemned, banned, burned in effigy at Oxford University. Hobbes was accused of heresy, atheism, corrupting youth, undermining morality. For years after publication, attacks on Hobbes and Hobbism became a minor industry among English writers. To call someone a Hobbist was to accuse them of denying God, morality, and decency itself. Yet despite all this hostility, or perhaps because of it, Leviathan became one of the most discussed and influential books of its age. You couldn't talk about politics in 17th century England without addressing Hobbes's arguments. You might reject his conclusions, but you had to engage with his framework. He had changed the terms of debate in ways that couldn't be undone. Interestingly, while royalists disliked Hobbes's foundations, they appreciated his conclusions about absolute sovereignty. And while Republicans hated his defense of absolutism, some found his social contract framework useful for quite different purposes. The book was too systematic, too powerful, too thorough to be simply dismissed. It had to be argued with, which meant its categories and questions became the common property of political thought. Hobbes returned to England in 1651, the same year Leviathan was published. This was a risky move. The country was still unsettled, his book was making enemies, and his royalist connections were well known. But perhaps Hobbes calculated that Cromwell's regime, which had its own problems with legitimacy and needed philosophical support, might tolerate him. Or perhaps he simply wanted to come home. He spent the Commonwealth years mostly quiet, writing but not publishing on controversial topics, meeting with intellectuals, enjoying whatever protection his former students' affection provided. When Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Hobbes might have expected favour. After all, he'd been the king's mathematics tutor during exile. He'd written a defence of absolute monarchy, even if the foundation for that defence was unconventional. Charles did grant Hobbes a pension and received him at court. But the king also made clear that Hobbes must not publish anything more on politics or religion. Too many powerful people wanted Hobbes silenced. The churches, the universities, Parliament, all saw him as dangerous. Charles protected Hobbes from worse persecution
responses to critics to publish. He'd spent years developing his system, and now he was told to be quiet. He did write more, including Behemoth, a history of the English Civil War that applied his political philosophy to recent events, but it couldn't be published during his
lifetime. His ideas would have to wait for future generations to be fully heard. The irony is rich. Hobbes wrote Leviathan to prevent civil war, to provide a rational foundation for stable government, to show why absolute sovereignty was necessary for peace. The book succeeded in changing how people thought about politics, but it also made its author too dangerous to be fully heard. The monster of Malmesbury had created a monster of a book, and both were too threatening to be tolerated by the authorities whose power they theoretically defended. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how ideas can be more dangerous than armies. Hobbes never led soldiers or held political office. He was a scholar, a tutor, a writer. Yet his arguments threatened kings and churches, changed political discourse, influenced generations of thinkers. The Leviathan he described, that artificial person created by social contract, was matched by another creation, the book itself, an artifact of thought that lived on beyond its author's control, generating controversy and insight in equal measure. The ideas Hobbes published in 1651 are still with us. We still argue about the foundations of political obligation, about the balance between security and liberty, about what legitimates government authority. The terms have changed, the conclusions we draw may differ from Hobbes's, but the questions he forced us to confront remain alive. That's the real power of Leviathan, not its specific doctrines, but its transformation of how we think about politics itself. A generation after Hobbes published Leviathan, another English philosopher took up the same questions but reached strikingly different conclusions. John Locke, writing in the 1680s during another period of political crisis in England, accepted much of Hobbes's framework while rejecting his absolutist conclusions. The result was a vision of politics that would prove even more influential than Hobbes's, especially in the emerging liberal tradition that would shape modern democracy. Locke's second treatise of government, published in 1689, begins with the state of nature, just as Hobbes did. This wasn't coincidence. By Locke's time, the social contract framework Hobbes had developed had become the standard way of thinking about political legitimacy. If you wanted to argue about politics, you started with the state of nature and built up from there. Hobbes had set the terms of debate so effectively that even his critics had to work within the structure he'd created. But Locke's state of nature was fundamentally different from Hobbes's vision of war and chaos. For Locke, the state of nature was a condition of perfect freedom and equality, but it wasn't necessarily violent or anarchic. It was, Locke argued, governed by the law of nature, which could be known by reason, and that law of nature taught clear moral principles. No one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. This makes an enormous difference. For Hobbes, there were no moral constraints in the state of nature, no genuine right and wrong beyond what conduces to self-preservation. Rights were just liberties, permissions to do whatever you thought necessary. For Locke, the state of nature already contained moral law. People already had genuine rights to life, liberty, and property, rights that existed before any government and that government must respect. Where did these natural rights come from? Locke's answer was theological. God created human beings and gave them the world to use. We have a right to self-preservation because we're God's property. and it would be wrong to destroy what belongs to God. We have property rights because we mix our labor with natural resources, and our labor is our own, so what we create through labor becomes ours. The moral structure of reality, grounded in divine creation, gives content to natural law and natural rights. Now, if the state of nature already has moral law and natural rights, why do we need government? Locke's answer was more modest than Hobbes's. We need government not because the state of nature is unbearable, but because it has inconveniences. Without a common authority, disputes about rights are hard to resolve. Everyone is judge in their own case, which leads to bias. Enforcement of natural law is uncertain. Some people will violate others' rights, and while those people can be punished, there's no systematic, reliable mechanism for doing so. So people form civil society through consent to create institutions that will protect their natural rights more effectively. Notice what's different here. For Hobbes, government creates order where there was only chaos. For Locke, government protects rights that already exist. For Hobbes, the sovereign defines justice. For Locke, justice is independent of government, and government is legitimate only insofar as it respects natural justice. This leads to radically different conclusions about political authority. Locke agreed that government requires sovereignty, but his sovereign is limited in ways Hobbes never allowed. Government's power extends only to protecting natural rights. It has no authority to violate those rights, no matter how expedient it might seem. The power to make laws is limited by the requirement that those laws serve the public good and respect individual rights. Moreover, political power can be divided. Locke distinguished between legislative, executive, and what he called federative powers, the power to conduct foreign relations. These could be held by different bodies or persons creating checks and balances. This division of powers wouldn't recreate the state of nature as Hobbes feared, because all the powers remain bound by natural law and by their common purpose of protecting rights. Most dramatically, Locke argued that people retain the right to revolution. If government systematically violates the rights it's supposed to protect, if it acts against the
Public good, if it becomes tyrannical, then the people can dissolve it and create new government. The social contract isn't irrevocable as Hobbes insisted. It's conditional on government doing its job. And when government fails badly enough, the contract is broken and people return to their natural liberty to form new political arrangements. This was explosive stuff in the context of 17th century England. Locke was writing around the time of the Glorious Revolution, when Parliament invited William of Orange to take the throne from James II. His second treatise was essentially a justification for that revolution, an argument that deposing a king could be legitimate if that king violated his trust. Where Hobbes seemed to justify any government that could maintain order, Locke provided a philosophical foundation for limited government and justified resistance. Yet notice how much Locke accepted from Hobbes. The framework of state of nature and social contract. The idea that political authority requires justification in terms of the people's consent. The rejection of divine right and appeals to tradition as sufficient grounds for obedience. These were all Hobbesian moves, and Locke couldn't have made his argument without them. Locke was working within the intellectual space Hobbes had created. He was answering Hobbesian questions, using Hobbesian methods, just reaching different conclusions. And those different conclusions flowed from different premises about the state of nature and about what humans are like without government.
If you accept Hobbes's vision of the state of nature as war, his absolutist conclusions become harder to avoid. If you accept Locke's gentler vision of the state of nature as imperfect but not unbearable, his liberal conclusions follow more naturally. Who was right about human nature? That question has occupied political philosophers ever since. Are humans as dangerous to each other as Hobbes believed? Or are we capable of the kind of moral restraint and cooperation Locke described? The answer probably varies with circumstances. In conditions of extreme scarcity and insecurity, Hobbes's vision seems grimly accurate. In conditions of relative abundance and security, Locke's optimism seems more justified. Neither captured the whole truth, but together they mapped the space within which much later political thought would develop. The American founders wrestled with exactly this tension. Thomas Jefferson's famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," echoes Locke's trinity of life, liberty, and property. The idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed is pure social contract theory, developed by Hobbes and Locke. The right to revolution when government becomes destructive of these ends is Lockean. But the American Constitution also reflects Hobbesian concerns. The separation of powers that Locke endorsed is built into the structure,
but so is the creation of a strong central government powerful enough to maintain order. The Federalist Papers, written to support ratification of the Constitution, often sound Hobbesian themes about the dangers of faction and the need for effective authority. The founders were trying to balance Lockean liberty with Hobbesian security, and the American experiment can be seen as an attempt to synthesize these rival visions. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how these old debates remain alive. When we argue about how much power government should have, whether authority should be centralized or divided, when we can legitimately resist or disobey laws, we are still working through questions Hobbes and Locke posed. Their specific answers may not satisfy us, but their questions endure because they're asking about permanent features of political life. How to balance order and liberty, security and freedom, common good and individual rights. Hobbes saw the danger of chaos and prioritized order above almost everything else. Locke saw the danger of tyranny and prioritized liberty and rights. Both dangers are real. Both concerns are legitimate. And no political system has perfectly solved the problem of achieving security without sacrificing too much freedom or protecting liberty without risking too much instability. We're still, in a sense, trying to navigate between Hobbes and Locke, trying to get enough of each without the excesses of either. The conversation they began continues, and that, perhaps more than any specific doctrine either taught, is their greatest legacy. Transforming political philosophy into a systematic inquiry into the foundations of legitimate authority, an inquiry that takes seriously both the necessity and the dangers of power. Throughout his life, Hobbes held a peculiar conviction. Philosophy could be made as certain as mathematics. If we could just define our terms precisely enough, reason carefully enough, follow arguments rigorously enough, we could achieve in moral and political philosophy the same kind of demonstrative certainty that mathematicians achieved in geometry. This belief shaped how Hobbes approached philosophy and led him into both brilliant insights and embarrassing failures. Hobbes first encountered Euclidean geometry in his 40s, relatively late in life for a scholar. The story goes that he was in a gentleman's library and saw a copy of Euclid's Elements lying open.
his eye fell on a proposition, a theorem about triangles. At first, he couldn't believe it. He looked at the proof, which referred back to earlier propositions. He looked at those propositions and their proofs, which referred to still earlier ones. Eventually, he worked his way back to the definitions and axioms that began the whole system. And he was amazed. From a handful of simple definitions and self-evident principles, Euclid had constructed an entire edifice of geometric knowledge, each theorem following necessarily from what came before. There was no appeal to authority, no reliance on observation, just pure reason working out the implications of clear concepts. This was certainty, real knowledge, not the endless disputation of traditional philosophy that never seemed to settle anything. Hobbes became convinced that this method could be applied to philosophy. If you could define basic concepts clearly, if you could identify the fundamental principles of human nature and social interaction, then you could deduce how politics must work with the same certainty that geometry could deduce the properties of triangles. This is why Leviathan begins with meticulous definitions of sensation, imagination, memory, reason. Hobbes was trying to build a philosophical system the way Euclid built geometry, from clear foundations through careful deduction to necessary conclusions. In many ways, this approach was Hobbes's great strength, his systematic rigor, his insistence on precise definition, his habit of making assumptions explicit and following their logical consequences. All of this gave his political philosophy a clarity and force that most earlier political thought lacked. When you read Leviathan, you can see each step of the argument, understand how later conclusions depend on earlier premises, trace the logical structure that holds the whole system together. But the geometric ideal also led Hobbes into his most famous failure. If philosophy could be like mathematics, if reasoning was really a kind of calculation, then perhaps he could contribute to mathematics itself. And so Hobbes, brilliant as he was in many domains, spent years of his later life working on a problem that had stumped mathematicians for centuries: squaring the circle. The problem is simple to state. Can you construct a square with the same area as a given circle using only compass and straight edge? Ancient mathematicians had tried and failed. The problem seemed simple but proved remarkably resistant to solution, and Hobbes became convinced he'd solved it. He published his solution. Mathematicians pointed out errors. Hobbes revised and republished. The errors were pointed out again, more sharply this time. Hobbes dug in his heels, insisting that professional mathematicians were biased against him, were being deliberately obtuse, were protecting their positions by rejecting correct solutions from outsiders. The controversy dragged on for years, becoming increasingly bitter and increasingly embarrassing for Hobbes. The tragedy was that Hobbes was simply wrong, and the mathematicians were right. He'd made basic errors that any competent geometer could spot. Worse, he was arguing about mathematics with people who understood it far better than he did, yet he couldn't admit his mistakes. The same man who could dissect political philosophy with brilliant clarity became obstinate and unreasonable when confronted with his mathematical errors. Why did this happen? Perhaps because Hobbes had invested so much in the idea. That reasoning was calculation, that philosophy was geometric. If he couldn't even do basic geometry correctly, what did that say about his grand systematic philosophy? He couldn't afford to admit mathematical error without seeming to undermine his whole project. So he doubled down, defended his mistakes, alienated the mathematical community, and damaged his reputation in ways that his political writings alone never would have. Yet the failure in mathematics doesn't actually undermine Hobbes's political philosophy. The geometric ideal was a guiding metaphor, an aspiration, not a literal claim that politics is mathematics. What Hobbes really achieved was something different from and more valuable than geometric proof. He created a systematic framework for thinking about politics, one that made assumptions explicit, followed implications carefully, and offered testable claims about how humans behave and what forms of government can succeed. This systematic approach was revolutionary. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely a matter of citing ancient authorities, appealing to tradition, invoking divine will, or making ad hoc arguments about specific situations. Hobbes offered something new, a general theory of politics built from first principles about human nature. You might disagree with his premises or his conclusions, but you had to engage with the systematic structure of his thought. You couldn't just cite Aristotle or appeal to custom. You had to show where Hobbes's reasoning went wrong, which meant reasoning at the same level of generality and rigor. The mechanistic worldview that underlay Hobbes's approach was part of a larger scientific revolution transforming 17th century thought. Galileo, Descartes, and others were showing that nature could be understood through mathematics and mechanics, that complicated phenomena could be explained in terms of matter in motion following natural laws. Hobbes tried to extend this approach to human society to show that politics too could be understood scientifically. In this, he was ahead of his time. The idea that human behavior follows patterns that can be studied systematically, that society operates according to principles we can discover through careful analysis. This idea would eventually develop into social science. Hobbes didn't create sociology or political science in their modern forms, but he gestured toward them, showed that such disciplines were possible in principle. His claim that reasoning is computation is particularly interesting in light of modern cognitive science and artificial intelligence. When Hobbes suggested that thinking is just adding and subtracting concepts, his contemporaries found it reductive and absurd. But in our age of computers, when we've built machines that manipulate symbols according to rules and thereby achieve something that looks like reasoning, Hobbes's idea seems less strange. We still debate whether artificial intelligence really thinks or just simulates thinking. But the very fact that the question arises shows that Hobbes touched on something deep about the nature of cognition. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the beautiful ambition in Hobbes's geometric ideal, even if the ideal was never fully realized. He wanted certainty in a domain where certainty seems impossible. He wanted to find principles of politics as clear and compelling as the Pythagorean theorem. He wanted to lift political discourse out of partisan squabbling and into the realm of demonstrative knowledge where rational people would have to agree. He failed, of course. Politics remains contested, uncertain, irreducibly plural in ways that geometry is not. But the attempt itself was noble, and the systematic approach he pioneered became the standard for serious political philosophy. After Hobbes, you couldn't just assert political claims. You had to argue for them, systematically, from defensible premises through logical steps that others could examine. That expectation of rigor is part of his legacy. The stubborn old man trying to square the circle, refusing to admit his mathematical incompetence, cuts a somewhat comic figure. But the brilliant philosopher who transformed how we think about political authority, who forced us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and power, who built a system of thought so comprehensive and rigorous that we're still working through its implications, that figure commands respect. The geometric ideal inspired the achievement even if the achievement didn't live up to the ideal. Rest now in the knowledge that human understanding has limits, that our grandest ambitions often exceed our reach, but that even failed aspirations can produce valuable insights along the way. Hobbes wanted more certainty than politics allows, but in seeking it, he gave us concepts and arguments that clarified political thought for generations to come. More than 300 years have passed since Hobbes died, yet his shadow falls across contemporary politics in ways both obvious and subtle. Open any newspaper, scroll through any news feed, and you'll find Hobbesian questions lurking beneath the surface of current debates. How much power should government have? When does security justify limiting liberty? What legitimates political authority? Can international order exist without world government? These are Hobbes's questions, even when we don't recognize them as such. The 20th century saw a remarkable revival of social contract theory in academic philosophy. For much of the 19th century, Hobbes and social contract thinking had been eclipsed by other approaches to politics, by utilitarianism, by Hegelian idealism, by Marxist historical materialism, by conservative appeals to organic tradition. But in 1971, John Rawls published A Theory of Justice, and suddenly social contract theory was at the center of political philosophy again. Rawls's approach was explicitly Hobbesian in structure, even while reaching conclusions Hobbes would never have endorsed. Rawls asked readers to imagine people in an original position, choosing principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance that prevented them from knowing their own position in society. This was a thought experiment directly descended from Hobbes's state of nature, a way of using hypothetical reasoning to discover what rational agreement could establish about legitimate political arrangements. Rawls concluded that people in the original position would choose principles guaranteeing equal basic liberties and allowing inequalities only when they benefit the worst off. These liberal egalitarian conclusions are far from Hobbes's absolutism, but the method is recognizably Hobbesian. We're still using variations on the social contract framework to argue about justice, still imagining what rational people would agree to under certain conditions, still deriving political principles from hypothetical consent. Game theory, developed in the mid-20th century to analyze strategic interaction, gave Hobbes's insights mathematical precision. The prisoner's dilemma, perhaps the most famous concept in game theory, is essentially the Hobbesian problem in formal terms. Two prisoners are separately offered deals. If both stay silent, both get light sentences. If one betrays the other while the other stays silent, the betrayer goes free while the silent one gets a harsh sentence. If both betray, both get moderate sentences. The rational choice for each prisoner, considered individually, is to betray, because betrayal yields a better outcome regardless of what the other prisoner does. But if both reason this way, both end up worse off than if they'd both stayed silent. This is exactly Hobbes's covenant problem. Individual rationality undermines collective good unless there's an enforcement mechanism that changes the incentive structure. Game.
Theorists have used this framework to analyze everything from nuclear deterrence to environmental policy to the evolution of cooperation. And in doing so, they're working through Hobbesian logic, showing how the structure of strategic interaction creates problems that individual rationality alone cannot solve. Hobbes didn't have the mathematical tools of modern game theory, but he grasped the essential logic 3 centuries earlier. Contemporary debates about security and liberty constantly replay Hobbesian themes. After terrorist attacks, governments claim emergency powers, expand surveillance, limit civil liberties, all in the name of protecting citizens.
critics respond that security purchased at the cost of freedom isn't worth having, that we're betraying our values by the very measures meant to protect them. But notice that both sides accept the Hobbesian framing. Security and liberty are being traded against each other, and the question is where to strike the balance. The COVID-19 pandemic brought Hobbesian questions into sharp relief. Governments imposed lockdowns, restricted movement, mandated vaccines or masks, closed businesses. Some people accepted these measures as necessary to protect public health, as the kind of collective action problem that only government authority could solve. Others resisted as violations of liberty, as government overreach, as tyranny disguised as public health policy. The debate divided along lines that would have been familiar to Hobbes. How much authority should government have in emergencies? When does protecting life justify restricting liberty? In international relations, Hobbes's vision of the state of nature describes relations among sovereign states better than it ever described relations among individuals. There is no world government, no authority above nations that can enforce international law. Countries exist in something like a state of nature with respect to each other, each pursuing its own interests, each potentially in conflict with others, each relying ultimately on its own power to secure its position. This produces what political scientists call the security dilemma at the international level. When one country builds up its military for defensive purposes, neighboring countries perceive a threat and build up their own militaries in response, which makes the first country feel less secure, so it builds up even more, and the cycle continues. Everyone acts defensively. Everyone becomes less secure. It's Hobbes's dynamic of diffidence playing out among nations. Realism in international relations theory is explicitly Hobbesian. Realists argue that moral considerations matter little in relations among states, that power and security are what drive international politics, that cooperation is always fragile because there's no enforcement mechanism that can reliably constrain sovereign states. They don't necessarily endorse this situation, but they claim to describe how international politics
Actually works, given the anarchic structure of the international system. Technology has created new forms of power that Hobbes never imagined, but that raise thoroughly Hobbesian questions. Surveillance states can monitor citizens with unprecedented thoroughness, tracking movements, reading communications, predicting behavior. Governments justify this surveillance with Hobbesian logic. We need these powers to protect you from terrorism, from crime, from disorder. But the result is a kind of leviathan that can see everything, know everything about its subjects in ways that would have seemed like godlike power in Hobbes's time. Corporate power raises similar issues. Large technology companies control platforms that shape political discourse, influence elections, determine what information billions of people see. They're not governments in the traditional sense, but they exercise forms of power that look increasingly sovereign. Do we need a leviathan to control these corporate leviathans? Or are we creating new forms of authority that don't fit Hobbes's categories? Climate change presents perhaps the most purely Hobbesian problem of our era. Every nation benefits if all nations reduce emissions, but each nation has an incentive to let others bear the cost of reduction while continuing to emit itself. This is a global collective action problem, a tragedy of the commons on a planetary scale. The Hobbesian solution would be world government powerful enough to enforce emissions limits. But creating such government seems impossible,
So we're stuck trying to solve a Hobbesian problem without Hobbesian solutions. The rise of authoritarian leaders around the world often comes wrapped in Hobbesian rhetoric. Strong men promise order, security, protection from chaos. They ask citizens to accept concentrated power in exchange for stability. They justify limiting dissent, suppressing opposition, consolidating authority by pointing to threats, real or imagined. The implicit bargain is Hobbesian. Give me absolute power and I'll protect you. Whether citizens are actually safer under such arrangements is questionable, but the rhetorical appeal remains powerful. Yet Hobbes also helps us critique authoritarianism. Remember that Hobbes's sovereign gains authority through consent of the governed, through the rational agreement of equals who create common power for their mutual benefit. A leader who seizes power through force hasn't created legitimate sovereignty in Hobbesian terms. And even legitimate sovereignty exists to protect subjects' lives. When government becomes the main threat to life rather than the protector of life, Hobbes's own logic suggests subjects can resist. Feminist philosophers have offered important critiques of social contract theory that expose blind spots in Hobbes and the tradition he founded. Carol Paterman argued that beneath the social contract is a prior sexual contract that establishes male dominance over women, the supposedly universal.
Agreement among equals turns out to have excluded half of humanity. Women weren't party to the original contract, but were subjects of it, subordinated by the very agreement that supposedly created political equality. Critical race theorists have made similar arguments. Charles Mills wrote of a racial contract that established white supremacy while claiming to establish equality. When Hobbes and Locke wrote about the state of nature and social contract, they were theorizing about relations among white European men. Indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, colonized populations were outside the framework entirely, subject to domination that the contract did nothing to legitimate, but also nothing to prevent. These critiques don't simply reject social contract theory, but force us to confront who was included and excluded in the original formulations. They show that supposedly universal theories of politics were partial, limited to certain groups, while claiming universal applicability. The questions Hobbes raised about political legitimacy and consent remain important, but we have to ask them more inclusively, recognizing that the answers may be different when we include everyone, rather than just some. As you rest tonight, consider how thoroughly Hobbesian our political vocabulary remains. We talk about social contracts, about legitimacy based on consent, about the balance between security and freedom, about the enforcement of agreements, about collective action problems. These concepts and frameworks come down to us from Hobbes, refined and modified, but recognizably his intellectual offspring. We may reject his authoritarian conclusions. We may have more optimistic views of human nature. We may aspire to forms of politics he never imagined. But we're still working within and against the structure of thought he created, still grappling with the problems he identified, still trying to answer the fundamental question he posed with such clarity. How can beings like us live together without destroying each other? The relevance of a 17th century philosopher to 21st century politics tells us something important. The problems Hobbes addressed aren't artifacts of his time, but permanent features of political life. As long as humans have conflicting interests, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other, we'll need some answer to the Hobbesian question of how to maintain order.
Our answers may differ from his, but we can't escape the question itself. At the heart of Hobbes's political philosophy lies an emotion he understood better than most philosophers before or since: fear. Not fear as a personal weakness or irrational response, but fear as a fundamental driver of political life, as the emotion that both creates the problem of order and provides resources for solving it. Remember that Hobbes was born prematurely as the Spanish Armada approached, born of his mother's terror. "Fear and I were born twins together," he wrote. This wasn't just biographical colour, but philosophical insight. Fear was Hobbes's constant companion, the emotion that shaped his understanding of human motivation and political necessity. In the state of nature, fear reigns supreme. The fear of violent death drives everything else. People seek power not primarily because they're greedy or ambitious, but because they're afraid of what will happen if they're powerless. They strike first, not because they're aggressive, but because they fear being struck. They accumulate resources not because they're miserly, but because they fear future scarcity. Fear is the great motivator in Hobbes's psychology, the passion that explains why rational beings would create such a dangerous situation for themselves. But fear is also what makes escape possible. The same fear that drives conflict in the state of nature also drives people to seek peace. The fear of violent death makes people willing to accept almost any alternative, including submission to sovereign power. Fear of punishment makes people keep covenants they might otherwise break. Fear of chaos makes people tolerate governments they might otherwise resist. This dual role of fear is central to understanding Hobbes. Fear isn't just a problem to be solved, but a resource to be used. The sovereign must inspire awe, must be feared, must be powerful enough that fear of punishment outweighs temptation to break laws. A sovereign that isn't feared isn't really sovereign, because subjects will calculate that they can violate laws with impunity. Power without the capacity to inspire fear is impotent. Yet Hobbes was also aware of the dangers of fear. A government that rules only through terror, that makes subjects fear it more than they fear returning to the state of nature, undermines its own legitimacy. Remember that in Hobbes's theory, subjects retain the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign becomes the primary threat to subjects' lives rather than their protector, subjects can legitimately resist. Fear of government can be as destructive as fear in the state of nature. This suggests a delicate balance. The sovereign must be feared enough to maintain order, but not so feared that subjects see it as a threat rather than a protector. It must inspire awe, the mixture of fear and respect that makes obedience seem both prudent and appropriate. Too little fear and laws aren't enforced. Too much fear and government becomes tyranny that subjects have reason to resist. Modern psychology has confirmed much of what Hobbes intuitively grasped about fear's role in social life. We know that fear is one of the most powerful motivators of human behavior, that threatened people seek security even at the cost of freedom, that fear can override other concerns and narrow our focus to immediate self-preservation. We also know that fear can be manipulated, that authorities can use threat exaggeration to gain power, that the politics of fear can undermine the very freedoms it claims to. Protect. Consider how often governments invoke fear to justify their actions. After the September 11th attacks, the US government launched a war on terror that led to expanded surveillance, military interventions, detention without trial, and torture. Much of this was justified by the claim that extraordinary threats require extraordinary powers. Fear of terrorism made citizens willing to accept measures they would have rejected in calmer times. Was this Hobbesian sovereignty in action? Government doing what's necessary to protect subjects from violent death? Or was it manipulation of fear to accumulate power beyond what's actually needed for security? Hobbes would say that depends on whether the measures genuinely served the purpose of protection or whether they served other interests under cover of necessity. But he'd also recognize that making this judgment is difficult, that subjects aren't always in a position to know what's genuinely necessary, and that government has both motive and opportunity to exaggerate threats. The politics of fear isn't unique to our time. Hobbes lived through an era when religious fear was used to justify persecution, when fear of heresy and witchcraft led to torture and execution, when fear of political disorder was invoked to suppress dissent. He recognized that fear could be instrumentalized, used by those in power to maintain control. Yet he also believed that some fear was appropriate, that recognizing our vulnerability and the dangers around us was rational rather than paranoid. This raises profound questions about how we should respond to fear in political life. Should we resist fear, refuse to let it guide our decisions, insist on maintaining liberty even when threatened? That's one response, the one that says, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. It's a noble sentiment, but Hobbes would ask whether it's realistic. Can people really maintain their commitment to liberty when they're genuinely terrified? And if fear does drive political decisions, shouldn't we think carefully about how to channel it productively rather than simply declaring it inadmissible? Or should we accept fear as a legitimate factor in political reasoning, acknowledge that security is a genuine good that sometimes requires limiting freedom? That's closer to Hobbes's position, but it opens the door to the very manipulation he worried about. Once we accept that fear justifies expanded power, authorities have strong incentives to keep us afraid, to magnify threats, to ensure that the emergency never quite ends. Perhaps the wisest response is neither to reject fear entirely, nor to let it dominate, but to think carefully about what we're afraid of and whether proposed responses genuinely address those fears. Hobbes would approve of this approach. He valued reason precisely because it could discipline passion, including fear. The fear that drives us to seek security should be guided by rational calculation about what genuinely serves self-preservation, not by panic or manipulation. One of Hobbes's most interesting observations about fear concerns its relationship to freedom. He defined liberty as absence of external impediments to motion. When you're free to do something, nothing external is preventing you from doing it. But notice that this definition is compatible with being motivated by fear. If you obey the law because you fear punishment, you're still acting freely in Hobbes's sense because the law doesn't physically prevent your action. It just gives you a reason not to act. This might seem like a verbal trick, but there's something important here. For Hobbes, the opposite of freedom isn't being influenced by fear, but being physically constrained or unable to act. And this suggests that a society where people obey laws out of fear of punishment can still be a free society, as long as the laws leave people space to make their own choices about how to live within legal constraints. He makes this point explicitly when talking about liberty under sovereignty. He says that liberty depends on the silence of the laws. Where the law doesn't speak, you're free to act as you choose. The sovereign needn't regulate everything, needn't control every aspect of life. There can be wide areas of liberty even under absolute sovereignty, as long as the sovereign chooses not to fill those spaces with commands. This is a thin conception of freedom by many standards, but it has a certain realism. Perfect freedom from all influence, from all pressure, from all consequences of our choices is impossible. We are always constrained by circumstances, influenced by consequences, responding to incentives and disincentives. The question isn't whether we're influenced, but whether we retain choice within the structure of influences that shape our decisions. As you drift deeper into rest, reflect on the role fear plays in your own life. The locks on your doors, the passwords on your accounts, the insurance policies you maintain, all reflect reasonable fear of potential harms. You take precautions not because you're paranoid, but because you're realistically aware of risks. This is Hobbesian fear at work, the rational recognition of vulnerability that leads to protective measures. But also notice that you're able to rest precisely because those protective measures work. The government maintains order, police deter crime, social norms constrain most people's behavior most of the time. You can be vulnerable in sleep because you trust, usually without thinking about it, that the structures of order will hold through the night. Fear has been channeled into institutions that make security possible, which in turn makes the vulnerability of rest possible. Hobbes understood this paradox. We need fear to motivate the creation of order, but successful order lets us mostly forget our fear. A well-functioning Leviathan fades into the background. Its
Power so reliable that we rarely think about the violence it prevents or the chaos it holds at bay. Only when order breaks down, when we get glimpses of the state of nature that always lurks beneath civilization's surface, do we remember why we need the Leviathan at all. Thomas Hobbes lived to the remarkable age of 91, surviving well into the Restoration period that followed Cromwell's Commonwealth. The final 2 decades of his life were lived under the protection and constraint we've already mentioned. Charles II granted him a pension and forbade him to publish on politics or religion. The monster of Malmesbury was neutralized, kept as a kind of intellectual pet at court, but prevented from further stirring up controversy. These years must have been frustrating for a mind as active and combative as Hobbes's. He had more to say, more arguments to make, more responses to critics who had attacked Leviathan and his earlier works. But silence had been imposed as the price of safety. So Hobbes turned his energies elsewhere, to pursuits that wouldn't directly challenge church or state. He continued his mathematical work, despite or perhaps because of his earlier humiliations over circle squaring. The man who had been so brilliant in political philosophy showed remarkable stubbornness in mathematics, continuing to publish claims that professional mathematicians could easily refute. These late mathematical works added nothing to his reputation and provided ammunition for critics who wanted to dismiss his entire philosophical system. Yet Hobbes persisted, convinced that the mathematicians were wrong even when they could demonstrate his errors step by step. There's something both admirable and sad about this stubbornness. Admirable because Hobbes refused to simply accept authority, maintained intellectual independence even when it made him look foolish. Sad because he was wasting his brilliance on a field where he lacked the necessary rigor.
defending errors that a more humble person would have acknowledged. The same quality that made him willing to challenge centuries of political philosophy, the same intellectual courage that let him publish Leviathan, despite knowing it would make enemies, became a liability when directed at mathematics. He did write one more major political work, though it couldn't be published during his lifetime. Behemoth, or The Long Parliament, was Hobbes's history of the English Civil War, applying his political philosophy to recent events. The book examined how religious enthusiasm, constitutional disputes, and competing authorities had combined to destroy civil peace. It was, in effect, a sustained argument that everything Leviathan had warned against had happened in England, proving the necessity of the absolute sovereignty Hobbes had defended. Charles II read Behemoth in manuscript and forbade its publication. Even a historical analysis of the Civil War was too controversial, too likely to reopen wounds that the Restoration was trying to heal. The book circulated in manuscript among scholars and was only published after Hobbes's death, when it could no longer cause immediate political problems. Hobbes also produced translations in his final years, rendering Homer's Iliad and Odyssey into English verse. This was work he'd loved as a young scholar, returning to the classics that had first inspired his intellectual life. The translations were competent but not brilliant, the work of an old man staying active rather than breaking new ground. But they gave Hobbes satisfaction and kept his mind engaged when he could no longer pursue philosophy directly. In 1675, at age 87, Hobbes left London for the last time. He moved to the countryside, to estates owned by his longtime patrons, the Cavendish family. He'd served them for most of his adult life, first as tutor to William Cavendish, then in various capacities to different branches of the family. Now, in his final years, they provided him refuge and support. He spent his last years at Hardwicke Hall in Derbyshire, living quietly, writing occasionally, receiving visitors who wanted to meet the famous philosopher. He composed an autobiography in Latin verse, looking back over his long life and the turbulent century he'd witnessed. Born under the shadow of the Spanish Armada, living through civil war and revolution, surviving into the Restoration, he'd seen England transform repeatedly, seen his philosophical landscape shift from scholasticism to early modern rationalism. In December 1679, Hobbes suffered a stroke. He became paralyzed and died within days. He was buried in the churchyard at St. John the Baptist Church in Alt Hucknall, a quiet country church far from the controversies and disputes that had marked his intellectual life. His grave was simple, marked with a Latin inscription that identified him as Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury and noted his philosophical reputation. His death was little noted beyond the circles of scholars and former associates. He'd been controversial enough that many were relieved to see him go. His books remained on lists of prohibited works. Universities warned students against Hobbesism as dangerous to morality and religion. For decades after his death, Hobbesian was a term of abuse, suggesting atheism, materialism, moral corruption. Yet his ideas survived suppression and slowly transformed how people thought about politics. The social contract framework became standard in political philosophy, even among those who rejected Hobbes's absolutist conclusions. The questions he'd posed about political legitimacy, about the relationship between security and liberty, about the foundations of political obligation, these couldn't be unasked, and the clarity with which he'd posed them set the agenda for political philosophy in ways that outlasted the controversies over his specific doctrines. John Locke built on Hobbesian foundations to reach liberal conclusions. Rousseau transformed the social contract into a theory of popular sovereignty. Kant developed social contract ideas into sophisticated moral and political philosophy. The American and French revolutions were fought with concepts and arguments that Hobbes had helped create, even though the revolutionaries would have rejected his monarchism. The very idea that government requires consent of the governed, that political authority needs rational justification, that we should think about politics in terms of what rational people would agree to, all of this bears Hobbes's influence. In the 19th century, as political philosophy moved away from social contract theory temporarily, Hobbes was remembered mostly as a historical figure, important but superseded. But the 20th century brought renewed appreciation for his systematic approach and his unflinching realism about power and conflict. After 2 world wars and countless revolutions, after witnessing how quickly civilization could collapse into barbarism, Hobbes's dark vision of human nature seemed less like pessimistic exaggeration and more like cold-eyed truth. Contemporary political philosophers might reject Hobbes's absolutism, but they recognize his genius in framing questions. When we argue about justice, about rights, about legitimate authority, we're working within intellectual space that Hobbes helped create. He made political philosophy systematic, rigorous, focused on fundamental questions rather than surface disputes. That methodological achievement matters as much as any specific doctrine he taught. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his final years at Hardwicke Hall, an old man looking back over 9 decades of life. He'd been present at the birth of modern political philosophy. He'd witnessed the collapse of the old certainties about authority and tradition. He'd tried to build new foundations, to show how rational beings could create order without appealing to divine right or ancient custom. He'd made enemies, been condemned and banned and burned in effigy, and he'd survived it all, outliving most critics, seeing his ideas spread despite opposition. There's a certain peace in that image. The fierce controversialist made quiet in age. The bold, systematic thinker returned to classical translation. The man who'd tried to reduce human nature to geometry, finally accepting the limits of his ambitions. He'd done what he set out to do, changed how we think about politics. Whether people accepted his conclusions mattered less than that they had to engage with his arguments. The Leviathan he'd described lived on in the institutions and concepts that structured political life. And the book called Leviathan lived on to be read, argued with, and built upon by generation after generation. As we near the end of our journey through Hobbes's thought, it's worth stepping back to ask what he ultimately teaches us. Not whether his specific conclusions are correct, not whether we should accept absolute
sovereignty or reject it, but what we learn about ourselves and political life from engaging seriously with his arguments. First, Hobbes teaches us to look unflinchingly at the foundations of social order. We live in societies held together by laws and institutions that we largely take for granted. Most of the time, we don't think about why people obey laws or what prevents society from dissolving into chaos. Hobbes forces us to think about these foundations, to recognize that social order is an achievement rather than a given, something that must be continually maintained rather than something we can simply assume. This doesn't mean accepting Hobbes's dark view of the state of nature or his authoritarian conclusions, but it does mean recognizing that cooperation among self-interested individuals isn't automatic or natural. It requires structures, incentives,
enforcement mechanisms. The peace we enjoy is fragile, dependent on institutions that channel human behavior in productive rather than destructive directions. Second, Hobbes teaches us about the relationship between structure and agency in shaping human behavior. He's often accused of having a dim view of human nature, of thinking people are inherently selfish or vicious. But that misreads him. Hobbes's point is more subtle. The situation people find themselves in shapes how they act more than their individual character does. In the state of nature, even virtuous people have reason to act in ways that undermine cooperation, because the structure of interaction makes trust impossible and defensive violence rational. In civil society, even selfish people can cooperate productively because the structure of incentives makes cooperation rational and defection costly. Change the situation and you change behavior without requiring people to become morally better or worse than they are. This is a profoundly important insight for thinking about social problems. It suggests that we should focus less on trying to make people more virtuous and more on creating structures that make virtuous behavior rational. We can't eliminate human selfishness, but we can channel it in ways that serve common good. We can't guarantee that everyone will keep promises, but we can create enforcement mechanisms that make promise breaking costly enough that most people keep their word most of the time. Third, Hobbes teaches us to think clearly about the distinction between what we'd like to be true and what actually is true. He was willing to follow arguments wherever they led, even when the conclusions were uncomfortable. He didn't let wishful thinking about human nature or appeals to what would be nice cloud his analysis of what human beings are actually like and how they actually behave. This kind of realism is rare and valuable. Most of us prefer comforting illusions to harsh truths. We like to think that people are basically good, that cooperation comes naturally, that we could get along fine without coercive authority, if only we tried harder. Hobbes asks whether these beliefs can withstand scrutiny, whether they accurately describe how people behave when structures of authority break down. Fourth, Hobbes teaches us about the necessity of power. Many strands of political thought try to imagine politics without power, or at least try to minimize power's role. Anarchist traditions dream of societies with no coercive authority. Liberal traditions try to constrain and limit power. But Hobbes insists that power is necessary, that without it we cannot have rights or justice or any of the things we value about civilized life. This doesn't mean celebrating power or accepting its abuse. It means recognizing that rights without enforcement are just words, that agreements without sanctions are unreliable, that order requires authority. The question isn't whether to have power, but how to structure it, how to ensure it serves the purposes for which it exists, rather than becoming an end in itself. Fifth, Hobbes teaches us to think about legitimacy in terms of purpose and consent rather than tradition or divine right. Government isn't legitimate because it's ancient or because God appointed rulers. It's legitimate to the extent that it serves the purpose for which rational people would create government, protecting life, securing peace, enabling cooperation. This is a revolutionary idea, even if we've become so used to it that we don't recognize its radicalism. It makes all political authority conditional, subject to justification in terms of human purposes. It denies that anyone has a natural right to rule others. It insists that political power requires justification that those subject to it can understand and accept. Sixth, Hobbes teaches us about the permanent tension between security and liberty. We want both, but they can conflict. More security often means more constraint, more surveillance, more power given to authorities. More liberty means less security, more risk, more uncertainty about how others will behave. This tension can't be perfectly resolved, only navigated with constant attention to how much of each we're getting and whether the balance is right. Different people will strike this balance differently, depending on their circumstances and values. Those who've lived through chaos will prioritize order. Those who've lived under tyranny will prioritize freedom. Hobbes reminds us that both are real goods, that neither can be fully sacrificed without terrible cost, and that we're always trading them against each other, whether we acknowledge it or not. Finally, Hobbes teaches us about the role of reason in human life. He believed passionately that reason could guide us toward peace, could show us how to escape the trap of the state of nature, could establish principles of political life on firm foundations. He had perhaps too much faith in reason's power, certainly too much confidence in his own reasoning abilities. But the faith itself is admirable. We
live in an age of deep polarization where political disputes seem increasingly driven by passion rather than argument, where people retreat into echo chambers that reinforce their prejudices rather than challenging them. Hobbes would despair at this. He believed that rational people, thinking clearly about their situation and interests, could reach agreement on fundamental political principles even if they disagreed about many specifics. Was he right? Can reason bridge our political divides? Can careful argument convince people to change their minds about fundamental questions? The answers aren't obvious. But Hobbes's faith that the attempt is worthwhile remains inspiring. If we give up on reason's ability to resolve disputes, if we accept that politics is just a clash of wills with no hope of rational resolution, then we're left with nothing but power against power, which is just the state of nature by another name. As you settle into the final stages of rest, consider what it means to live in a civilization shaped by Hobbesian questions and insights. The social contract isn't just a philosophical concept, but describes something real about how we live together. We have collectively created structures of authority that make cooperation possible, that protect rights, that enable us to plan for the future without constant fear. These structures are imperfect. They sometimes fail. They can be abused. They don't solve every problem or prevent every injustice. But they're better than the alternative, better than the state of nature that would emerge if they collapsed. And recognizing their necessity, understanding why we need them even when they constrain us, is part of what it means to be politically mature. Hobbes doesn't give us easy answers or comfortable reassurances. He confronts us with difficult truths about power, about human nature, about the price of peace. But in doing so, he helps us think more clearly about the political world we actually inhabit, rather than the one we wish existed. And that clarity, uncomfortable as it sometimes is a gift that continues to illuminate 3.5 centuries after he first offered it. We've travelled a long way tonight, from the premature birth during the Spanish Armada to the quiet death in a Derbyshire churchyard. We followed Thomas Hobbes through civil war and exile, through mathematical embarrassments and philosophical triumphs, through the creation of a book that would transform political thought.
and we've grappled with the ideas that made him both famous and infamous. The state of nature as war of all against all, the social contract as escape from chaos, the Leviathan as necessary monster we create to save ourselves. What are we to make of this strange, brilliant, difficult man and his unsettling philosophy? The easy response is to reject him, to insist that people are better than he believed, that we don't need absolute sovereignty, that his cure is worse than the disease, and there's truth in these objections. Hobbes did underestimate human capacity for cooperation. He did overestimate the necessity of absolute power. His political philosophy, if implemented literally, would produce tyranny. But easy rejection misses what's valuable in Hobbes. He forced us to confront questions we'd rather avoid. Why should I obey? What makes political authority legitimate? How do we create order among beings capable of harming each other? What's the alternative to government? These questions don't have comfortable answers, but they're important questions, perhaps the most important questions in political philosophy. The enduring value of Hobbes lies not in his specific answers, but in how he transformed political thinking. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely about interpreting traditions, citing authorities, applying religious principles to governance. After Hobbes, political philosophy became systematic inquiry into foundations, rigorous argument from first principles, careful analysis of concepts like sovereignty, rights, obligation, justice. He made us think about politics scientifically, not in the sense of using mathematics or experiments, but in the sense of seeking general theories that could explain and predict. He showed that political philosophy could be as rigorous as any other intellectual discipline, that questions about how we should live together could be approached with the same systematic care that mathematicians bring to geometry or physicists bring to motion. The irony we noted earlier remains striking. Hobbes seemed to defend absolute monarchy, yet he undermined traditional monarchism. He appeared authoritarian, yet he planted seeds of democracy. He argued for unconditional obedience, yet he based it on consent. These tensions aren't contradictions, but mark the transitional nature of his thought. He was working out implications of modern ideas, ideas about equality and consent and rational justification, even though those implications would eventually lead away from his monarchist conclusions. Later thinkers like Locke and Rousseau could reach liberal and democratic conclusions precisely because Hobbes had established the framework. Once you accept that political authority requires consent of the governed, that it must be justified in terms of human purposes, that no one has natural right to rule others, you've accepted premises that point toward democracy even if you don't follow them all the way there. Hobbes opened doors he didn't intend to walk through, created possibilities he didn't fully recognize. The warning Hobbes offers remains relevant. Civilization is fragile. Order is not guaranteed. The peace and security we enjoy depend on institutions and practices that must be maintained. When we take these things for granted, when we assume that cooperation will continue without attention to the structures that make it possible, we risk sliding back towards something resembling the state of nature. This
Doesn't mean accepting authoritarianism. It means taking seriously the work of maintaining democratic institutions, of building trust, of creating and enforcing rules that enable cooperation. It means recognizing that liberty requires structure, that rights require enforcement, that the absence of authority isn't freedom, but chaos. But Hobbes also offers comfort, though perhaps not the kind most philosophers offer. He shows us that despite our flaws, despite our selfishness and fear and propensity for conflict,
we're capable of creating order. We can use reason to escape traps that passion creates. We can build institutions that channel self-interest toward common good. We can live together peacefully, despite being dangerous to each other, can create civilization despite our limitations. This is a modest hope, but a real one. We don't need to become angels to live together well. We just need to be smart enough to create structures that make cooperation rational and maintain them with enough vigilance that they don't decay. That's achievable. Difficult, requiring constant attention, never perfectly successful, but achievable. And achieving it is the work of politics, the great collective enterprise of building and maintaining the Leviathan that protects us from each other and ourselves. Tonight, as you finally release yourself into sleep, consider where you are and how you got here. You lie in a bed in a home that's yours under law. You're protected by walls and locks that work because most people respect property rights most of the time. You're surrounded by a society that functions because people generally follow rules, keep agreements, refrain from violence. Tomorrow you'll wake and go about your business in a world where cooperation is normal, where strangers can interact without constant fear, where long-term projects are possible because we can trust that basic order will persist. All of this, Hobbes would say, depends on the Leviathan, not necessarily a king or dictator, but common power that enforces law and maintains peace. The specific form matters less than the function, creating conditions where human beings can live together without constant fear of returning to the state of nature. This common power exists in the background of your life, so reliable that you barely notice it, making possible the security in which you rest. The doors are locked, the laws are enforced, the social contract holds, the Leviathan watches through the night, that artificial monster we've created from our mutual agreement, that great power we've authorized to protect us from dangers we pose to each other. It's not perfect. It sometimes fails. It can be abused. But it's better than the alternative, better than the solitary, poor, nasty, brutish and short life that Hobbes described awaiting us without it. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the thought of Thomas Hobbes, the monster of Malmesbury, the philosopher who dared to look at human nature
without flinching, and who tried to build a science of politics on the foundations of fear and reason. If you found value in these explorations, please like and subscribe. Your support helps these conversations reach others who seek understanding in quiet moments. Sleep well tonight, protected by institutions and agreements, resting in the peace that countless generations have worked to maintain, secure in the knowledge that the Leviathan keeps its vigil while you dream. The social contract that Hobbes described isn't just philosophical theory, but describes something real about how we live. And in that reality, in the order we've collectively created and maintained, you can safely surrender to rest. The monster watches, the covenant holds, peace prevails, and you, dear listener, can sleep.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence, is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name, Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, ruled by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years until the Christian Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry. And, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed, and so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above, and he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep, the rock is sharp, and with every step the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun, the actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. Wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality. Horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them, the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy, and every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution to philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation, the kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog, not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing, copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate. 2 sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. 2 stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful. Things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles, but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses, rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits this is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning, but because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, you brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate however slightly in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lernaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbour's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on 2 contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these 2 speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the 4-armed, 4-legged creatures into two-armed, two-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When two halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and Plenty, attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy, and we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer, Diotima suggests. He died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider, Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, Without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations, at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Picture this. A 13-year-old boy stands in a sunlit courtyard in northern Greece, surrounded by gardens that will become his classroom for the next 3 years. His father, the most powerful king in the Greek world, has just introduced him to a middle-aged philosopher with small, penetrating eyes and a slight lisp. The boy is Alexander, destined to conquer an empire stretching from Greece to India. The philosopher is Aristotle, who will conquer something far more enduring. He will map the territory of human excellence itself. Aristotle leans forward and asks the young prince a question that will echo through 23 centuries to reach us tonight. What does it mean to live well? Not how to conquer kingdoms, not how to accumulate wealth or fame or power, but something more fundamental, more urgent, more intimately relevant to each of us preparing for sleep on this quiet evening. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is the good life? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and your breathing slows, we will follow Aristotle's answer to this question. We will trace his path from the dusty academies of ancient Athens to his private conversations with history's greatest conqueror. We will discover why this question still matters, why Aristotle's response speaks to our modern anxieties perhaps more powerfully than it did to his contemporaries, and why the ancient Greek word eudaimonia contains a vision of happiness that our culture has largely forgotten. This is not a lecture. Think of it as an evening walk through one of the most beautiful minds in human history, a mind that believed human excellence was not only possible but achievable, that understood virtue as a practical skill we could develop through practice, that saw happiness not as a fleeting emotion, but as a way of being in the world. As you settle deeper into comfort, let Aristotle's measured reasoning guide you. His logic has a way of being unexpectedly captivating, building understanding slowly, stone by careful stone, until suddenly you see the complete architecture of a life well lived. Fair warning, you may find yourself wide awake at the end, mind illuminated by ideas that have guided humanity's greatest achievements. But even if sleep claims you early, these thoughts will settle into your rest like seeds in fertile soil, quietly working their transformation while you dream. So breathe deeply, let the tensions of your day release, and allow yourself to wonder, as that young prince wondered in a garden 2 millennia ago, what would it mean for me to truly flourish? The ancient Greeks had no word for religion as we understand it. They had no word for science as a separate discipline. They had no division between mind and body, no split between reason and emotion, no separation of private ethics from public politics. What they had was philosophy, literally the love of wisdom, and it encompassed everything. To study philosophy in ancient Athens was to ask the most practical question imaginable. How should I live? Into this world, in the year 384 before the Common Era, a boy was born in the small coastal city of Stagira on the Macedonian frontier. His name was Aristotle. His father, Nicomachus, served as court physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, and from his earliest years Aristotle was exposed to the careful observation, the empirical attention to detail that characterized medical practice. While other children learned through myths and stories, young Aristotle watched his father examine symptoms, make diagnoses, test remedies. The lesson would shape everything that followed. Look first at what actually is before theorizing about what might be. Tragedy struck early. Nicomachus died when Aristotle was still a boy, perhaps 10 years old. The young philosopher-to-be was sent to live with a guardian, Proxenus, who recognized something remarkable in his charge's hungry intellect. At 17, Aristotle was dispatched on the long journey to Athens, to the greatest center of learning the world had ever known, Plato's Academy. Imagine the journey. A young man from the provinces carrying whatever scrolls and tablets a travelling student could manage, walking the dusty road southward, past villages and olive groves, over mountain passes where bandits lurked, through landscapes sacred to gods whose temples crowned every prominent hill. And then, finally, Athens herself. The city of Pericles and Socrates, still glorious despite recent defeats in war, her white marble temples catching the Mediterranean sun, her agora buzzing with merchants and philosophers, her theatre where Sophocles had premiered his tragedies, her law courts where citizens argued about justice and the good. The Academy stood outside the city walls, in a grove sacred to the hero Academus. Here Plato, already in his 60s, taught a remarkable collection of students how to think. Not what to think, but how. Through dialogue and debate, through mathematical precision and logical rigour, through the relentless questioning that his teacher Socrates had pioneered. The method was simple and devastating. Take any claim about reality, any assumption about justice or beauty or truth, and ask, what do you mean by that? How do you know? Could it be otherwise? Question after question after question until either the claim stood on solid foundation, or collapsed into incoherence. Aristotle arrived at this intellectual crucible at precisely the right moment. His mind was formed enough to engage seriously with Plato's ideas, but flexible enough to be shaped by them. And for the next 20 years, he remained, studying and eventually teaching, absorbing Plato's vision while slowly developing his own. What was that vision? Plato believed that the world we experience through our senses, this world of stones and trees and flesh, is not fully real. Behind it, or above it, or somehow beyond it, exists a realm of perfect forms. The triangle you draw on paper is always imperfect, but there exists the form of triangle, perfect and eternal. The beautiful person you see is beautiful only by participating in the form of beauty itself. Justice in our world is always approximate, but justice itself exists in this transcendent realm, perfect and unchanging. It was a breathtaking vision, answering profound questions about how knowledge is possible and why we recognize universal concepts despite experiencing only particular instances. But Aristotle found himself increasingly troubled by it. If these forms exist separately from the world of experience, how exactly do particular things participate in them? How does the form of horse make this particular horse here and now? The explanation seemed to push the mystery back one step without really solving it. More fundamentally, Aristotle couldn't shake his physician father's influence. Look at the world, his training insisted. Study what actually exists. The answers aren't in some transcendent realm, but here, in the structures and patterns of nature itself. Don't flee from particulars to universals, but find the universal within the particular. Walking through the Academy's gardens, past the stone colonnades where students debated, beneath olive trees that dappled the sunlight, Aristotle began formulating an alternative. Yes, We need universal concepts to understand reality. Yes, we recognize patterns that transcend individual instances, but perhaps these universals exist in things themselves, not in some separate realm. Perhaps the form of a horse is what makes this particular arrangement of matter a horse rather than a tree. Form and matter together constitute reality, inseparable, interdependent. The disagreement was profound, but never acrimonious. In later writings, Aristotle would criticize his teacher's theory of forms, but always with respect, always acknowledging Plato's brilliance. Plato is dear to me, but truth is dearer. This saying captures Aristotle's spirit. Loyalty to persons matters, but loyalty to truth matters more. The teacher-student relationship need not become adversarial just because the student thinks the teacher wrong about something fundamental. For 20 years, this was Aristotle's life. Study, debate, teach, think, write. The rhythms of academic existence, the slow accumulation of understanding, the gradual refinement of arguments. He was becoming a master of multiple disciplines, logic and rhetoric, biology and physics, politics and ethics, metaphysics and poetry. The breadth of his interests was staggering. While his contemporaries specialized, Aristotle ranged across the entire landscape of human knowledge, finding connections, building systems, constructing a unified vision of reality. Then, in 347 BCE, Plato died. The academy passed to Plato's nephew Speusippus, and Aristotle chose to leave. The reasons remain debated. Was it disappointment at not being chosen to lead? Was it time for the student to step out of his master's shadow? Or was it simply that Aristotle's intellectual project required independence? Whatever the reason, Aristotle departed Athens. He travelled first to Asia Minor, to the court of Hermias in Atanius, where he continued his research and married Pythias, Hermias' adopted daughter. He spent time on the island of Lesbos, studying marine biology, wading through tide pools, dissecting sea creatures, observing with the meticulous attention to detail that would characterize all his work. These were years of intellectual wandering, of gathering observations, of letting his systematic approach mature. He studied how baby squids develop inside their eggs. He examined the hearts of different animals, noting structural variations. He watched the migration patterns of birds and wondered what internal mechanism drove them. In all of this, he was developing a method. Observe first, observe carefully, observe repeatedly. Record what you find, notice patterns, form hypotheses, test them, build explanations from the ground up. This was radically different from the prevailing approach to natural philosophy, which tended towards speculation from first principles. Aristotle was teaching himself to be empirical, to trust experience, to build theory on the foundation of observed fact. The lessons learned watching his father practice medicine were flowering into a comprehensive scientific method. His personal life in these years remains shadowy to us. We know he married Pythias and loved her. We know they had a daughter together. We know that when Pythias died, Aristotle grieved deeply. Later he would form a relationship with Herpyllis, with whom he had a son, Nicomachus. But Aristotle rarely wrote about his private emotions. His work focused outward, on the structures of reality, on the patterns of nature, on the principles of living well. Then, around 343 BCE, an invitation arrived that would change everything. King Philip of Macedon, who was transforming his kingdom into the dominant military power in Greece, wanted a tutor for his 13-year-old son. And he wanted that tutor to be Aristotle. Why? Perhaps because Aristotle's father had served Philip's own father as court physician, creating a family connection. Perhaps because Aristotle, though not yet famous, had already acquired a reputation for brilliance. Perhaps because Philip, in his ambition to unite Greece under Macedonian leadership, wanted his heir educated in the finest Greek traditions. Whatever the reason, the offer came with considerable inducements. Philip promised to rebuild Stagira, Aristotle's home city, which he himself had destroyed in an earlier campaign. The payment would be generous, the position would be prestigious, but most importantly, Aristotle would have the opportunity to shape the mind of a future king, to plant ideas of justice and virtue and excellence in a boy who would wield tremendous power, to perhaps create through education a ruler who would govern wisely and well, for a philosopher who believed that ethics and politics were inseparable, that the good life required a good community, this opportunity must have been irresistible. And so Aristotle journeyed north, back to the Macedonian frontier of his youth, to meet the young prince who would become Alexander the Great. The teaching took place at Mieza, a small village in the verdant countryside outside the Macedonian capital. Here, in or near a temple dedicated to the nymphs, surrounded by forests and streams, Aristotle established what amounted to a private academy for Alexander and a select group of other young Macedonian nobles. Among these students were Hephaestion, who would become Alexander's closest companion, and Ptolemy, who would eventually rule Egypt. The future masters of the Hellenistic world all sat at Aristotle's feet, learning how to think. What did they learn? Not a catechism, but a method. Aristotle taught them to observe carefully, to reason systematically, to question assumptions, to distinguish valid arguments from fallacies. He taught them rhetoric, the art of persuasive speech, and politics, the science of organizing communities. He taught them natural philosophy, examining plants and animals, discussing the principles that govern growth and change. He taught them ethics, exploring questions of courage and justice and the nature of the good life, and crucially, he taught them Homer. Alexander developed an intense love for the Iliad, identifying with Achilles, the warrior hero who chose glory over long life. Some accounts say Alexander carried a copy of the Iliad with him throughout his campaigns, annotated by Aristotle himself, keeping it under his pillow alongside his dagger. The fusion of philosophical training and heroic ambition would have profound consequences. The relationship between teacher and student was complex, mixing genuine affection with fundamental disagreements that would only deepen over time. Aristotle saw himself as forming Alexander's character, instilling virtue, teaching moderation and practical wisdom. But Alexander's nature ran to extremes. He was passionate where Aristotle counseled balance, impetuous where Aristotle advised deliberation, hungry for glory where Aristotle emphasized the contemplative life. They walked together through the countryside around Mieza, the middle-aged philosopher and the adolescent prince, discussing the nature of courage, the different forms of government, the relationship between happiness and virtue. Aristotle must have known even then that his student would achieve great things. What he couldn't have known was how completely those achievements would diverge from his own values. For Aristotle believed in Greek superiority. He viewed non-Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, all the peoples who would fall to Alexander's conquests, as barbarians, natural slaves, suited only to serve their Greek masters. This ugly prejudice was common in classical Greece, born from centuries of conflict with Persia, reinforced by cultural chauvinism. When Aristotle advised Alexander on politics, he apparently suggested treating Greeks as free citizens and barbarians, as subjects to be ruled despotically. Alexander would ultimately reject this advice. His great vision, perhaps his greatest, was of a multicultural empire where Greeks and Persians could intermarry, where talent mattered more than ethnicity, where civilization could transcend its Greek origins. In this, the student proved wiser than the teacher. But that lay in the future. For 3 years the education continued. Philosophy in the morning, physical training in the afternoon, discussions of metaphysics and dissections of animals, poetry and mathematics, the young nobles learning not just information but how to think, how to argue, how to analyze. Aristotle was forming minds, planting seeds that would bear fruit in ways he couldn't anticipate. Then, in 340 BCE, Philip summoned his son home. At 16, Alexander would serve as regent while his father campaigned in Thrace. The formal education was over. Teacher and student would never again spend extended time together, though they continued corresponding. Alexander sent back specimens and observations from his conquests, plants and animals unknown to Greek science, reports of distant lands, puzzles for his old teacher to study. But the intellectual relationship was ending, and philosophical differences were hardening into ideological opposition. When Alexander began integrating Persians into his administration, adopting Persian customs, even demanding prostration from Greek visitors, Aristotle was appalled. This violated everything he believed about Greek superiority and proper political order. The student had moved beyond the teacher's wisdom, making his own path through history. There is a poignant tragedy here. Aristotle had tried to form Alexander's character according to philosophical principles, to create a king who would embody virtue and govern with practical wisdom. But character, as Aristotle himself taught, comes from habituation, from repeated practice, from the slow shaping of desires and responses. 3 years of philosophical instruction couldn't overcome Alexander's fundamental nature. Brilliant, passionate, ambitious beyond measure, unable to recognize limits, the greatest philosopher of antiquity and the greatest conqueror of antiquity touched each other's lives profoundly. Each would achieve immortality in his own sphere, but they remained, in the end, fundamentally different kinds of men. One conquered through thought, the other through the sword. One believed in moderation and the contemplative life, the other in glory and endless achievement. One stayed mostly in Athens, thinking and writing. The other marched to the edges of the known world, never content, never stopping. When Alexander departed for his Asian campaigns in 335 BCE, Aristotle was 50 years old. He returned to Athens, to the city of his intellectual formation, ready at last to establish his own school, to develop his own systematic philosophy, to offer his answer to the question he had posed to young Alexander so many years before. What does it mean to live well? Athens in 335 BCE had changed since Aristotle first arrived as a 17-year-old student. Philip's victory at Chaeronea had ended the era of independent Greek city-states. The Macedonian king now dominated Greece, and after Philip's assassination, his son Alexander ruled. For Athenians who treasured their democratic traditions, this new reality was bitter. They lived under the shadow of Macedonian power. Technically independent, but actually subject. Into this politically complex situation, Aristotle returned. His connections to the Macedonian court made some Athenians suspicious, but his reputation as a philosopher, his years at the academy, and his undeniable brilliance earned him respect. He established his school in the Lyceum, a gymnasium dedicated to Apollo Lysias, located just outside the city walls. The Lyceum became Aristotle's base for the next 12 years, the period of his greatest productivity. Here he developed the systematic philosophy that would influence human thought for 2 millennia. Here he gathered around him the brightest students Athens could offer, and here he perfected his distinctive method of teaching. Unlike Plato's academy, which focused on mathematics and abstract reasoning, the Lyceum was organized around empirical research. Aristotle collected specimens, plants, animals, minerals. He gathered maps and documents. He compiled observations sent by correspondents throughout the Greek world, including, remarkably, from Alexander's campaigns. The Lyceum was part school, part research institute, part museum. It was the first institution of its kind, and it set a pattern that universities would follow for centuries. The physical layout encouraged Aristotle's teaching style. The Lyceum had a covered walkway called a peripatos, where Aristotle liked to walk while lecturing. This habit gave his school its name, the Peripatetics, the walkers. Picture him there, in his 50s now, walking slowly along the colonnade, a small group of advanced students following, discussing the nature of causation or the structure of logical argument or the relationship between soul and body. His lectures came in 2 types. In the morning, he offered esoteric teachings for advanced students, dense technical discussions requiring philosophical background. These were the lectures that would eventually be compiled into the treatises we possess: the physics, the metaphysics, the Nicomachean ethics. In the afternoon, he gave public lectures on more accessible topics: rhetoric, politics, ethics. These were polished presentations, carefully crafted for general audiences. The evenings he spent writing, organizing his thoughts, revising his treatises. By lamplight in his study, scrolls spread around him. Aristotle worked to systematize human knowledge. He was attempting something unprecedented, a comprehensive account of reality, from the principles of logic that govern all reasoning, through the structures of the natural world, to the best way for human beings to live. His method was distinctive. Where Plato had begun with ideal forms and tried to explain how particulars participate in them, Aristotle began with the world of experience and tried to understand its inherent structures. Look first, theorize second. Observe the patterns in nature, then explain what makes those patterns possible. This empirical orientation appeared in all his work. His biological writings describe hundreds of animal species with careful attention to anatomy and behavior. His meteorology examines weather patterns, winds, rain, thunder. His politics analyzes 158 different constitutions of Greek city-states, comparing their structures and outcomes. Even his ethics, as we will see, begins with observed facts about human nature and behavior rather than abstract principles. But Aristotle was no mere compiler of facts. What made him revolutionary was his ability to organize observations into systematic understanding. He developed logic as a formal discipline, creating tools for rigorous reasoning. He pioneered the study of causation, distinguishing 4 different ways we can answer why questions. He analyzed motion, change, time, place, infinity. He investigated language, categorizing different types of statements and studying how meaning works. And running through all of this was a deep conviction that the universe makes sense. Reality is not chaos but cosmos, not random but ordered. Natural things have purposes, built-in tendencies, characteristic activities. Understanding something means grasping its nature, its function, what it's meant to be and do. This teleological vision, the idea that things have inherent purposes, would remain influential until the scientific revolution 2,000 years later. Yet despite this comprehensive intellectual productivity, Aristotle's time at the Lyceum was politically precarious. He was a metic, a resident alien, without citizenship rights. He depended on the tolerance of a city that had reasons to distrust him. When Alexander died suddenly in 323 BCE, everything changed. The death of the conqueror unleashed a wave of anti-Macedonian sentiment across Greece. Athens erupted in rebellion, and Aristotle, known to have been Alexander's tutor, connected to the Macedonian court, suddenly found himself in danger. Charges of impiety were brought against him, the same charges that had led to Socrates' execution 76 years earlier. Aristotle was 62 years old, at the height of his intellectual powers. He had spent 12 years building the Lyceum into one of the ancient world's great centers of learning. His systematic philosophy was substantially complete. But the political situation was untenable. Rather than stand trial, Aristotle chose to leave Athens. He reportedly said he would not let the city sin twice against philosophy, a reference to Socrates' fate. He retired to Chalcis on the island of Euboea, where his mother's family had property. And there, less than a year after leaving Athens, he died of a stomach illness. It was 322 BCE. The greatest systematic philosopher in history was gone, leaving behind an intellectual legacy that would shape Western thought for 2,000 years. But we've spent long enough on biography. We know the man, the context, the journey. Now we must turn to what matters most, his ideas. Specifically, his answer to the question that launched our evening together, the question he posed to young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. What does it mean to live well? What is the good life for human beings? What should we aim at? These questions drive Aristotle's ethical philosophy, and to understand his answers, we must begin with a single word that captures his vision of human flourishing, eudaimonia. The word sounds strange to modern ears. Eudaimonia. It's usually translated as happiness, but this translation misleads almost as much as it clarifies. When we think of happiness, we typically imagine a feeling, an emotional state, something that comes over us when things go well. I feel happy when I eat delicious food, or succeed at a difficult task, or spend time with people I love. Happiness, in our common usage, is something that happens to us, a pleasant sensation we experience. But this is not what Aristotle means by eudaimonia at all. The word itself gives us a hint. It combines eu, meaning good or well, with daimon, meaning spirit or divinity. Literally, eudaimonia means something like having a good spirit, being well-spirited, having your inner nature in good condition. It suggests not a temporary feeling, but a state of being. Not an episode, but a way of existing. Perhaps the best translation is flourishing, or living well, or faring well. Think of a plant. What does it mean for an oak tree to flourish? Not that it feels happy. Plants don't have feelings. but that it's achieving what it's meant to achieve, developing according to its nature, becoming an excellent specimen of oak tree. It has good soil, adequate water, proper sunlight. Its roots run deep, its trunk grows strong, its branches spread wide, its leaves are full and green. The acorns it produces are healthy. This is oak tree eudaimonia, being a thriving, excellent oak. Now ask the parallel question. What does it mean for a human being to flourish? What is human eudaimonia? This is Aristotle's central question, and answering it requires understanding human nature itself. But before we get to Aristotle's answer, we need to understand why he thinks this question matters so much. Here's where his thinking becomes both elegant and persuasive. Every action we take aims at some good, Aristotle observes. When you eat, you aim at satisfying hunger or maintaining health or enjoying flavor. When you work, you aim at earning money or accomplishing something or serving others. When you exercise, you aim at fitness or stress relief or the pleasure of physical exertion. All human action is goal-directed. Notice what follows from this. Some goods are sought for the sake of other goods. We earn money to buy things. We buy things to satisfy needs or wants. We satisfy needs to maintain life. We maintain life to what? Eventually we must reach some final good, something we want for its own sake, not as means to something else. Otherwise we're caught in an infinite regress, each goal pursued for the sake of another, never reaching any ultimate purpose. What is this final good? What do we want for its own sake? Aristotle thinks the answer is obvious. Eudaimonia. Everyone, he says, pursues happiness or flourishing. It's what we ultimately aim at in all our activities. We want other things for the sake of happiness, but we don't want happiness for the sake of anything else. Happiness is self-sufficient. Having it, we lack nothing essential. Consider what this means. Honor? Yes, we value honor, but why? Because being honored makes us happy. Pleasure? Yes, we enjoy pleasure, but why do we seek it? Because it contributes to happiness. Wealth? Certainly useful, but obviously not the ultimate good. We want wealth to secure happiness, not happiness to secure wealth. Even virtue, and this is crucial, we value ultimately because virtuous living leads to flourishing. So eudaimonia stands at the top of the hierarchy of goods. It's what everything else aims toward. It's the bull's eye on the target, the destination of all our striving. Get clear about what eudaimonia really is, and you've answered the most important question about how to live. But here's where things get interesting. People agree that eudaimonia is the ultimate good, Aristotle notes, but they disagree profoundly about what eudaimonia actually is. Ask different people what happiness consists in, and you'll get radically different answers. The common people, identify happiness with pleasure. A happy life is a pleasant life, full of good food, drink, sex, comfortable circumstances, agreeable company. This view has intuitive appeal. Who doesn't enjoy pleasure? And misery certainly doesn't seem like flourishing. But Aristotle thinks this view fundamentally mistakes what happiness is. Why? Because pleasure is something we share with animals. A dog experiences pleasure when eating or playing. A pig experiences pleasure in its own way. But surely human flourishing must involve something distinctively human. Moreover, the pursuit of pleasure leads to a slavish life, Aristotle argues, where we're controlled by our appetites, always, chasing the next sensation, never satisfied. The hedonist mistakes a component of happiness for happiness itself. What about the sophisticated, politically ambitious people? They often identify happiness with honor, with being respected and admired, with achieving status. This view seems more elevated than hedonism. Honor recognizes something about character or accomplishment. But Aristotle rejects this view too. Why? Because honor depends on other people. They can bestow it or withdraw it. Your happiness can't depend on something so external to you, so vulnerable to others' opinions. Moreover, we pursue honor because we believe we deserve it, because we've achieved something excellent. So the excellence matters more than the honor that might follow from it. Again, the mistake is identifying a byproduct of flourishing with flourishing itself. What about wealth? Some people devote their lives to accumulating money and possessions, but Aristotle barely pauses to refute this view. Wealth is obviously instrumental, obviously pursued for the sake of something else. The miser who hoards wealth without using it for any purpose hasn't achieved happiness. Wealth is like a tool, valuable for what it enables, worthless as an end in itself. So if happiness isn't pleasure or honor or wealth, what is it? Aristotle's answer emerges from his distinctive method, examining the function of human beings. Here's the reasoning. Everything has a characteristic activity, a function, something it does that makes it the kind of thing it is. The function of the eye is to see. A good eye sees well, a bad eye sees poorly. The function of a knife is to cut. A good knife cuts cleanly and holds its edge. For any tool or organ or creature with a function, excellence consists in performing that function well. Does a human being have a function? Not in the sense of being a tool for some external purpose, but in the sense of having a characteristic activity, something that defines what we distinctively are. Aristotle thinks yes. What is our function? It can't be merely living, growing, and maintaining ourselves. We share that with plants. It can't be sensing and responding to our environment. We share that with all animals. The distinctive human function must involve our unique capacity, reason. This doesn't mean our function is to sit around thinking all day, disconnected from the world. Reason permeates all distinctively human activities. When we deliberate about what to do, we're exercising reason. When we form friendships based on mutual respect rather than mere pleasure or utility, reason guides those relationships. When we appreciate beauty, when we understand truth, when we act courageously in the face of fear, when we judge fairly between competing claims, we're exercising rational capacities that animals lack. Human flourishing, then, consists in exercising these rational capacities excellently. It's not passive but active, not a state we fall into, but an activity we perform, not something that happens to us, but something we do. Aristotle's famous formulation, eudaimonia is activity of soul in accordance with virtue. Let that sink in for a moment. Happiness is activity, not feeling but doing, not possessing but acting. The happy person isn't someone who has achieved a comfortable state and now simply maintains it. The happy person is actively engaged in excellent activity. Flourishing is a verb, not a noun, and this activity must be excellent in accordance with virtue. Here we need to understand what Aristotle means by virtue, a topic we'll explore thoroughly. For now, note simply that virtue means excellence of character and intellect, the qualities that enable us to perform our function well. Just as a good knife has the virtues of sharpness and durability, a good human has virtues like courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. One more crucial qualification, eudaimonia requires a complete life. One swallow doesn't make a spring, Aristotle says, and one day or brief period doesn't make someone happy. Flourishing is assessed over a lifetime. The young can't yet be called happy because their lives remain unfinished. Only from the perspective of a complete life can we judge whether someone achieved eudaimonia. So, here's Aristotle's answer to his own question, the answer that took him decades to develop, that emerged from observing human nature, analysing human action, studying political communities, thinking carefully about what makes human life distinctively human. To flourish, to achieve eudaimonia, to live well, engage in excellent rational activity over a complete life, in accordance with virtue, with adequate external goods to support that activity. Each element matters. Activity, not passive enjoyment. Rational activity, using our distinctive human capacity. Excellent activity, performing it well. In accordance with virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellence. Over a complete life, not just moments or episodes. With adequate external goods, acknowledging we need certain material conditions. This is what the greatest philosopher in antiquity concluded about how we should live. Not a simple formula, but a rich, nuanced vision of human flourishing. Not telling us to pursue pleasure or honor or wealth, but inviting us to develop excellence of character and intellect, to exercise our distinctively human capacities at their highest level, to make our whole lives expressions of rationality at its best. But this answer immediately raises questions. What are these virtues that enable excellent activity? How do we develop them? Can anyone become virtuous, or only some? What role does luck play, those external goods Aristotle mentions? And most practically, How do I actually live this way? The rest of our evening together explores these questions. We turn now from Aristotle's destination, eudaimonia, to his map of how to get there. And that map begins with a revolutionary idea about the nature of excellence itself. If you've ever tried to improve yourself, you know the frustration. You want to be more patient, but find yourself snapping at small annoyances. You want to be generous, but hesitate when opportunities arise. You know intellectually what the right thing to do is, yet doing it feels unnatural, forced, exhausting. Virtue seems to require constant effort against your inclinations. Aristotle understood this struggle, and his answer to it forms one of the most psychologically sophisticated parts of his philosophy. Virtue, he argued, is not knowledge alone. You can't become courageous simply by understanding what courage is. You can't become just by studying the theory of justice. Virtue is not information in your head, but disposition in your character. The Greek word Aristotle uses is arete, usually translated as virtue or excellence. But notice what the word captures. Not moral goodness as we typically conceive it, but a kind of excellence, a way of being that realizes potential, achieves what something is capable of. The arete of a racehorse is speed and endurance. The arete of a sword is sharpness and strength. What is the arete of a human being? For Aristotle, virtue is a hexis, a stable state or disposition of character. It's not a fleeting decision, but a relatively permanent way of being. The virtuous person doesn't simply perform virtuous acts occasionally through gritted teeth. Rather, they've developed a settled way of responding to situations such that virtuous action flows naturally from who they've become. But how do you develop such dispositions? Here Aristotle makes his most revolutionary claim, one that contradicted his teacher Plato fundamentally. Plato had argued that virtue is knowledge. If you truly know what's good, you'll do it. Vice is just ignorance. Education, then, is the key to virtue. Aristotle disagreed. Virtue requires knowledge, yes, but knowledge isn't sufficient. You also need proper habituation, repeated practice, the formation of emotional responses and action patterns through experience. In the famous formulation, we become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. Think of learning to play an instrument. You can study music theory, understand harmony and rhythm intellectually, but that won't make you a pianist. You must practice, repeating scales and exercises until your fingers move correctly without conscious thought, until the patterns become second nature. Only through habit does knowledge become skill. The same applies to virtue. You must practice acting virtuously until virtuous responses become habitual, until you spontaneously respond with courage to danger, with generosity to need, with justice to competing claims. Eventually, these responses feel natural rather than forced. This is when you've truly become virtuous. But practice according to what pattern? What makes an act courageous rather than cowardly or reckless? What distinguishes generous, giving from wasteful excess, or stingy withholding? Aristotle's answer: virtue is a mean between extremes. This doctrine of the mean, sometimes called the golden mean, represents Aristotle's most distinctive contribution to ethics. Every virtue, he argues, lies between two vices, one of excess and one of deficiency. Think of it as a spectrum with virtue in the middle, though not at the exact mathematical center. Take courage, the paradigm virtue in Greek culture. What is courage? Not absence of fear. That would be insensibility or foolhardiness. The coward feels appropriate fear but is paralyzed by it, unable to act when action is needed. The reckless person either feels no fear or ignores reasonable danger, rushing into situations that call for caution. Courage lies between these extremes, feeling fear appropriately, but acting despite it when the situation demands. The courageous person stands their ground in battle when standing is necessary for a just cause. They speak truth to power when silence would be cowardice. They admit mistakes when pride tempts them to double down, but they don't seek danger for its own sake. They don't take foolish risks to prove their bravery. They recognize when retreat is wise, when compromise is appropriate, when holding firm would be stubbornness rather than courage. Or consider temperance, the virtue concerning bodily pleasures. On one extreme sits the ascetic who denies all pleasure, treats the body as enemy, lives in miserable self-deprivation. On the other extreme sits the glutton or libertine, enslaved to every appetite, incapable of saying no to desire, life organized around the next indulgence. Temperance lies between, enjoying pleasures appropriately, neither denying them entirely, nor being ruled by them. The temperate person eats delicious food with pleasure, but stops when satisfied. They enjoy wine without becoming drunk. They engage in sexual activity within appropriate relationships. They find entertainment refreshing without becoming addicted to constant stimulation. Their pleasures enhance life rather than dominating it. Generosity provides another example. The stingy person hoards resources, gives nothing or gives only reluctantly, values possessions over relationships. They're incapable of sharing, trapped in scarcity mentality even when they have plenty. On the opposite extreme, the wasteful person gives indiscriminately, spends recklessly, depletes resources that should be conserved. They might enjoy a reputation for generosity, but ultimately can't sustain it. True generosity lies between these, giving appropriately to the right people, at the right time, in the right way, for the right reasons. The generous person gives freely because they recognize resources as means to good ends, not ends in themselves. But they give thoughtfully, considering whether their giving truly helps. They balance present generosity with future capacity. They give neither too much nor too little, but what the situation requires. Each virtue follows this pattern. Patience lies between apathy, caring about nothing, and explosive anger, losing control over trivialities. The patient person feels anger at genuine injustice, but remains calm in the face of minor annoyances. They know when anger is appropriate and when it's destructive. Truthfulness lies between self-deprecation, underselling yourself, and boastfulness, inflating your accomplishments. The truthful person represents themselves accurately, neither falsely modest nor arrogantly exaggerating. Even wit is a virtue for Aristotle. The boorish person has no sense of humour, can't appreciate jokes, makes social situations uncomfortable with their heavy seriousness. The buffoon jokes constantly, unable to be serious when situations demand it, offends others with inappropriate humour. Wittiness lies between having a sense of humour, knowing when levity is appropriate, making others comfortable without descending into mockery or constant joking. Aristotle identifies many virtues, each with its characteristic pattern of mean between extremes. But several things about this doctrine need emphasis. First, the mean is not mathematical. Virtue doesn't lie at the exact midpoint between extremes. Rather, it's relative to the person and circumstances. The amount of food that's moderate for an athlete differs from what's moderate for a sedentary person. The degree of fear that's appropriate facing a mugger differs from what's appropriate facing a bear. Context matters. Second, finding the mean requires judgment. There's no formula you can simply apply. You must understand the situation, consider what's at stake, recognize relevant factors, then determine what response hits the mean. This judgment, practical wisdom or phronesis, we'll explore more deeply. For now, note that virtue requires intelligence, not just good intentions. Third, not every action or emotion has a virtuous mean. Some things are inherently wrong regardless of amount. Murder isn't excessive killing with moderate killing as virtue. Adultery isn't excessive love. Theft isn't excessive taking. Some acts violate virtue by their very nature. Fourth, the mean is difficult to achieve. The extremes are easier. It's relatively simple to never give anything, stinginess, or to give everything away, wastefulness. Finding the generous mean requires sensitivity to circumstances, understanding of consequences, practical wisdom about what's truly helpful. This is why virtue is rare, and why becoming virtuous requires sustained effort. Finally, and most importantly, the doctrine of the mean reveals something profound about human psychology. Most vices aren't entirely evil impulses we must suppress. Rather, they're good impulses taken too far or not far enough. Fear is appropriate, sometimes. Anger has its place, occasionally. Even the desire for pleasure isn't wrong within limits. This means the path to virtue isn't destroying natural responses, but properly ordering them. Not eliminating fear, but feeling it appropriately. Not suppressing anger, but expressing it rightly. not denying pleasure but enjoying it well. Virtue cultivates nature rather than fighting it, develops our capacities rather than destroying them, achieves harmony rather than conflict within the soul. Think about what this means practically. You're trying to become more patient. The Aristotelian approach isn't to suppress all irritation, to pretend nothing bothers you, to become some sort of unfeeling automaton. Rather, it's to develop the ability to distinguish genuine wrongs, deserving anger, from minor inconveniences deserving forbearance, to feel proportionate responses to situations, to recognize when your irritation serves no good purpose and let it go, or you're trying to be more confident without becoming arrogant. The Aristotelian approach isn't to split the difference mathematically between self-hatred and narcissism. It's to develop an accurate understanding of your genuine abilities, to present yourself truthfully, to claim credit you deserve without exaggerating, to acknowledge limitations without false modesty. It's complex, nuanced, requiring self-knowledge and situational awareness. This is why virtue takes time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it done. You must practice repeatedly in various situations, gradually developing the sensitivity and judgment that enables hitting the mean reliably. Like any skill, it improves with experience and deteriorates without practice. But the doctrine of the mean, elegant as it is, raises a crucial question. How do you develop the judgment to find the mean? How do you know what courage requires in this particular situation? How do you determine where generosity lies between stinginess and wastefulness right now with this person? Aristotle's answer: practical wisdom, phronesis, the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues. If virtue is the destination, practical wisdom is the compass. Without it, even the best intentions lead astray. You might want to be generous, but give in ways that harm rather than help. You might aim at courage, but misjudge what the situation demands. You might pursue the mean, but lack the perception to find it. Practical wisdom is hard to define precisely because it's fundamentally practical rather than theoretical. It's not knowledge of universal principles that can be stated in abstract formulas. It's the ability to see what's required in particular situations, to recognize what action would hit the mean, to understand how general principles apply in specific contexts. Think of an expert chef. They know recipes, understand cooking techniques, can explain why certain ingredients work together. But their expertise goes beyond this theoretical knowledge. When actually cooking, they adjust by taste, compensate for ingredient variations, improvise when something goes wrong. They see what the dish needs, right now, not just what recipes generally recommend. This is practical wisdom applied to cooking. Or consider a skilled therapist. They understand psychological theory, know research about what treatments work. But with any particular client, they must perceive that person's specific needs, recognize what approach will help them, adjust strategies when initial attempts don't work. They exercise judgment that goes beyond applying rules, wisdom that emerges from experience with particulars. Practical wisdom works similarly in ethics. The person with phronesis perceives what situations truly demand. They see that this apparent conflict between friendship and honesty actually requires tactful truth-telling. They recognize that this request for help, though sincere, would enable destructive behavior. They understand that standing firm here would be courage, but standing firm there would be stubbornness. How do they see these things? Through experience, primarily. Practical wisdom develops over time as you face various situations. Try different responses, observe consequences, learn from mistakes. You can't acquire it from books alone, any more than you can become a chef or therapist purely through reading. You must practice repeatedly in the messiness of actual circumstances. But experience alone isn't sufficient. You need to experience situations with the right orientation, paying attention to what's morally relevant, trying to hit the mean, caring about doing the right thing. Bad people accumulate experience without developing practical wisdom because they're paying attention to the wrong things, pursuing the wrong goals, developing skill at vice rather than virtue. This creates a puzzle Aristotle recognizes. You need virtue to develop practical wisdom, because only the virtuous person perceives situations correctly, judges what's truly good, aims at the right target. But you need practical wisdom to exercise virtue, because without it, you can't determine what the virtuous response requires. They seem to depend on each other, creating a circle. Aristotle's answer: they develop together in a spiral. You start with basic good habits instilled in childhood, following rules your parents teach, imitating people you respect. This isn't yet true virtue, because you're following external guidance rather than your own practical wisdom. But it starts forming your character, shaping your emotional responses, giving you some initial grasp of what virtue looks like. As your rational capacities mature, you begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve, how to apply them in new situations. Your practical wisdom develops as you reason about what to do, learn from experience, refine your judgment. And as your practical wisdom grows, your virtue becomes more complete, more flexible, more reliably excellent. Eventually, you reach the mature state where virtue and practical wisdom fully interpenetrate. You spontaneously perceive what situations demand. You respond appropriately without laborious deliberation. You hit the mean naturally because your character, emotions, and reason are all aligned. This is the person Aristotle calls spoudaios, the excellent person, the one who serves as standard for ethical judgment. But what does practical wisdom actually look like in operation? Consider an extended example. A friend asks you to lie for them to protect them from consequences of their own mistake. You care about your friend and want to help, but you also value honesty and worry about enabling irresponsibility. What should you do? Practical wisdom begins by recognizing the genuine complexity. This isn't simply a conflict between friendship and honesty as abstract principles. It's a situation involving this particular friend, this particular mistake, these particular consequences, this particular relationship history, this particular request. The person with phronesis asks, what kind of help would truly benefit my friend? Sometimes protection from consequences enables continued bad behavior. Sometimes harsh lessons are exactly what someone needs. But sometimes consequences are disproportionate to mistakes, and a friend should offer shelter, which is this: they consider, what does my friend need to hear right now? A refusal to lie might communicate respect for their ability to handle difficulty, or it might feel like abandonment when they're vulnerable. How strong is our friendship? Can it bear the strain of my refusing? Would refusing strengthen or damage it? They weigh. What are the actual stakes? Will this lie enable serious harm to my friend or others? Will the truth lead to catastrophic consequences? Or are the stakes relatively minor, more about comfort than genuine well-being? They think through, what are the alternatives? Maybe there's a way to help without lying, to support while still being honest, to stand beside my friend without endorsing their evasion. Notice what's happening here. Practical wisdom doesn't consult some ethical decision procedure, doesn't apply an algorithm, doesn't reduce the situation to a simple case of conflicting principles. It perceives the situation in all its particularity, brings various considerations to bear, exercises judgment about what would be good here and now. And crucially, it does this quickly. The person with developed phronesis doesn't labor through all these considerations explicitly. They see what's required almost immediately, the way an expert chef tastes a dish and knows what it needs. The deliberation I've spelled out happens rapidly, often non-consciously, leading to a clear sense of the right course of action. This is why practical wisdom is an intellectual virtue, but one closely connected to moral virtue. It's not purely cognitive, not simply a matter of clever reasoning. Your emotions, desires, character all influence how you perceive situations and what responses seem reasonable. The vicious person lacks practical wisdom, not because they're stupid, but because their distorted character makes them perceive situations wrongly, see apparent goods as real goods, miss what's truly important. Take the same situation with someone lacking practical wisdom. They might not even recognize the ethical complexity, might think it's simply about whether they're willing to inconvenience themselves for their friend. Or they might see the ethical dimension but reason poorly about it, either thinking loyalty always trumps honesty, or thinking honesty always requires blunt truth-telling regardless of circumstances. They lack the nuanced perception and judgment that practical wisdom provides. Or consider someone with practical wisdom navigating a different challenge. You're in a meeting where a colleague takes credit for your work. What does virtue require? Practical wisdom helps you see this clearly. First, assess the stakes. Is this a pattern or an isolated incident? Did your colleague do this maliciously or through genuine confusion about contributions? Will this significantly harm your career or reputation, or is it relatively minor? Then consider responses. You could publicly correct the record, but is this the right forum? Would doing so create unnecessary conflict? Or would silence enable ongoing injustice? You could address it privately with your colleague, but will that be effective, or do you need to involve others? Think about your relationship with this colleague. Is there a history of mutual respect that makes a gentle private conversation likely to work? Or is this part of a pattern requiring stronger action? Consider the organizational culture. Will speaking up be respected or seen as petty? Does the organization value truth-telling or smooth relationships? Weigh your own emotional state. Are you angry in a way that will make you respond more harshly than the situation warrants? Or is your anger appropriate, giving you the energy to address genuine injustice? Practical wisdom synthesizes all this into a clear sense of what to do. Maybe it says, address it privately first, calmly but directly, giving your colleague a chance to correct it themselves, but be prepared to escalate if they don't. Or maybe it says, this is minor, let it go, not every battle needs fighting. Or maybe it says, this requires immediate public correction because silence would mislead important people. There's no formula that determines the answer. Two people with practical wisdom might reach different conclusions depending on their particular knowledge of the people and context involved, but both would be exercising genuine practical wisdom in their perception and reasoning. Now notice something important about the relationship between practical wisdom and happiness. Remember, eudaimonia is activity in accordance with virtue, but you can't reliably act in accordance with virtue without practical wisdom. The well-intentioned person who lacks phronesis will frequently choose wrongly, missing the mean, pursuing apparent goods rather than real ones, causing harm despite good intentions. So practical wisdom is essential for flourishing. It's the intellectual virtue that enables all the moral virtues to operate correctly. Without it, courage becomes recklessness or cowardice, generosity becomes wastefulness or stinginess, honesty becomes brutal tactlessness or deceptive flattery. Practical wisdom is what transforms good intentions into good actions, moral principles into ethical life. But Aristotle recognizes something else. Practical wisdom can't be taught directly. You can teach someone geometry by proving theorems, you can teach them physics by explaining laws of nature, but you can't teach them practical wisdom the same way. Why? Because practical wisdom is about particulars, and particulars can't be captured in universal rules. Instead, practical wisdom is cultivated through three methods. First, experience. Face many situations, try various responses, observe what works, learn from mistakes. The person with practical wisdom has seen enough cases to recognize patterns, understand consequences, predict outcomes. Second, imitation. Learn from people who already have practical wisdom. Watch how they handle difficult situations. Ask them for advice. Model your responses on theirs until you develop your own judgment. Just as apprentices learn crafts from masters, moral learners develop phronesis by observing and imitating the spoudios. Third, habituation in virtue. Practical wisdom and moral virtue develop together. As you practice acting virtuously, you gradually see situations more clearly, judge more reliably, understand what virtue requires. Your character formation enhances your perception and reasoning. This long development explains why Aristotle thinks young people can't have practical wisdom. Not because they're stupid, but because they lack experience. They haven't faced enough situations, haven't learned from enough mistakes, haven't had time to develop the perceptual sensitivity that phronesis requires. This is also why the young can be skilled at mathematics or chess, but not at ethical reasoning. The former depend on abilities they already possess. The latter requires experience they haven't yet accumulated. The implication is humbling. You can't shortcut the development of practical wisdom. You can't read a book on ethics and suddenly possess phronesis. You must live, act, experience, reflect, learn, grow. It takes years, decades, a lifetime. The development of practical wisdom is the work of a complete life. But here's the hopeful part. The development is possible. You can become someone with practical wisdom through sustained effort over time. And as you develop it, making good choices becomes easier, more natural, more reliable. Eventually you become the person others turn to for ethical advice, the one who sees clearly when others are confused, who knows what to do when situations are complex. This is moral expertise, and like any expertise, it transforms how you experience the world. The expert musician hears nuances in performances others miss. The expert chef tastes subtleties others overlook. The person with practical wisdom perceives ethical dimensions of situations others don't notice, sees possibilities for action others don't recognize, understands consequences others don't anticipate. And this expertise serves eudaimonia directly. It enables you to act excellently, to exercise virtue reliably, to navigate life's complexities without constantly stumbling. Practical wisdom makes flourishing possible by giving you the tools to live well consistently over time. But how does this development happen? How do we actually become virtuous? This brings us to one of Aristotle's most important psychological insights. We are not born virtuous or vicious. Human infants are born with capacities for virtue, with the raw material, but not with virtue itself. A child can become courageous or cowardly, generous or stingy, just or unjust. Which they become depends on their formation. This formation happens through habituation, through repeated practice, through the gradual shaping of character. We become just by doing just acts, temperate by doing temperate acts, courageous by doing courageous acts. The famous analogy, we learn to play the harp by playing it, we become builders by building, we become good by doing good. But this raises an obvious question, one that puzzled commentators for centuries. If we become virtuous by acting virtuously, how do we perform the first virtuous acts before we're virtuous? It seems impossible. Like saying, you learn to swim by swimming, but how can you swim before you know how to swim? Aristotle's answer involves distinguishing stages of moral development. In childhood, we act virtuously through external guidance. Parents and teachers tell us what to do. We obey rules we don't yet fully understand. We imitate people we respect. We follow social conventions. At this stage, we're doing virtuous acts without having virtue as a settled disposition. This childhood formation is crucial. Through it, we develop the right emotional responses. We learn to take pleasure in noble actions and pain in shameful ones. Our desires begin aligning with what's genuinely good. We build the foundation on which virtue will eventually stand. As we mature and our rational capacities develop, we begin understanding why these rules exist, what purposes they serve. We internalize the principles rather than just following external commands. We start choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, because we recognize them as good, not merely because authority figures say so. Eventually, for those who successfully develop, virtue becomes a settled hexis, a stable disposition. Now we spontaneously perceive what situations require. We feel appropriate emotions and perform appropriate actions without constant deliberation. The struggle diminishes. Virtuous action flows naturally from who we've become. This is true virtue, choosing virtuous acts for their own sake, from a stable character with the right emotions and motivations. It's qualitatively different from simply performing the same external behaviors out of fear of punishment or hope for reward. But the transition between stages isn't always smooth. Many people get stuck in intermediate states, understanding intellectually what they should do, but finding themselves unable to do it consistently. Aristotle has a name for this frustrating condition, acrasia, usually translated as weakness of will or incontinence. The person with acrasia knows what's right. They genuinely believe they should exercise, control their temper, resist the extra dessert, do the work they've been avoiding. But when the moment comes, they act against their better judgment. They do what they know they shouldn't and immediately regret it. This phenomenon puzzled Greek philosophers. How is acrasia possible? If you truly know what's good, why would you choose what's bad? Socrates had argued that acrasia is impossible. If you choose badly, you must not really know what's good. What looks like choosing bad while knowing good is actually not knowing at all. Aristotle disagrees. Acrasia is real. People genuinely do act against their knowledge. But how? His explanation involves distinguishing different ways of having knowledge. You can know something in an abstract, theoretical way without that knowledge being active and operative in your current situation. Like the drunk person who can recite moral principles but can't apply them to their own behavior right now. When desire overwhelms reason, your knowledge becomes merely potential rather than actual. You have the information stored somewhere but can't access it effectively. Your emotions or appetites override your rational judgment in the moment. Afterwards, when desire subsides, your knowledge becomes active again, and you wonder how you could have acted so foolishly. The person with complete virtue doesn't face this problem because their emotions and reason are aligned. They don't just know intellectually what's good, they desire it emotionally. Their appetites have been shaped through habituation to want what's genuinely worth wanting, so they don't experience the internal conflict that characterizes acrasia. This explains why moral formation must start young, before reason fully develops. If you wait until someone is an adult to start instilling virtue, their emotional responses are already set. They can understand intellectually why virtue matters, but their desires pull in opposite directions. Achieving virtue becomes much harder, maybe impossible. But this raises troubling questions. If character formation depends on childhood habituation, does that mean people who had bad upbringings are doomed? Can someone with vicious character ever reform? Or is virtue available only to those lucky enough to receive proper early training? Aristotle is somewhat pessimistic here. He thinks character change is very difficult once dispositions are set. The person whose appetites were poorly formed in youth will struggle to achieve virtue later. Not impossible, but requiring tremendous sustained effort, working against ingrained patterns, fighting one's own habituated responses. This is one reason why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of good laws and proper education. Society has responsibility to raise children well, to instill virtue in the young, to create conditions that enable character formation. The person with proper upbringing has a massive advantage in achieving eudaimonia. Those denied this advantage face much steeper paths. But even with good upbringing, moral development continues throughout life. You don't achieve complete virtue at age 20 and then simply maintain it. Rather, virtue deepens and matures through continued experience and reflection. The courage of a young soldier differs from the courage of a seasoned leader. The justice of an apprentice judge differs from the justice of a wise elder. Practical wisdom develops gradually as you face new situations, learn from mistakes, refine your judgment. This means moral development is lifelong work. You never reach a point where you can relax, where virtue is so secure you need not attend to it anymore. Until your complete life ends, the project of becoming excellent continues. But here's the encouraging part. Progress is genuinely possible at any stage, even if you start with disadvantages, even if your character formation was poor, even if you've made countless mistakes, you can still move toward virtue. Maybe you won't achieve the complete virtue of someone with every advantage, but you can become better than you were, more virtuous than you are, closer to excellence than you started. The path requires honesty about your current state, clear vision of where you want to go, sustained effort in practicing virtue, patience with setbacks, and perhaps most importantly, surrounding yourself with virtuous people who model excellence and support your development. Because you can't become virtuous alone. We are social creatures, shaped by our communities, influenced by those around us. The company we keep forms our character as surely as our own choices do. This brings us to one of the most beautiful aspects of Aristotle's ethics, his account of friendship. No one, Aristotle says, would choose to live without friends, even if he had all other goods. Not wealth, not honor, not pleasure, not even virtue itself could make a life good without friendship. Friendship is not optional for eudaimonia, but essential, not an extra pleasure, but a necessary component of human flourishing. The Greek word philia, translated as friendship, has broader scope than our English word. It includes family affection, romantic love, civic bonds, collegial relationships, and what we'd call friendship in the narrow sense. Aristotle examines all these forms, but he's most interested in what he calls complete or perfect friendship. the highest form of human relationship. To understand complete friendship, we must distinguish it from two lesser forms. First, friendships of utility. These relationships exist because each person is useful to the other. Business partners, professional networks, neighbors who help each other, colleagues who collaborate, all exemplify friendships of utility. Nothing wrong with such relationships, but they're inherently fragile. When the usefulness ends, the friendship dissolves. Second, friendships of pleasure. These relationships exist because each person enjoys the other's company. Drinking buddies, hobby companions, people you have fun with, romantic relationships based primarily on physical attraction, all exemplify friendships of pleasure. Again, nothing wrong with them, but they're conditional. When you no longer find each other pleasant, when tastes change or circumstances shift, the friendship fades. Both utility friendships and pleasure friendships are real friendships in Aristotle's view. They involve genuine affection, though in a qualified way. But they're incomplete, instrumental, based on what each person gets from the other rather than on who the other person is. Complete friendship is different. It exists between good people who are similar in virtue. Each loves the other for who they are, not for what they provide. Each wishes good for the other's sake, not as means to their own benefit. The foundation is mutual recognition of each other's excellence of character. Such friendship requires several conditions. First, both people must be virtuous. Complete friendship can exist only between good people because only good people can consistently will genuine good for others. The vicious person is too focused on their own gratification to truly care about another's well-being as an end in itself. Second, they must recognize each other's virtue. You can't be friends with someone you don't know well enough to appreciate their character. Complete friendship requires intimacy, time spent together, shared experiences that reveal who each person truly is. Third, they must wish each other well for each other's sake, not for what the friendship does for themselves. This is the hardest condition to understand, because good friends do benefit from friendship. But in complete friendship, you care about your friend's good as an end, not merely as means to your own happiness. This creates an interesting philosophical puzzle. Aristotle says, the friend is another self. In loving your friend, you extend to them the appropriate self-love you have for yourself. But how is this possible? How can I love another person's good as much as my own? Doesn't this violate basic egoism? Aristotle's answer reveals something profound about human identity. We are not atomic individuals sealed off from others, fundamentally separate. Rather, our good is essentially social. When my friend flourishes, my own life is enriched. When they suffer, I am diminished. Not because I'm using them for my benefit, but because our lives are genuinely interconnected. Their eudaimonia becomes part of my eudaimonia. Think of what this means. Complete friendship isn't an addition to an already complete life, a nice bonus if you can get it. It's constitutive of eudaimonia itself. The solitary person, no matter how virtuous or intelligent or accomplished, cannot achieve complete flourishing. We need friends not as instruments for other goods, but as essential components of living well. Why? Several reasons. First, friends enable our own virtue. We become better people through association with good people. Their example inspires us. Their feedback corrects us. Their expectations hold us accountable. Trying to become virtuous alone is extraordinarily difficult. With virtuous friends, the path becomes clearer and more achievable. Second, friends provide the context for exercising many virtues. Justice finds its highest expression in relationships between equals. Generosity manifests most beautifully in giving to friends. Even courage and temperance are strengthened by acting together with others who share our commitment to excellence. Virtue practiced with friends becomes more complete than virtue practiced alone. Third, friends enhance our understanding. Through conversation, we clarify our thoughts, test our ideas, see things from new perspectives. The friend acts as mirror and lens, reflecting back to us aspects of ourselves we might not perceive, focusing our attention on truths we might overlook. Philosophical understanding deepens through dialogue with friends. Fourth, friends multiply our joys and divide our sorrows. Achievements feel more meaningful when celebrated together. Difficulties seem more bearable when faced with support. This isn't merely psychological comfort. though it's that too. It's about the amplification of good and the distribution of burden that complete friendship provides. Fifth, and perhaps most profoundly, friends provide someone to be excellent for. The virtuous person wants to act excellently, but excellence requires context, requires others who recognize and appreciate it, requires shared commitment to what's genuinely good. Friends create the space where virtue can be fully expressed and appropriately valued, but complete friendship is rare. Why? Because it requires virtue in both parties, and virtue itself is rare, because it requires time and intimacy, and most people lack the opportunity for deep connection with many others, because it requires reciprocity of affection and recognition, and finding someone who both appreciates your virtue and whom you appreciate is uncommon. Aristotle thinks you can have only a few complete friendships, not because you should limit them artificially, but because the conditions make having many impossible. You simply don't have time for intimate relationship with dozens of people. You can't share life deeply enough with large numbers to achieve the recognition and reciprocity that complete friendship requires. This doesn't mean you shouldn't have utility friendships or pleasure friendships with many people. Those relationships serve important functions and enrich life. But the deepest form of friendship, the kind that's essential to eudaimonia, can exist with only a handful of people at most. What do friends do together? Share virtuous activities, Aristotle says, not merely spend time in each other's presence, but engage in excellent activity together, study philosophy together, work for justice together, pursue understanding together, raise children together, build communities together. The content matters less than the shared commitment to excellence. This is why Aristotle emphasizes that friends must spend time together. Friendship isn't maintained by goodwill from a distance. You must actually live significant parts of your life with your friends, engaging in shared activity, creating common history. The modern challenge of maintaining friendships across great distances would have seemed to Aristotle to threaten friendship's very possibility. But what about relationships where one person is clearly superior in virtue or wisdom or social position? Can friendship exist between unequals? Aristotle's answer is nuanced. Complete friendship requires equality in the relevant sense. Both people must be virtuous and recognize each other as such. But this doesn't mean equality in every respect. The philosopher can be friends with the student if the student has enough virtue to appreciate excellence and enough wisdom to recognize it in the teacher. The parent can be friends with the adult child if mutual respect and recognition exist. The ruler can be friends with the citizen if both are committed to justice and the common good. What matters is that each receives from the relationship in proportion to what they contribute. Not mathematical equality, but proportionate equality. The student receives more wisdom, the teacher receives more honor, the child receives more care, the parent receives more gratitude, the citizen receives more protection, the ruler receives more support. As long as these proportionate exchanges occur with appropriate reciprocity, friendship can exist even between unequals. This understanding of friendship connects to Aristotle's politics, a topic we'll explore more fully. For now, note that he thinks political communities require something like friendship to function well. Not that all citizens must be close personal friends, but that civic bonds share something with friendship structure: mutual goodwill, shared commitment to common good, recognition of each other as valuable members of the community. The best city-states, Aristotle argues, cultivate this civic friendship or concord. Citizens care about each other's well-being, not just instrumentally, but as ends in themselves. They deliberate together about the common good rather than competing for purely private interests. They create conditions where everyone can flourish rather than some thriving at others' expense. This is one reason why excessive inequality threatens political health. When gaps between rich and poor become too wide, civic friendship becomes impossible. The rich can't see the poor as similar in virtue because the poor lack opportunities to develop virtue. The poor can't recognize themselves in the rich because their lives are too different. Political conflict replaces mutual goodwill, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Before exploring politics, we need to complete our understanding of Aristotle's account of eudaimonia. Because there's one more component we haven't yet addressed, one that complicates everything we've said so far. Remember, Aristotle defined eudaimonia as activity of soul in accordance with virtue over a complete life. We've explored virtue extensively, examined practical wisdom, investigated moral development. But there's an intellectual component to eudaimonia we've barely mentioned, the life of contemplation. In Book 10 of the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle makes a surprising claim. The happiest life, he says, is the contemplative life, the life devoted to philosophy and understanding for their own sake, not the life of moral virtue, not the life of political engagement, but the life of theoria, of intellectual contemplation of truth. This seems to contradict everything that came before. After spending 9 books discussing moral virtue, practical wisdom, action in the world, suddenly Aristotle elevates a life of pure thought above everything else. What's going on? The contemplative life deserves its place as highest eudaimonia, Aristotle argues, because it exercises the highest part of human nature, the intellect. While moral virtue involves our emotions, our relationships with others, our bodily nature, contemplation is purely intellectual. It engages reason at its purest, understanding reality for the sake of understanding itself. Think about what happens in contemplation. You study mathematics, working through proofs, understanding necessary relationships. You investigate the structure of reality, examining the causes that explain why things are as they are. You explore philosophical questions about knowledge, being, goodness. In all of this, you're exercising theoretical wisdom, Sophia, the intellectual virtue that grasps fundamental truths. What makes this activity so excellent? Several factors. First, it's the most self-sufficient activity. Moral virtue requires other people. Politics requires a community. Even practical wisdom needs situations to navigate. But contemplation can be pursued alone. Give a philosopher books and time to think, and they can engage in the highest activity human beings are capable of. Second, it's the most continuous activity. You can't be courageous all the time, because danger doesn't always threaten. You can't be generous constantly because opportunities for giving are limited. But you can contemplate for extended periods, hours on end, returning to it day after day. The contemplative life can fill your waking hours in a way the active life cannot. Third, it's the most pleasant activity, at least for those capable of it. The pleasures of understanding, of intellectual discovery, of grasping truth, surpass bodily pleasures in intensity and duration. They don't depend on external circumstances or physical conditions. They don't lead to satiety or regret. Once you've tasted the pleasure of philosophical understanding, other pleasures pale by comparison. Fourth, contemplation is loved for itself, not for any consequence. We contemplate because understanding is intrinsically worthwhile, not because it leads to something else. This makes it the most final activity, the one that best fits the definition of ultimate good pursued for its own sake. Finally, and most importantly, contemplation is the most godlike activity available to humans. The gods, Aristotle argues, engage in eternal contemplation. They think about thinking itself, understanding the highest truths in perfect actuality. They don't need moral virtue because they face no challenges requiring courage, no appetites requiring temperance, no others requiring justice. Their activity is pure contemplation. When we contemplate, we participate in divine activity. We transcend, however briefly, our animal nature. We rise above the bodily and emotional aspects of human life to engage in the purely intellectual activity that constitutes divine existence. In contemplation, we become most truly ourselves precisely by becoming most like God. This vision of the contemplative life raises many questions. Is Aristotle suggesting we should all become philosophers, abandoning practical life for pure study? Is he contradicting his earlier emphasis on moral virtue and political engagement? Or is there a way to integrate contemplation with the active life? Aristotle is aware of these tensions. He acknowledges that the contemplative life is too high for man. We're not pure intellects, but embodied creatures with physical needs, emotional nature, social dependencies. We can't sustain contemplation continuously. We need food, sleep, relationships, engagement with the world. The purely contemplative life is an ideal we can approximate but never fully achieve. Moreover, contemplation requires favorable external conditions. You need leisure, freedom from pressing material concerns, education, books, perhaps colleagues to discuss ideas with. The philosopher needs a supportive community that allows them to withdraw from practical affairs. Not everyone has access to these conditions. The contemplative life, like all forms of eudaimonia, requires good fortune. But here's Aristotle's nuanced position. The contemplative life is the highest form of eudaimonia, the most divine, the most complete expression of human nature at its best. But the life of moral and political virtue constitutes a secondary form of eudaimonia, genuinely excellent, though less perfect than contemplation. Most people will pursue this secondary happiness, engaging in virtuous action in the world, forming friendships, participating in political community, exercising practical wisdom in navigating life's challenges. This is genuinely good, genuinely fulfilling, genuinely a form of flourishing. It's just not the absolute peak of what human beings are capable of. The best life, then, might combine both. Virtuous action providing the foundation and context, contemplation providing moments of highest activity. You engage in politics or profession or family life, exercising moral virtues, developing practical wisdom, forming friendships. But you also make time for study, for understanding, for the intellectual activity that lifts you beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This mixed life fits most people better than either pure contemplation or pure action. And it makes sense of the relationship between moral and intellectual virtue. Moral virtue creates the stable character and organized life that makes sustained contemplation possible. Practical wisdom ensures you exercise moral virtue correctly. Contemplation, in turn, enriches your active life with perspective, meaning, connection to what's eternal. For someone living in the modern world, far from ancient Athens, what does this mean practically? How do we cultivate the contemplative dimension of flourishing alongside the active dimension? Perhaps it means reading philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas, thinking about fundamental questions rather than only immediate concerns. Perhaps it means studying mathematics, science, history, any discipline that expands understanding. Perhaps it means appreciating art, music, literature, the cultural achievements that invite contemplation of beauty and meaning. Perhaps it simply means making space in your life for thinking, for wondering, for pursuing understanding because understanding matters, not because it serves some practical purpose, resisting the constant pressure toward productivity and utility, valuing knowledge for its own sake rather than only for what it enables you to do. The contemplative life in this sense isn't restricted to professional philosophers. Anyone can pursue understanding. Anyone can exercise theoretical reason. Anyone can participate in the intellectual activity that Aristotle sees as highest human activity. The question is whether we make room for it, whether we value it enough to dedicate time and attention to it. And there's something deeply consoling about Aristotle's elevation of the contemplative life. It suggests that human flourishing isn't reducible to success in career, relationships, pleasures, achievements. Even if all those go well, life lacks something essential without the intellectual dimension, without engagement with truth for its own sake, without the activity of understanding. Conversely, even if practical life is frustrating, even if your circumstances limit your ability to exercise moral virtue fully, even if illness or poverty or bad fortune constrain your options, you can still engage in contemplation. You can still think, learn, understand. This highest form of human activity remains available even when others are foreclosed. But contemplation alone isn't enough. We're embodied social creatures, not disembodied minds. We need the full life, moral virtue, giving character, practical wisdom guiding action, friends providing relationship, community creating context, and woven through it all, moments of contemplation lifting us beyond immediate concerns into timeless truth. This complete vision of eudaimonia brings us finally to politics. Because the good life for individuals can't be separated from the good life of communities. We are political animals, Aristotle famously says. Our nature is to live in cities, to participate in collective self-governance, to pursue common goods together. Understanding human flourishing requires understanding political community. The phrase political animal needs careful interpretation. Aristotle doesn't just mean we happen to live in groups, or that political organization is useful. He means we're naturally, essentially political. Our distinctive human capacity for reason manifests not just in individual thought, but in collective deliberation about justice and the good. Speech isn't merely for indicating pleasure and pain like animal sounds. It's for discussing what's advantageous and just, examining together what we should do and how we should live. The city-state, the polis, exists for the sake of eudaimonia, not merely for survival, though it provides security, not merely for prosperity, though it enables economic exchange. The political community's ultimate purpose is to create conditions where citizens can flourish, where human beings can achieve their proper excellence. This means politics isn't a separate sphere from ethics. The question, how should I live, and the question, how should we organize our community, are intimately connected. My ability to develop virtue depends partly on the laws and institutions of my community. The city's success depends partly on the character of its citizens. Ethics and politics form one continuous inquiry into human good. What makes a political community good? Aristotle's answer, one that promotes the common good rather than serving the private interests of rulers. The good forms of government, whether monarchy or aristocracy or polity, aim at what benefits all citizens. The corrupted forms, whether tyranny or oligarchy or democracy in the negative sense, serve only those who rule. But what is the common good? Not just aggregate private goods, not simply the sum of individual interests. The common good is the shared conditions that enable all citizens to flourish, good laws that habituate virtue, just institutions that treat citizens fairly, educational systems that develop character and intellect, economic arrangements that provide necessary material conditions, the entire social architecture that makes eudaimonia possible. This is why Aristotle emphasizes the importance of law. Laws aren't merely coercive restrictions on freedom. Properly crafted, they're instruments of moral education, habituating citizens to virtue from youth. The child who grows up in a well-governed city learns to act justly through following just laws, develops courage through proper military training, cultivates temperance through social norms around pleasure and self-control. Bad laws have the opposite effect. They corrupt character, teach vice, make virtue difficult or impossible. The city with unjust institutions forms unjust citizens. The community organized around private gain breeds selfish individuals. This is why choosing good government matters so much. It determines not just material prosperity, but the character of those who live under it. Aristotle's analysis of constitutions examines how different political arrangements promote or undermine eudaimonia. Monarchy, ruled by one excellent person, can be excellent if that ruler possesses virtue and practical wisdom and genuinely cares about the common good, but it easily corrupts into tyranny when the ruler pursues private interest. Aristocracy, ruled by the few best, works well when those few are truly virtuous and wise, but it degenerates into oligarchy when the few wealthy rule for their own benefit rather than the common good. Polity, ruled by the many, succeeds when citizens are educated, virtuous, and deliberate together about what's just. But it becomes mere democracy in Aristotle's negative sense when the poor many pursue their class interest against the wealthy few. Which constitution is best? Aristotle is pragmatic. The best in theory is ruled by the perfectly virtuous person or persons, but such people are rare. In practice, a mixed constitution that combines elements of oligarchy and democracy, that gives both wealthy and poor a voice while preventing either from dominating, tends to be most stable and most conducive to the common good. This mixed constitution, polity, works best in cities with a large middle class. Why? Because the middle class moderates between extremes. Not so wealthy, they become arrogant and disconnected from common concerns. Not so poor, they become envious and desperate. They have enough to live decently, but not enough to corrupt. They're invested in stability, but open to gradual improvement. The vision is remarkably democratic for its time, though still limited by Greek prejudices. Aristotle thinks citizenship should be relatively widespread, that many should participate in deliberation about the common good, that rotation in offices prevents concentration of power. The good city encourages active participation rather than passive subjection, but his vision remains exclusionary in ways we must reject. He defended slavery as natural, argued that some humans are suited only to serve others, justified exploitation of those he considered inferior. This is morally abhorrent, contradicted by what we now know about human equality and universal dignity. Similarly, Aristotle excluded women from citizenship, considered them naturally subordinate to men, denied them the opportunity for full development of rational capacities. Again, this is indefensible, rooted in the prejudices of his culture rather than sound reasoning. And his view that Greeks were naturally superior to barbarians, that non-Greeks existed to be ruled by Greeks, reflects a cultural chauvinism we must unequivocally reject. These errors matter. They're not incidental features we can ignore while accepting the rest of Aristotle's politics. They reveal how even brilliant philosophers can be limited by their historical circumstances, how unquestioned assumptions can corrupt otherwise sound reasoning, how we must always read critically rather than accepting authority blindly. But we can learn from Aristotle's political insights while rejecting his prejudices. The core idea remains valuable. Political communities exist to enable human flourishing. Good government creates conditions for citizens to develop virtue and exercise it excellently. Justice requires distributing benefits and burdens fairly. Citizens should participate actively in collective self-governance. Applied to contemporary politics, these principles suggest questions we should ask about any society. Do our laws and institutions promote character development? Do economic arrangements enable most people to acquire the education and resources necessary for flourishing? Do political structures encourage active participation or create apathy? Does the distribution of wealth and power allow for civic friendship? Or does excessive inequality fracture community? Aristotle would likely critique contemporary democracies for failing to educate citizens in virtue, for allowing wealth to corrupt political processes, for fragmenting civic identity through excessive individualism. But he would also recognize the expansion of citizenship beyond his limited vision, the rejection of slavery and subjugation, the opportunity for more people to develop their capacities. The task in any era is to structure communities to promote eudaimonia as widely as possible, not to guarantee happiness, which depends partly on individual effort and choice, but to create conditions where pursuing excellence is possible, where virtue is encouraged, where people have genuine opportunities to flourish. This requires attention to multiple dimensions: material, adequate resources, economic opportunity, security from violence and deprivation, educational, schools that develop both moral and intellectual virtues prepare people for active citizenship. Social, institutions that bring people together across differences, create opportunities for civic friendship. Legal, just laws that treat people fairly, habituate virtue, protect rights. No society perfectly achieves these conditions. But the question isn't perfection, but direction. Are we moving toward or away from arrangements that enable widespread flourishing? Are our policies conducive to virtue development or corrosive of character? Do our institutions promote common good or serve only narrow interests? These questions remain as urgent today as in Aristotle's Athens, perhaps more so, given our greater power, our global interconnection, our capacity for both tremendous good and tremendous harm. The ancient philosophers' insistence that politics matters morally, that political arrangements shape character, that communities bear responsibility for creating conditions that enable flourishing, speaks directly to our contemporary challenges. But politics and ethics together don't exhaust Aristotle's philosophy. He developed comprehensive accounts of knowledge, logic, metaphysics, biology. The intellectual virtues he discusses aren't limited to practical wisdom. Understanding his full vision of human excellence requires examining the life of mind in multiple dimensions. Aristotle distinguishes 5 intellectual virtues, 5 excellences of thinking that human beings can develop. We've explored practical wisdom extensively, but there are 4 others, each with its characteristic domain and method. Scientific knowledge, episteme, grasps universal necessary truths through demonstration. It's the knowledge you have when you understand not just that something is so, but why it must be so. Mathematical. Proofs exemplify episteme. You don't just see that the theorem is true, you understand why it couldn't be otherwise, following logical necessity from axioms to conclusion. Intuitive reason, nous, grasps first principles directly. These are the starting points for reasoning, the axioms and assumptions that demonstrations build on. They can't themselves be proven because all proof depends on them. But they're not arbitrary. No perceives them as self-evident truths, foundations that require no further justification because nothing could be more certain. Together, episteme and nous constitute theoretical wisdom, Sophia. The person with Sophia both grasps first principles through intuitive reason and understands what follows from them through scientific knowledge. They have systematic understanding of reality's fundamental structure. This is the highest intellectual virtue, the one exercised in contemplation, the peak of human cognitive achievement. Practical wisdom, phronesis, we've already examined. Its excellence in deliberating about what conduces to living well, about how to act in particular situations to achieve good ends. Unlike theoretical wisdom, which grasps unchanging truths, practical wisdom deals with contingent matters, things that could be otherwise, situations requiring judgment and choice. Craft knowledge, techne, is excellence in making or producing things. The carpenter has techne regarding construction, the chef regarding cooking, the physician regarding healing. Like practical wisdom, techne deals with variable matters, things that depend on human choice and skill. But unlike practical wisdom, which aims at action itself, techne aims at producing some external product. These 5 intellectual virtues correspond to different ways reason engages with reality. Theoretical wisdom grasps what's necessarily so. Practical wisdom discerns what should be done. Craft knowledge produces what's useful or beautiful. Each is valuable. Each develops different capacities. Each contributes to complete human excellence. But they're not equally valuable. Aristotle ranks them, considering theoretical wisdom highest because it grasps the most important truths, deals with what's most divine, exercises reason at its purest. Practical wisdom comes next, enabling the excellent action that constitutes moral virtue. Craft knowledge is valuable but lower, concerned with mere production rather than action or understanding. This hierarchy reflects Aristotle's metaphysics, his understanding of reality's structure. At the top is the unmoved mover, pure actuality, thought thinking itself, the divine principle that makes all motion and change possible. Human theoretical wisdom participates in this divine intellection, understanding the unchanging principles that govern reality. Below the divine comes the realm of nature, studied by natural philosophy and biology. Here Aristotle spent enormous energy observing animals, categorizing species, investigating life's principles. The natural world has its own structures and purposes, its own wisdom to discover. Further down is the realm of human action, governed by practical wisdom, the sphere of ethics and politics, where we create good lives and communities through choice and habituation. At the bottom is the realm of production, where craft knowledge operates, making useful objects and beautiful artifacts. Each domain requires appropriate intellectual virtue. You can't understand mathematics through practical wisdom or determine ethical action through theoretical wisdom. Each type of knowledge has its proper sphere and method, but all contribute to eudaimonia. The complete life includes all the intellectual virtues operating in their proper domains. Theoretical wisdom in contemplation of truth, practical wisdom in living well, scientific knowledge in systematic understanding, intuitive reason in grasping principles, even craft knowledge in making useful and beautiful things. This comprehensive vision of intellectual excellence reminds us that human flourishing involves the full development of our rational capacities in all directions. Not just moral virtue, not just practical success, not just theoretical understanding, but the complete cultivation of mind in its various operations. For someone reading Aristotle today, this suggests the value of broad education. Learn mathematics to develop scientific reasoning, study philosophy to cultivate theoretical wisdom, engage in ethics to develop practical wisdom, master some craft to develop productive skill, exercise intuitive reason by examining foundational assumptions. Each form of learning develops different capacities, trains different aspects of intellect, contributes distinctively to the life of mind. The educated person isn't narrowly specialized but broadly cultivated, able to think well across multiple domains. but intellectual virtues alone don't constitute eudaimonia. We must return to the complete picture Aristotle paints, integrating all the elements we've explored into a coherent vision of human flourishing. The Aristotelian good life combines multiple components, all necessary, working together. It requires moral virtue, the settled dispositions that enable excellent action. It requires practical wisdom, the judgment that applies virtue appropriately in particular situations. It requires adequate external goods, the material conditions that make sustained excellent activity possible. It requires friendship, the relationships that give life meaning and provide context for virtue. It requires political community, the social structures that enable and support flourishing. And it includes intellectual virtue, especially the contemplative activity that exercises our highest capacities. This is a demanding vision. Flourishing isn't easy, isn't guaranteed, isn't achieved through following simple formulas. It requires sustained effort over a complete life, favourable circumstances, good fortune, proper formation from youth, supportive community, intellectual development, and moral cultivation. But it's also an encouraging vision, because it suggests human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that we can develop noble character, that life can be deeply meaningful when lived well. The possibility of eudaimonia, however difficult to achieve, remains genuinely open to us. What would an Aristotelian life look like in practice? Let's sketch a day in such a life, recognizing that details vary with circumstances, that there's no single correct way to live excellently, but that certain patterns characterize flourishing. You wake with a sense of purpose, not dread. Your life has direction, aims at something genuinely worthwhile, allows you to exercise capacities you've developed through sustained effort. You've habituated yourself to rising at a reasonable hour, neither sleeping excessively nor depriving yourself of necessary rest. Morning offers time for contemplation. Perhaps you read philosophy, engaging seriously with ideas. Perhaps you study something that exercises theoretical reason, mathematics, history, science. Perhaps you simply think, reflecting on fundamental questions, exercising mind for its own sake. This isn't preparation for something else but valuable activity itself. Work occupies much of your day. Not any work, but work that allows exercise of excellence. If you're fortunate, you've found a role that uses your distinctive abilities, contributes to common good, allows you to develop craft or intellectual or leadership skills. If not, you're working to change circumstances, or at least finding ways to exercise virtue within constraints. You approach work with practical wisdom, discerning what each situation requires, finding the mean between extremes, acting virtuously even in difficult circumstances, courage when confronting problems, temperance in managing success, justice in dealing with colleagues, generosity in helping others. Meals are occasions for both nourishment and social connection. You eat with temperance, enjoying food without excess. If possible, you share meals with friends or family, the conversation enriching the physical sustenance. You're present to those you're with, not distracted, not checking devices, but engaged in genuine human interaction. Afternoon continues productive activity, whether work or household responsibilities or civic engagement. You're contributing something, exercising capacities, participating in common life rather than merely consuming or withdrawing. Evening brings relaxation, but not mere passivity. Perhaps physical exercise, maintaining health through appropriate activity. Perhaps cultural engagement, attending to art or music or literature. Perhaps social time with friends, the complete friendship based on mutual virtue that Aristotle values so highly. Some evenings involve civic participation. You attend community meetings, engage in local politics, contribute to collective deliberation about common good. Not because it's always pleasant, but because political engagement is part of human excellence, part of our nature as political animals. Before sleep, time for reflection. You review the day, considering where you acted well and where you fell short, learning from mistakes, resolving to do better tomorrow. Not harsh self-criticism, but honest assessment aimed at continued growth in virtue. Throughout all this, your emotions are properly ordered. You feel fear when danger genuinely threatens but aren't paralyzed by anxiety. You experience anger at real injustice but aren't ruled by rage. You enjoy pleasures appropriately but aren't enslaved by appetites. Your emotional responses have been shaped through habituation to align with reason. Your relationships are structured appropriately. Family bonds combining natural affection with justice. Friendships of different types. Utility friendships with colleagues. Pleasure friendships with companions. Complete friendships with virtuous equals. All maintained through attention, time, reciprocal goodwill. You live in a community that enables your flourishing. Laws that promote virtue. Institutions that provide opportunities. Economic arrangements that allow for decent material conditions. Political structures that invite participation. Or if your community fails in these ways, you're working for improvement while doing your best under current circumstances. Your character is relatively stable. The virtues you've developed through years of habituation have become second nature. You spontaneously respond appropriately to situations. This doesn't mean you never struggle, never face temptation, never make mistakes. But the overall pattern is one of excellent activity flowing naturally from excellent character. This is what eudaimonia looks like in daily life. Not constant ecstasy, not freedom from all problems, not perfect circumstances, but meaningful activity, virtuous character, genuine relationships, intellectual engagement, political participation, proper emotional responses, all working together over time to constitute a flourishing human life. Of course, real life is messier than this sketch. External circumstances constrain us. Bad fortune strikes. We face situations where no clearly virtuous response exists. We make mistakes, harm people we care about, fall short of our ideals. We experience periods of despair, doubt, confusion. Aristotle acknowledges all this. His vision of eudaimonia is realistic, not utopian. He knows flourishing is vulnerable to fortune, that tragedy can strike even the virtuous, that maintaining excellence over a complete life is extremely difficult. But the vision remains worth pursuing, even if we never perfectly achieve it, even if circumstances prevent full flourishing, we can still move in that direction. We can still develop virtue, cultivate practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in political community. We can still live better than we currently do, more excellently than we have been. And there's something deeply hopeful about Aristotle's insistence that eudaimonia depends primarily on what's within our control. Not entirely, not exclusively, but primarily. We can't control whether we're born into wealth or poverty, whether we're naturally intelligent or beautiful, whether fortune smiles or frowns, but we can control to a significant extent the development of our character. We can practice virtue, we can cultivate practical wisdom, we can choose friends wisely, we can engage seriously with ideas. These choices, repeated over years, compound into character. And character, more than circumstances, determines whether we flourish. The person with excellent character bears misfortune nobly. The person with vicious character squanders good fortune. External goods matter, but character matters more. This is why Aristotle's ethics remains relevant 23 centuries after he first lectured in the Lyceum. The question he posed to young Alexander, what does it mean to live well, remains our question. The answer he developed through decades of observation, analysis and reflection, excellence of character and intellect exercised over a complete life, still illuminates the path toward human flourishing. We can reject his prejudices, update his science, question his metaphysics, but his core psychological insights, his analysis of virtue and practical wisdom, his understanding of friendship and community, his vision of happiness as activity rather than feeling, all remain profoundly true to human experience. And there's something uniquely valuable about Aristotle's approach. Unlike moralists who offer rigid rules, he acknowledges the flexibility required for ethical living. Unlike relativists who claim there are no objective standards, he identifies genuine excellences rooted in human nature. Unlike abstract theorists who ignore psychology, he attends carefully to how character actually forms. Unlike pessimists who see virtue as impossible, he insists it's achievable though difficult. His philosophy is at once demanding and encouraging, realistic and idealistic, rigorous and humane. It challenges us to become better while acknowledging our limitations. It sets a high standard while insisting the standard is achievable. It takes human excellence seriously while recognizing we're complex creatures with bodies, emotions, relationships, not just pure intellects. As you settle into sleep, consider what Aristotle offers you. Not a simple formula for happiness, not a guarantee of success, not an easy path, but a comprehensive vision of human flourishing, a map of the territory you must cross, a companion for the journey toward excellence. He reminds you that happiness is something you do, not something that happens to you. That virtue is achievable through practice, not an inborn trait. That wisdom develops through experience, not just study. That friendship is essential, not optional. That community matters, not just individual achievement. That contemplation enriches life, not just practical success. He invites you to ask, what virtues am I cultivating? What habits am I forming? What is my character becoming through my repeated choices? Do I act courageously when courage is needed? Do I moderate pleasures appropriately? Do I give generously but wisely? Do I develop practical wisdom through attention to experience? He challenges you to examine, who are my friends? Do I have genuine friendships based on mutual recognition of virtue, or only relationships of utility and pleasure? Am I the kind of person capable of complete friendship? Am I someone others would want as a friend? He questions you. How do I spend my time? Is my life filled with excellent activity? Do I exercise my rational capacities? Do I engage in contemplation, pursuing understanding for its own sake? Or do I merely follow pleasures, pursue wealth, seek honours that ring hollow? He asks you, what kind of community do I help create? Do I participate in political life? Do I work for justice and the common good? Do I contribute to conditions that enable others to flourish? Or do I withdraw into private concerns, ignoring civic responsibilities? Most fundamentally, he poses the question that started our evening together. What does it mean for me to live well? What would flourishing look like for someone with my capacities, circumstances, opportunities? How do I move from where I am toward genuine excellence? These are not questions to answer tonight, here in the quiet dark. They're questions for a lifetime. Questions that each day presents anew. Questions that require continuous attention and reflection and choice, but asking them, taking them seriously, letting them guide your decisions, this itself moves you toward the eudaimonia Aristotle describes. The ancient world Aristotle inhabited is long gone. The city-states have fallen. The gods he referenced no longer command worship. The scientific theories he proposed have been superseded. The social structures he took for granted have collapsed. But the questions remain. The capacity for virtue persists. The possibility of practical wisdom endures. The need for friendship continues. The desire for understanding burns as bright. The project of becoming excellent, of living well, of achieving eudaimonia, this remains the human project, as urgent now as when Aristotle walked through the Lyceum's covered pathways discussing it with his students. His answers aren't final. Each generation must adapt his insights to new circumstances, reject his errors, develop his principles in new directions. But his approach, beginning with human nature, examining actual experience, building systematic understanding, connecting ethics to politics, integrating thought and action, this remains a model for thinking seriously about how to live. And his conclusion, that human beings are capable of genuine excellence, that flourishing is possible through cultivation of virtue and wisdom, that happiness consists in excellent rational activity over a complete life. This remains a vision worth pursuing, worth striving toward, worth letting guide our choices even when fully achieving it proves impossible. As sleep approaches, carrying you from conscious thought into the mysterious realm of dreams, let these ideas settle into that deeper part of yourself where wisdom takes root. The questions Aristotle posed, the virtues he described, the vision of flourishing he articulated, these aren't merely theoretical constructs, but invitations to transformation. Tomorrow, when you wake, the same choice will face you that faces everyone every day. What kind of person will I become through my choices today? Will I move toward virtue or away from it? Will I exercise practical wisdom or act thoughtlessly? Will I engage in excellent activity or merely pass time? The Aristotelian path doesn't promise ease. It demands sustained effort, patient practice, honest self-examination, courage to change. But it promises something more valuable than ease, the possibility of living excellently, of developing genuine virtue, of achieving the kind of flourishing that makes life deeply meaningful. You are not doomed to remain as you are. Character can be reformed, though with difficulty. Practical wisdom can be cultivated, though it takes years. Virtue can be achieved, though it requires practice. Eudaimonia is possible, though it demands everything. The philosopher who taught the greatest conqueror, who founded the systematic study of virtue, who mapped the territory of human excellence with unprecedented precision, offers you the same challenge he offered young Alexander in that sunlit garden at Mieza. Choose to live well, develop your capacities, cultivate virtue, exercise practical wisdom, form genuine friendships, engage in contemplation, participate in community, make your life an expression of excellence. This is what it means to flourish as a human being. This is the path to eudaimonia. This is Aristotle's answer to the question of how we should live. And now, as the gentle rhythm of philosophy gives way to the gentle rhythm of sleep, as conscious thought dissolves into dreams, as the day's activities transform into night's rest, remember that even in sleep you participate in the natural rhythms Aristotle studied, the patterns that govern all embodied existence. Your body repairs itself while you rest, following principles Aristotle investigated in his biological works. Your mind processes experience, consolidating memories, preparing for tomorrow's choices. Your character continues its slow formation, shaped by today's decisions, ready to face tomorrow's opportunities for virtue or vice. Sleep well, knowing that the project of becoming excellent continues even in rest, that the possibility of eudaimonia awaits tomorrow, that Aristotle's wisdom remains available whenever you need it, that the question of how to live well is always worth asking. If you found value in this exploration of ancient wisdom, if Aristotle's vision of human flourishing speaks to your own yearning for a meaningful life, please consider subscribing and liking to support this channel. Your presence here helps these ideas reach others who seek to live excellently. Thank you for spending this time exploring the philosophy that has guided humanity's noblest aspirations for 23 centuries. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller on the path toward virtue. May you wake tomorrow ready to continue the endless, worthwhile work of becoming who you're capable of being. The journey toward eudaimonia continues with your next choice, your next action, your next opportunity to exercise excellent rational activity. Aristotle believed we are made for flourishing. Tonight, as you rest, trust that this is true, and tomorrow, through your choices, prove it.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest,
we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power? And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible he believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves? Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building. "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realising the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son. Intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boys showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could parse arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigor, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by travelling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles
that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also travelled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought.
French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, he was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. Towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Quive, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament, and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. Not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led, to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable: the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace, despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. A way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war, his country is torn apart, a king has been executed, everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special. We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image. Rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal, we're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation, making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable, but the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone
who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, I have achieved my purpose and can now rest. Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good.
Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, if desire is endless, then you can never have enough power, because you can never be certain that your current power will be sufficient for all your future needs. The person who has a lot today might face unexpected challenges tomorrow. The person who is strong now will
Grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it. If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you,
They're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives. The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that
Political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address.
So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe. Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable. War. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment, but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? "We've seen it," he said. "We've watched England tear itself apart." And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbor turns against neighbor, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times: it's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future, to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them, rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone. Social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it. Equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself. Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason. rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of war to defend yourself. This makes perfect sense once you understand the state of nature. War is terrible, as we've seen. It makes all human achievement impossible. So if there's any way to secure peace, any possibility of escaping the state of nature's violence, reason tells us to pursue it. But reason also tells us not to be naive. If others aren't willing to pursue peace, if we're stuck in the state of nature whether we like it or not, then we need to do whatever it takes to survive. The second law of nature follows from the first. Be willing to lay down your right to all things when others are willing to do the same, to the degree necessary for peace. This is the key move, the beginning of the escape from natural liberty into civil society. In the state of nature, everyone has a right to everything. I have a right to take your food if I need it to survive. You have a right to kill me if you perceive me as a threat. These unlimited rights make peace impossible because my exercising my rights threatens you, and your exercising your rights threatens me. But what if we could make a deal? What if I agreed to give up my unlimited right to harm you, and you agreed to give up your unlimited right to harm me? Then we'd both be safer. We'd both gain security by mutually limiting our freedom. The second law of nature tells us that this trade is rational, that giving up dangerous liberties in exchange for security is the smart move, as long as, and this is crucial, others are making the same trade. Notice that qualification, when others are willing to do the same. This isn't naive pacifism. Hobbes isn't saying should unilaterally disarm, should give up your rights while others give theirs. That would be suicide, not wisdom. The law of nature tells you to lay down your rights only when doing so is mutual, when everyone is giving up the same dangerous freedoms together. It's a collective solution to a collective problem. Third law of nature makes this even clearer. Keep covenants that you've made. A covenant is an agreement to do something in the future. I promise to deliver goods next week. You promise to pay when you receive them. This kind of agreement is essential for cooperation. But as we've seen, in the state of nature, covenants are just words. There's no guarantee anyone will keep their promise when the time comes. Hobbes saw this as the fundamental problem. Even if people rationally understand that mutual cooperation would benefit everyone, even if they're willing in principle to constrain their behavior for mutual advantage, they can't trust each other to actually follow through. And without trust, no cooperation is possible. Each person knows that if they keep their promise while others break theirs, they'll be exploited. So the rational thing seems to be to break promises whenever convenient. But if everyone reasons that way, no promises are credible, and we're stuck in the state of nature, despite everyone being worse off for it. This is what we now call a collective action problem, or a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone can see that cooperation would benefit all, but individual rationality pushes toward defection, toward breaking agreements. And because everyone knows everyone else is tempted to defect, no one trusts the agreements, and cooperation collapses before it begins. Hobbes's solution to this problem is both brilliant and disturbing. If the difficulty is that agreements aren't trustworthy because there's no enforcement, then create an enforcement mechanism. If the problem is that everyone is tempted to break covenants when convenient, then create a power that makes breaking covenants inconvenient, makes someone or some group strong enough to punish covenant breakers so effectively that keeping promises becomes the rational choice even for selfish people. This is where the social contract comes in, though it's important to understand that Hobbes's version is quite different from what many later philosophers would develop. The contract isn't between rulers and ruled. It's not an agreement where the sovereign promises to rule well in exchange for obedience. That kind of mutual contract would just recreate the problem at a higher level, because who would enforce the contract between sovereign and subjects? No, Hobbes's social contract is an agreement among the people themselves. Each person, reasoning about how to escape the state of nature, comes to the same conclusion. We need a common power to enforce agreements and maintain peace. So, each person agrees with all the others to authorize some person or assembly to make decisions for all of them, to judge disputes, to command and forbid. Each person says, in effect, I authorize this person or group to act on my behalf, and I recognize their decisions as if they were my own decisions. Hobbes gave this idea vivid expression. Imagine each person saying to all the others, I authorize and give up my
right of governing myself to this man or to this assembly of men on this condition that you give up your right to him and authorize all his actions in like manner. What this creates is an artificial person, a unified entity made up of the authorizations of all the individuals who compose it. Hobbes called this artificial person the Leviathan, or the Commonwealth, or simply the Sovereign. It's artificial because it doesn't exist naturally, but is created by human agreement. It's a person because it acts as a unity, making decisions, issuing commands, enforcing rules. And it's sovereign because there is no higher authority that judges or constrains it. This sovereign power, once created, has to be absolute. And here's where Hobbes's argument becomes uncomfortable for almost everyone who reads it. He insisted that the sovereign cannot be limited, cannot be divided, cannot be held accountable by the subjects who created it. Why? Because any limitation on sovereign power recreates the state of nature at some level. Think about it this way. Suppose we say the sovereign can rule, but only within certain limits, only on certain topics, only in ways that respect certain rights. Who decides whether the sovereign has exceeded those limits? If individual subjects can decide for themselves when the sovereign has overstepped, then we're back to everyone being their own judge, which is just the state of nature again. Each person deciding what the law allows is no different from no law at all. What if we say there should be another authority that checks the sovereign, some other body that can veto or override the sovereign's decisions? Then that checking authority is the real sovereign, and the same problem arises at that level. Either authority is divided, in which case we have potential conflict between authorities and no clear answer to who wins, or authority is unified in whoever has the final say. You can't escape the logic. Either someone or some body has ultimate final authority, or you don't really have authority at all. Hobbes worked through various attempts to limit or divide sovereignty and showed why each fails. Separation of powers. Then the different powers can come into conflict with no way to resolve the dispute except by force, which is civil war. Constitutional limits. Who enforces them when the sovereign violates them? Another authority. Then that's the real sovereign.
the subjects themselves. Then each subject is judge in their own case, and we're back to the state of nature. Rights that subjects retain against the sovereign. Rights without enforcement are meaningless, as we've seen. And if subjects can enforce their rights against the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really sovereign. The only right Hobbes recognized that subjects never give up is the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign commands you to kill yourself or refuses to defend you against immediate threats, you can resist because the whole point of creating the sovereign was to secure your life. But beyond that narrow exception, the sovereign's authority must be unlimited if it's to do the job it was created to do. The implications are stark. The sovereign defines what is just and unjust, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Not because the sovereign is necessarily wise or good, but because that's what sovereignty means. Having an authority means having someone whose word on these matters is final. The sovereign can't commit injustice in the legal sense because justice is defined by the sovereign's commands. Religious authority must be subordinate to political authority. This was especially controversial in Hobbes's time when religious disputes were tearing Europe apart, but Hobbes was adamant. The sovereign must have the power to determine religious practices, to settle religious disputes, to prevent religious disagreement from destroying civil peace. The alternative is to have multiple authorities claiming ultimate allegiance, which inevitably produces conflict. Subjects generally cannot rebel against the sovereign. This might seem to contradict everything about social contract theory, which we associate with ideas about consent of the governed and right of revolution. But Hobbes's logic is clear. If subjects could legitimately rebel whenever they thought the sovereign was governing badly, then the sovereign wouldn't really have authority. The subjects would be judging the sovereign, which makes them the real authority, which recreates the state of nature. As you rest tonight, feel the tension in Hobbes's position. On one hand, he's given us a strangely democratic foundation for politics. All authority comes from the consent of the governed. The sovereign is created by agreement among equals. There's no divine right, no natural hierarchy, no appeal to tradition. Political authority is artificial, conventional, created by human beings for human purposes. That's radically modern, even revolutionary. On the other hand, the conclusion seems authoritarian, even tyrannical. Absolute power with no accountability, no right to rebel except in extreme circumstances, no check on the sovereign beyond the sovereign's own judgment. How can these two aspects fit together? How can democratic premises lead to authoritarian conclusions? The answer lies in Hobbes's unflinching focus on the problem he's trying to solve. The problem is civil war, is breakdown of order, is the constant threat that society will slide back into the state of nature. Everything Hobbes argues for is designed to prevent that catastrophe. The sovereign must be absolute because anything less than absolute leaves room for the conflicts that destroy peace. The subjects cannot rebel because allowing rebellion recreates the very problem government was meant to solve. Whether you find this convincing likely depends on how seriously you take the threat Hobbes was addressing. If you've lived through civil war, if you've watched society collapse, if you've experienced the breakdown of order firsthand, Hobbes's willingness to accept almost any government rather than risk returning to chaos might seem reasonable. If you've been fortunate enough to live under stable government most of your life, his arguments for absolute sovereignty might seem like the cure being worse than the disease. But either way, Hobbes has transformed the question. He's forced us to confront the foundations of political obligation, to ask why we should obey government at all, to recognize that the alternative to authority isn't freedom, but chaos. And he's done it without appealing to God or tradition or nature in any traditional sense. He's built a theory of politics on the minimal foundations of rational self-interest and mutual agreement. That achievement alone makes him one of the pivotal figures in political thought. The escape from the state of nature requires creating a leviathan, an artificial monster of our own making, powerful enough to keep us in awe, to make us keep our covenants, to maintain the peace without which human life remains solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It's not a comfortable solution. But Hobbes never promised comfort. He promised security, order, the possibility of civilization. Whether the price he demanded was worth paying remains one of the great questions in political philosophy. In 1651, while England was still trying to figure out how to govern itself after executing its king, while Oliver Cromwell was consolidating power as Lord Protector, while royalists in exile still hoped for restoration of the monarchy, Thomas Hobbes published a book with an audacious title, Leviathan, or The Matter, Form and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil. The title itself was provocative. Leviathan appears in the Bible as a terrifying sea monster, a creature of chaos that only God can tame. In the book of Job, God describes the Leviathan to humble Job, to remind him of powers beyond human comprehension or control. It was an image of primordial danger, of forces that threaten to overwhelm human order. But Hobbes transformed the Leviathan into something else entirely. Look at the famous frontispiece of the book, the illustration that appeared on early editions. You see a giant crowned figure rising above a landscape, towering over cities and countryside. The figure holds a sword in one hand and a bishop's crozier in the other, symbolizing both civil and ecclesiastical authority. But look closer at the giant's body. It's not solid. It's composed of hundreds of tiny human figures, all facing the crowned head, all part of the larger whole. This is Hobbes's Leviathan. Not a natural monster, but an artificial one. Not chaos, but order. The multitude of individuals unified into a single corporate body through their mutual covenant. The sovereign as the authorized representative of all, wielding power not against the people but as the people, or at least as the artificial person created by their agreement. The monster is us, or rather, it's what we become when we successfully escape the state of nature by creating common power. The book itself was a masterpiece of systematic thinking, laying out Hobbes's entire philosophy from his materialism through human psychology, to the state of nature, to the social contract, to the powers of the sovereign, to the relationship between church and state, to the nature of Christian commonwealth. It was comprehensive, rigorous, and written in English prose that was alternately elegant and brutally direct. This last point mattered enormously. Hobbes's earlier work, Deceive, had been written in Latin for an educated European audience. Leviathan was written in English, for English readers, in language that, while sophisticated, was accessible to anyone with basic literacy. Hobbes wanted his ideas to reach not just scholars, but parliamentarians, merchants, anyone involved in the political life of his country. He was intervening in a live political crisis, not just engaging in academic philosophy. And intervene he did, though probably not in the way he intended. Leviathan offended almost everyone. Royalists were horrified by Hobbes's denial of divine right. If the king's authority comes from the people's consent rather than from God, if sovereignty is conventional rather than natural, then what makes monarchy special? Why should Charles II be restored rather than some other form of government being chosen? Hobbes had provided a rational argument for absolute sovereignty, but he'd undermined the traditional foundations of monarchical legitimacy in the process. Republicans and parliamentarians were equally horrified, but for different reasons. Hobbes had argued for absolute, undivided sovereignty. No separation of powers, no right of resistance, no accountability of rulers to ruled beyond the narrow case of self-preservation. This seemed to justify tyranny, to leave subjects helpless before arbitrary power. Even if you accepted that some government was necessary, why this government? Why absolute monarchy rather than limited government with checks and balances? And then there were the churches. Hobbes had subordinated all religious authority to the sovereign. He'd argued that the sovereign must determine religious practices, settle theological disputes, control church offices and doctrines. This seemed to make religion merely a tool of political power, to deny any independent authority to spiritual matters. Both Anglicans and Puritans, Catholics and Protestants found things in Leviathan to offend them. Hobbes seemed to be reducing faith to a matter of civil obedience. Worse, there were passages in Leviathan that could be read as questioning fundamental Christian doctrines. Hobbes's materialism seemed to leave no room for immaterial souls or life after death in any traditional sense. His account of Scripture emphasized natural explanations and questioned supernatural claims, while Hobbes insisted he
Was a Christian and argued for the compatibility of his philosophy with Christianity. Many readers suspected atheism lurking beneath his professions of faith. The book was condemned, banned, burned in effigy at Oxford University. Hobbes was accused of heresy, atheism, corrupting youth, undermining morality. For years after publication, attacks on Hobbes and Hobbism became a minor industry among English writers. To call someone a Hobbist was to accuse them of denying God, morality, and decency itself. Yet despite all this hostility, or perhaps because of it, Leviathan became one of the most discussed and influential books of its age. You couldn't talk about politics in 17th century England without addressing Hobbes's arguments. You might reject his conclusions, but you had to engage with his framework. He had changed the terms of debate in ways that couldn't be undone. Interestingly, while royalists disliked Hobbes's foundations, they appreciated his conclusions about absolute sovereignty. And while Republicans hated his defense of absolutism, some found his social contract framework useful for quite different purposes. The book was too systematic, too powerful, too thorough to be simply dismissed. It had to be argued with, which meant its categories and questions became the common property of political thought. Hobbes returned to England in 1651, the same year Leviathan was published. This was a risky move. The country was still unsettled, his book was making enemies, and his royalist connections were well known. But perhaps Hobbes calculated that Cromwell's regime, which had its own problems with legitimacy and needed philosophical support, might tolerate him. Or perhaps he simply wanted to come home. He spent the Commonwealth years mostly quiet, writing but not publishing on controversial topics, meeting with intellectuals, enjoying whatever protection his former students' affection provided. When Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Hobbes might have expected favour.
After all, he'd been the king's mathematics tutor during exile. He'd written a defence of absolute monarchy, even if the foundation for that defence was unconventional. Charles did grant Hobbes a pension and received him at court. But the king also made clear that Hobbes must not publish anything more on politics or religion. Too many powerful people wanted Hobbes silenced. The churches, the universities, Parliament, all saw them as dangerous. Charles protected Hobbes from worse persecution, but that protection came with restrictions. The most brilliant political philosopher in England was forbidden to publish philosophy. Imagine the frustration. Hobbes had more to say, more arguments to make, responses to critics to publish. He'd spent years developing his system, and now he was told to be quiet. He did write more, including Behemoth, a history of the English Civil War that applied his political philosophy to recent events, but it couldn't be published during his
lifetime. His ideas would have to wait for future generations to be fully heard. The irony is rich. Hobbes wrote Leviathan to prevent civil war, to provide a rational foundation for stable government, to show why absolute sovereignty was necessary for peace. The book succeeded in changing how people thought about politics, but it also made its author too dangerous to be fully heard. The monster of Malmesbury had created a monster of a book, and both were too threatening to be tolerated by the authorities whose power they theoretically defended. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how ideas can be more dangerous than armies. Hobbes never led soldiers or held political office. He was a scholar, a tutor, a writer. Yet his arguments threatened kings and churches, changed political discourse, influenced generations of thinkers. The Leviathan he described, that artificial person created by social contract, was matched by another creation, the book itself, an artifact of thought that lived on beyond its author's control, generating controversy and insight in equal measure. The ideas Hobbes published in 1651 are still with us. We still argue about the foundations of political obligation, about the balance between security and liberty, about what legitimates government authority. The terms have changed, the conclusions we draw may differ from Hobbes's, but the questions he forced us to confront remain alive. That's the real power of Leviathan, not its specific doctrines, but its transformation of how we think about politics itself. A generation after Hobbes published Leviathan, another English philosopher took up the same questions but reached strikingly different conclusions. John Locke, writing in the 1680s during another period of political crisis in England, accepted much of Hobbes's framework while rejecting his absolutist conclusions. The result was a vision of politics that would prove even more influential than Hobbes's, especially in the emerging liberal tradition that would shape modern democracy. Locke's second treatise of government, published in 1689, begins with the state of nature, just as Hobbes did. This wasn't coincidence. By Locke's time, the social contract framework Hobbes had developed had become the standard way of thinking about political legitimacy. If you wanted to argue about politics, you started with the state of nature and built up from there. Hobbes had set the terms of debate so effectively that even his critics had to work within the structure he'd created. But Locke's state of nature was fundamentally different from Hobbes's vision of war and chaos. For Locke, the state of nature was a condition of perfect freedom and equality, but it wasn't necessarily violent or anarchic. It was, Locke argued, governed by the law of nature, which could be known by reason, and that law of nature taught clear moral principles. No one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions.
This makes an enormous
difference. For Hobbes, there were no moral constraints in the state of nature, no genuine right and wrong beyond what conduces to self-preservation. Rights were just liberties, permissions to do whatever you thought necessary. For Locke, the state of nature already contained moral law. People already had genuine rights to life, liberty and property, rights that existed before any government and that government must respect. Where did these natural rights come from? Locke's answer was theological. God created human beings and gave them the world to use. We have a right to self-preservation because we're God's property, and it would be wrong to destroy what belongs to God. We have property rights because we mix our labor with natural resources, and our labor is our own, so what we create through labor becomes ours. The moral structure of reality, grounded in divine creation, gives content to natural law and natural rights. Now, if the state of nature already has moral law and natural rights, why do we need government? Locke's answer was more modest than Hobbes's. We need government not because the state of nature is unbearable, but because it has inconveniences. Without a common authority, disputes about rights are hard to resolve. Everyone is judge in their own case, which leads to bias. Enforcement of natural law is uncertain. Some people will violate others' rights, and while those people can be punished, there's no systematic, reliable mechanism for doing so. So people form civil society through consent to create institutions that will protect their natural rights more effectively. Notice what's different here. For Hobbes, government creates order where there was only chaos. For Locke, government protects rights that already exist. For Hobbes, the sovereign defines justice. For Locke, justice is independent of government, and government is legitimate only insofar as it respects natural justice. This leads to radically different conclusions about political authority. Locke agreed that government requires sovereignty, but his sovereign is limited in ways Hobbes never allowed. Government's power extends only to protecting natural rights. It has no authority to violate those rights, no matter how expedient it might seem. The power to make laws is limited by the requirement that those laws serve the public good and respect individual rights. Moreover, political power can be divided. Locke distinguished between legislative, executive, and what he called federative powers, the power to conduct foreign relations. These could be held by different bodies or persons creating checks and balances. This division of powers wouldn't recreate the state of nature as Hobbes feared, because all the powers remain bound by natural law and by their common purpose of protecting rights. Most dramatically, Locke argued that people retain the right to revolution. If government systematically violates the rights it's supposed to protect, if it acts against the
Public good, if it becomes tyrannical, then the people can dissolve it and create new government. The social contract isn't irrevocable as Hobbes insisted. It's conditional on government doing its job. And when government fails badly enough, the contract is broken and people return to their natural liberty to form new political arrangements. This was explosive stuff in the context of 17th century England. Locke was writing around the time of the Glorious Revolution, when Parliament invited William of Orange to take the throne from James II. His second treatise was essentially a justification for that revolution, an argument that deposing a king could be legitimate if that king violated his trust. Where Hobbes seemed to justify any government that could maintain order, Locke provided a philosophical foundation for limited government and justified resistance.
Yet notice how much Locke accepted from Hobbes: the framework of state of nature and social contract, the idea that political authority requires justification in terms of the people's consent, the rejection of divine right, and appeals to tradition as sufficient grounds for obedience. These were all Hobbesian moves, and Locke couldn't have made his argument without them. Locke was working within the intellectual space Hobbes had created. He was answering Hobbesian questions, using Hobbesian methods, just reaching different conclusions. And those different conclusions flowed from different premises about the state of nature and about what humans are like without government. If you accept Hobbes's vision of the state of nature as war, his absolutist conclusions become harder to avoid. If you accept Locke's gentler vision of the state of nature as imperfect but not unbearable, his liberal conclusions follow more naturally. Who was right about human nature? That question has occupied political philosophers ever since. Are humans as dangerous to each other as Hobbes believed? Or are we capable of the kind of moral restraint and cooperation Locke described? The answer probably varies with circumstances. In conditions of extreme scarcity and insecurity, Hobbes's vision seems grimly accurate. In conditions of relative abundance and security, Locke's optimism seems more justified. Neither captured the whole truth, but together they mapped the space within which much later political thought would develop. The American founders wrestled with exactly this tension. Thomas Jefferson's famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," echoes Locke's trinity of life, liberty, and property. The idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed is pure social contract theory, developed by Hobbes and Locke.